for the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry.
It's a beautiful Friday morning, and it's the first day in the month of May 2026. And basically, the world is celebrating Workers' Day today. So it's May Day. Happy Workers' Day to workers around the world, I think around 80 countries, and workers in Nigeria as well. The demands have remained the same. Better conditions of service, the demand for living wage, all right? It has remained the same over the years, from 1945 here in Nigeria, the 1880s around the world, and the rest of them. Oh well, welcome to the program. This is VOP This Morning. I am Moses Humphrey. And a quick look at the conversation for this morning. Supreme Court declares David Mark's ADC leadership valid as PDP's Ibadan convention is thrown out. Well, that's not all. And Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, compels INEC to deregister ADC and others. We'll also touch on insecurity this morning. The President Bola Tinubu, fires back at enemies, says insecurity is a plot to remove him as bandits demand 1 billion naira for church worshippers. Oh well, these are the times that we're in Nigeria. Well, do come along with us as we dive into these conversations, making sense of it all, with our analyst that will be joining us in the course of the program. Welcome on board.
Welcome on board. Good morning and thanks for joining us. Before we get into other interesting trading stories, I'd like to tell Nigerians, Happy Workers' Day. Today is the 1st of May. It's a public holiday, and Nigerians are at home, enjoying their holidays. Except those of us that are on essential duties like journalists, medical doctors, security agents, and all of that. And we are here giving you information that you need. We inform, educate, and entertain you. And again, in my workplace, on a lighter note, in my workplace, why I will not wish Moses happy Workers' Day is because in my workplace, we have two categories of people. We have workers and staff. If you understand what I mean. Now, Moses belongs to the staff. You can see how he's dressed as a staff. Staff belongs to the higher echelon. Then those of us that are workers are the ones celebrating Happy Workers' Day. So I wish myself and co-workers here Happy Workers' Day. Moses
so
and
true.
the other people that are staff can
so
wish
not
themselves
true.
whatever they want to wish themselves.
We are not in government. Neither are we in power.
Okay, so you have to be in government and to be in
You
power
have
at
to be
the
in
same
government and in power.
at the same time for
Exactly.
it to make sense.
Exactly.
Well, thank you very much, Nigerians. Please, government, as you are celebrating today, stop allowing workers to go on strike and all of that. We must not come to you begging before you, do the needful.
And talking
Please.
about strikes, Sanu and Nasu are threatening to start to commence strike today for the same thing: wages, better living conditions, and the rest of them.
We have seen them everywhere, retired police officers, retired military officers and all of that, National Association of Resident Doctors, National Medical Association, and across board, you see protests here and there. So let the government and the people use today as a day of reflection, do some kind of soul searching to say, how do we treat our people, the people that are up morning and night to ensure that society functions perfectly?
I think ultimately, yeah, because what we see when workers embark on strike, they're not asking for anything new. They're usually asking for implementation of what
they are entitled to.
What was agreed upon before, renegotiations and the rest of them. So should we blame the workers for sheathing their swords when government says, okay, we will meet your needs, and then government fails to meet their needs?
To do that. And they have to go back.
And they have to go back
You
again.
don't have to blame them. You don't have to blame them. It's a failure of responsibility on the part of government, to always allow, before people embark on strike, you understand that other means, other avenues of resolving issues have been closed out to them completely. So strike is more like a last resort.
Last resort, yes.
So, and when they get to strike, at that time, it becomes difficult for the government and the people, unfortunately. Anyway, let's move away from that and get into other interesting stories. In one media are calling one of the most powerful rebels to Boko Haram's anti-education ideology. 12 of the Chibok schoolgirls rescued from captivity are set to graduate from the American University of Nigeria in Yola on May 9, marking a historic moment of resilience and hope. AUN President Dewayne Frazier described the ceremony as the triumph of education over extremism, noting that the graduation symbolizes not just academic success, but a global victory against terror. For years, the world rallied under the cry, "Bring back our girls." Now, these young women are stepping forward as educated leaders, ready to reshape Nigeria's future. The event will feature CNN journalist Stephanie Busari, who first aired the proof of life video of the abducted girls as keynote speaker, underscoring the role of international media in keeping their plight alive. Well, beyond the symbolism, the university has highlighted its transformation in recent years, with over 30% of students on scholarships, new partnerships with Huawei and MTN, enabling AI-driven learning and student-led innovations like the AUN 360 app integrating campus services. This is a good news. This is interesting. And out of 200 and something Chibok girls, some have been rescued, some still in captivity, some have become mothers, married away and all of that. In fact, as a matter of fact, we don't even know the fate of about 87 of them, that we cannot account for. And that is more than how many years now? It's about more than 12 years and all of that. Fortunately for this group of people, about 12 of them have graduated from AUN. American University of Nigeria is top-rated, private university in Nigeria, and they have acquired skills that will take them, to the next level in life. While we celebrate these people, we also rescue the remaining. We don't have information regarding about 87 of them, where they have been and all of that. And so these children, now, when fortune and misfortune, if these children were not kidnapped, would they probably have had access to this kind of
level of education
and all of that? So apparently their own misfortune has turned to fortune for them. But nobody prays that, because to be in captivity is a very, very traumatizing thing. Well, for the people that made this happen, we say thank you very much. And you do more to help society in whatever way you can.
Now, the big question is the plight of the Chibok girls. Has it made life easy for women and girls in the northern parts of Nigeria? I don't think so. I think they're still struggling because we still see girls being abducted from their schools. A lot of schools have been shut down. A lot of them still don't even, a lot of parents don't even, are not interested in sending their children to school, their female children to school. So we still have low-level education, especially as it concerns women, girls in the northern part of Nigeria. And I think that is not good. And hopefully, you see, I can only speak to hope, because the way things are, with the level of insecurity that is bedeviling us in Nigeria, one can only hope that all of this will be, resolved, and the rights of the girl child will be given to the girl child. Because we need, if our mothers are not educated, then where is the future? What does the future hold? Because the men usually will go out to hustle, do some work. So those that stay home to cater to the kids, more often than not, is the woman. So if she's uneducated, we stand the risk of raising uneducated children as well. That's the plight of the ordinary Nigerian. And for those that are still being abducted here and there, ransom being demanded, the onus is on the government to protect Nigerians. All right, the onus is on government. Protect Nigerians. Let us put a stop to all of this. Be it if it's happening for political reasons or whatever the reasons might be, let there be a stop to the issue of kidnapping and and all of it. That's my prayer. That's my prayer today. Well, let's move on to politics now. Lagos governorship, ahead of the 2027 Lagos governorship race, the chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Dr. Azeez Olajide Adediran, popularly known as Jandor, has withdrawn from the contest, clearing the path for incumbent Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat, who has now secured the endorsement of APC leaders and President Bola Tinubu himself. Well, the development has sent shockwaves through the political landscape, especially as former Lagos Governor Akinwumi Ambode publicly hailed Hamzat's endorsement, pledging his support for Tinubu's re-election and signaling a rare show of unity within the ruling party. Well, I don't think there was it sent shockwaves. It just shows that the party is united in Lagos. I mean, APC in Lagos is one united front. I don't think it gets any better than this. We saw the likely contenders, listed out, and all of a sudden everybody is lining behind one man. Some will say it is Baba Sokwe. Well, if that be the case, then it means the party is still united, regardless. regardless. And Baba still has a good grip. So Obafemi Hamzat, it now behoves on the opposition, in Lagos, if there will be any, to bring up viable candidates. Over the years, we've had, the name just escaped me now. Agbaje,
Okay.
yes, contesting for presidency. He did contest against...
For governorship.
For governorship, thank you very much. Sorry for that slip. He contested against Raji Fashola, contested against Ambode, contested against Sanwo-Olu, and he just became the only opposition, to the point where some felt he wasn't really an opposition. He was just playing to the gallery. I mean, that was the opinion of some individuals. But APC has held Lagos strong and still holding Lagos strong. ADC now has Gbadebo Rhodes Vival. Well, Gbadebo Rhodes Vival has moved to ADC. Will he be able to contest under the platform of the ADC in the 2027 elections? Is he considered a viable opposition? Oh, well, we wait to see what happens.
Yes, we wait to see what happens. When you talk about the unity of the APC in Lagos State, well, do you recall one Samuel Ajose, who the other day, I think that was the day before yesterday or Tuesday, picked up the form of the APC.
Oh, yes,
Global,
yes.
50 million naira. And he was like, well, that the GAC, the Governance Advisory Council, that they are pressuring Tinubu, to endorse Hamzat. And now the Ajose himself is part of the justice group within the GAC, and Hamzat belongs to the mandate group. And so there was this kind of conflict. And when I spoke to somebody highly placed in Lagos State government, and he said, well, that That might just be optics. Just to make it look like there was a contest, you know, not that they clearly said, well, that it must be this person. So they wanted Samuel Jose, you know, to put up some form of, well, I'm interested in all of that. And at the end of the day, it will become more like inclusive consensus, you know, inclusiveness in internal dynamics, lack of internal rivalry, and all of that. More like speaking to the internal mechanism within the Lagos APC, you know, to always resolve their conflicts, you know, without having to torpedo any peace, you know, in the land. But then, I just said, if you have endorsed this man and you are making him sole candidate, why did you allow me to pay 50 million naira to pick the form? And that is the question that I have not answered. Now, away from Lagos State, but talking about the APC, we hear that a lot of senators and members of the House of Representatives, you know, who moved from their party to the APC because they were promised tickets alongside the governors and all of that. Now, there's a problem because having handed over that authority to say who goes where, you know, Senate or House of Assembly, House of Representatives, to the governor. And I wonder how they got to that decision. I mean, the people don't have a say again. No, the governor says this person has to be senator for East, West, or South. And this person has to represent this federal constituency. This state of assembly is now the governor that decides. I mean, it speaks to lack of democracy within the ADC. Now, those people are kicking. They say, well, I mean, we have been disappointed. And unfortunately, if at this moment we cannot go back to our parties and we cannot go to new parties, then we'll stay within here and cause problem for the APC. They are not mentioning words about it. How far they will drive that narrative is what I don't know, especially being that some of them are people serving in government and they might have at one time or the other, you know, under the table. So probably they will just say, okay, now that since you don't want to conform, can you look at this thing? They will call you, open your file for you and all of that. And that will become history. But the whole thing speaks to the kind of democratic culture that we are building. Internal democracy, participatory democracy is gradually dying, you know, within the system. A situation where we have one man decides, you know, who becomes the governor. Now, this is the person I want to succeed me, whether you like it or not. He's in control of the party machinery. He's in control of the state working committee, the state executive committee, and all of that. And so when they go to make decisions, they say, well, governor has said. And if he's in control of the party structure in that state, there is no way, you know, that someone from another party will come and upstage the governor. We have seen it happen once or twice, but it doesn't happen all the time because the power of incumbency helps the governor practically to decide who becomes his successor. And now we see the party that is the ruling party that is in control of about 32, 33 states. Hope Uzodinma, the chairman of the Governors Forum, said, well, governors, you are at liberty to decide who goes where and why and when in the party. I mean, I don't approve of that because it's going to more like we are going to create powerful men and not powerful institutions. Yes. And at this time, that is not what our democracy needs.
Of course, that's not what our democracy needs. Unfortunately, all of this will further compound voter apathy that we see because people are losing hope in the fact that their votes count. And if the people lose hope in the fact that their votes count, which of course adds to the problem, then the politicians will continue to have their way. I think NOA and civil society organizations like Yaga Africa should continue to educate the people. You know, that I believe that will make progress in the long run, where the people will now understand that, yes, truly, they can, you know, cast their votes and have who they want to represent them, actually represent them in the scheme of things. But with politicians deciding, and again, you know, to just the president really talking about the issues in the APC, Lagos and outside Lagos, I think the president cares little about what happens to the governors and the National Assembly and State Assembly members and the rest of them. I think he cares little. I think he cares more about support that he will get from the governors, from the machinery in the states to, you know, to return to Aso Villa as president in 2027. I think that's what he cares more about. And he understands that he needs the governors to help him achieve that. And this, of course, takes away the fact that the people are required to vote. It just speaks to, influence or rigging, if you want to call it that, which is horrible and ordinarily should not be heard within our democracy. But this is our reality. But it's not over. It's not over yet. The people still have their power, and only when they choose to use it will we have the democracy that we deserve. Yes. Oh well. Away from all of that, let's just put this information out there. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced a gantry price of 1,820 naira per litre for aviation fuel. That's Jet A1. A move that some have hailed as a bid to inject transparency into Nigeria's troubled aviation sector. However, despite this benchmark, airline operators report paying as high as 2,230 naira per litre to marketers, far above the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority recommended band of 1,760 naira, and then 1,988 naira a litre in Lagos and 2,037 naira in Abuja. Well, industry experts warn that unchecked middlemen practices are inflating costs, threatening to cripple airlines already grappling with skyrocketing operational expenses, with some carriers reporting fuel bills rising from 2.9 million naira in January to 7.6 million naira per flight. Meanwhile, Dangote Refinery has begun direct supplies to Ethiopian airlines and other international carriers, underscoring its growing regional influence amid global oil price volatility. Well, it was just yesterday we saw the news of the call, in fact, the change of the head of NMDPRA for issuing licenses to players, those who basically are not making it easy for the industry to thrive. You issue licenses to importers. Are they importing? If they are importing, why is the price not coming down? That was the question I was asking yesterday. But well, this basically increase in gantry price for Jet A1 translates to increase in airfares as well. So it falls on the consumer, the final consumer. And and then you talk about got into a flight one day. I was having a conversation with someone, and the person asked, I was a civil servant at the time. The person said, "Oh yeah, you're a civil servant." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a civil servant." "You civil servants fly airplanes? You guys have money to fly airplanes?" Very embarrassing.
Can you imagine the insults?
Can you imagine? Very embarrassing. And that's the thought, really. Because when you look at how much people earn, you start to wonder how they're able to even survive in the first instance, with the price of everything going up. Oh, well, that's my take on that one. We'll be running to the papers shortly.
Yes,
you want to?
exactly. No,
all right,
okay.
then. So let's run to the papers right away. We do have the Guardian newspaper right here. The big story on the Guardian is clarity, uncertainty as Supreme Court reshapes opposition ahead of 2027. Window headlines. INEC affirms exclusive rights to declare poll results as CSOs deploys tracker. FEC approves $2.9 billion rail projects for Lagos, Kano, Kaduna. That's FEC approves $2.9 billion rail projects for Lagos, Kano, Kaduna. Respect Electoral Act shift primaries to September. Hashim tells Tinubu, INEC. And then we also have Sanu, Nasu embark on indefinite strike today. Boko Haram threatens to execute 416 captives. Worsening cost of living crisis overshadows May Day despite wage increase. Niger LGs record 2 polio cases as Katsina decries gap in vaccination. FJ resolves MMA2 concession dispute, approves aircraft leasing firm, and FG begins 18-month database modernization ahead of census. Well, those are the headlines there.
And from the Nigerian Tribune, window headlines, Ambode backs Hamzat as Lagos APC candidate. Jandor withdraws from race. Bridge linking Kwara, Oyo collapses. Tinubu nominates Tegbe as Minister of Power. appoints Lanre Babalola as special advisor on power. Now, the big story. Supreme Court notifies PDP Ibadan Convention, voids status quo antebellum order on ADC. With the riders, returns leadership dispute for trial at High Court. Wambara-led BOT says it has assumed leadership of PDP. Supreme Court confirms PDP's unity, ends factional crisis. That's coming from FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. OPE expands access to 1.2 billion naira 10-year scholarship program, signs MOUs with more schools. UBA pushes deeper bank fintech collaboration at Pan-African Conference. Rethink Labour Welfare Strategy, CPPE urges government. Equity workers stage thank you walk for Oyebanji's second term. I shall respond to detractors on June 20. That's coming from the governor, Oyebanji. YADC, Accord, ZLP, AA, APP should be deregistered. AGF tells court, that's Attorney General of the Federation. NNPC completes $700 million OB3 gas pipelines River Niger crossing, designed to transport up to 2 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day. Now, that's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines at this time. Now let's dive into the conversation. Supreme Court declares David Mark's ADC leadership valid as PDP's Ibadan Convention is thrown out. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, with the sport.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Thank you very much for joining us. Now, on Thursday, April 30, 2026, the Supreme Court of Nigeria delivered a judgment affecting the leadership, referencing the leadership crisis rocking two opposition parties, sending what some will call shockwaves through the political landscape. Months before serious preparations kick off for the 2027 general elections. Well, the Apex Court voided the Court of Appeal's status quo antebellum order that had enabled INEC to de-recognize the David Mark-led executive of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, effectively restoring the former Senate president and his team, including Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, while sending the substantive leadership dispute back to the Federal High Court for full hearing and determination. Simultaneously, the Supreme Court upheld the nullification of the controversial PDP National Convention held in Ibadan, or your state, in November 2020, dismissing the appeal by the Kabiru Turaki-led faction and dealing a fresh blow to that splinter group. The rulings come at a time when opposition parties are struggling with deep internal divisions, even as the ruling APC appears more consolidated at the time. What does this mean? I'm talking about the Supreme Court judgment for the parties, of course, as we head towards electioneering 2027. We do have with us Daily Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator. Thank you very much for joining the conversation this morning. And we will be speaking with some lawyers as well. Barrister Eze Eluchie joins the conversation. And also we'll be joined by Adams, Asim Adams, also a lawyer. He will be joining the conversation in the course of time. Well, and pretty much we'll also be going to Benin, where we have another lawyer, Barrister Ohilua Osadebame, a legal practitioner, historian, writer, human rights activist, and public affairs commentator. Well, of course, lawyers are the ones you really want to talk to at this time, because the judgments can be somewhat confusing. Oh, well, let me start off with Mr. Eze Eluche. Good morning to you. Good to have you join us this morning. First, give us your interpretation of the judgment. Especially, I would like to start off with the one that concerns the PDP. Let's start from the PDP and then talk about what this recognition of David Mark-led administration means for the ADC, especially as they will have to head back to the high courts now.
The judgment was very much important because it gives the party a chance to start from slate. Because what the Supreme Court basically did was that the Congress that was held in the battle which produced Turaki, Senator of Nigeria, as the chairman, and also sacked the that is Iron. Those every obstacle and returning authority back to the only people who are left in the only group in the hierarchy, which is the Board of Trustees. So the party now has the opportunity to rebuild that party, and then that is quite. I mean, they could have had it better if the board wants to reinstate any of these parts, whether it's the Turaki faction or the Anyam faction. They can now do it lawfully without any stress. That what time do they have to beat the end? 10th of May deadline. With regards to the ADC, that is where I see it. Because what the Supreme Court did was just to shift the deadline. It has really reinstated, or rather approved, the continuation in office of the Senator David Mark leadership. But it's ironically asked them to go back to the Federal High Court to adjudicate over issues. Now that is where I to some extent fault the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is a very unique court. It's a court of policy. It had the power at this stage to ask the two then decide, okay, I give each of you 2 hours or to or say all you want to say about this case, and I'll give judgment. But this whole of sending it back to the High Court is problematic. I know the Justice of the Supreme Court, they don't like to hear facts on issues, but they could have, in view of the circumstances, the political issues, they could have brought everything and given it. The only other time when I recollect the Supreme Court making such a decision in a very high-scale political issue was in the case of the former governor of Delta State, James Onanefe Igori, when the Supreme Court had the opportunity of giving the judgment on all the issues. Rather, it asked the High Court to go and identify who James Igori was. And what did that lead Nigeria to? It led us to an international disgrace and a disaster. Our governor, who was previously His Excellency, was arrested in Dubai and announced in England. It's a unique opportunity it should have given its own decision, and that from now the ADC will know where they're headed to. But what has now happened is this: it's about to give its judgment. There will be tension all over the land. Then there will also be an appeal process before coming back to the same Supreme Court. So you now see it has only shifted the down the road for the ADC, which is not for the politics. Because what will now happen is the ADC will be working on the leadership of David Mark down the line, and maybe after they've had their Congress and everything, you now say, no, it is now who just came out from no beach. That is a recipe for crisis. I mean, that's my prediction in a nutshell. excel. That's my take on this.
All right, telephone please. Now, from your observation of things, how do you think the ADC can come out of this now? You
see, my worry is that people are jubilating on the outcome of this case at the Supreme Court, but I've not seen victory yet for ADC.
It's not a huru.
Because it's just a Pyrrhic victory. Now, they had to go back to where they tried to skip, which is the Federal High Court, where the substantive case, nobody has even touched the substantive case. It has been one interlocutory injunction, one this ruling and all that. So now they have to go back to that court. Are we sure that this same victory will be achieved at that court? Fine. If they get the expected victory, good for ADC, good for democracy. But if it turns otherwise, will it not be too late for ADC to find its bearing? Will it not have been better if ADC begin to work on supposed and expected plan B they ought to have before now? Because apart from this, the issue of violation of a section of the electoral law, which the Attorney General of the Federation highlighted 2 days ago.
Yesterday, actually.
Was it yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Earlier on, yes.
No, I think it was reported yesterday.
It was reported yesterday.
2 days ago. Now, that is still a sword of Damocles.
The 25%
votes
cast.
Yes. So, is ADC likely to get over these hurdles? That is my worry. Whatever it is now, I think they should have a legal department. They should have people that are members of the party, that are lawyers, who will sit down and dispassionately look at the law. The law is cold and hard. No matter anybody, whatever anybody says outside of the law may not likely prevail. Except maybe we will now get to a point that we now use doctrine of necessity. But in this case, it's also not good for the party that wants to take over government if they have to circumvent the law to get into government. How legitimate is that party? Okay.
All right, then. Well, I asked someone that question yesterday, and the person asked me, how about the government that is in power and is circumventing the law at the moment? You know, that was the question I asked the person, and he responded in that manner. Anyway, let's quickly run to Benin City, where we have been joined by Barrister Okilua Spectacles. Good morning, Barrister, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. I don't know how to call you people with. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, quickly, I'm sure you have followed this conversation. The fact of the matter is that, well, yesterday the Supreme Court said, well, as the appeal court, you erred by ordering both parties to return to status quo antebellum. You know, you should have just either discussed the matter or take it back to the High Court. And technically speaking, Nigerians believe that the Supreme Court restored the, where the substantive matter has not been treated. Let's have your reaction to this development. How do you think this is going to affect everything surrounding whether ADC will be on the ballot in 2027 and beyond? Let's have your broad reaction to all of that.
Okay, I think I would like to align my position with the last guest speaker, Mr. Dele, because his views reflect my perception about the whole issue. Because for me, I feel it is not the decision of the Supreme Court on the issue is not something that members of the ADC should be jubilating about. most especially when the substantive issue, most especially when the parties have been referred back to the Federal High Court with regards to the substantive, the main issue that took these various factions to court in the first place. So I feel that politicians within the ADC, they are not inexperienced, they are experienced politicians. I expect them to be having a plan B, to be having an alternative party, wherein they can move into and actualize their ambition to oust the ruling out of power, instead of just putting all their eggs on the ADC. And if you also look at the fact that the judiciary we currently have today, forget the fact that I'm a lawyer, I will say that my candid opinion, the judiciary today has become an embodiment of corruption and has become the biggest threat to our democracy, to the democratic parties in this country. So who knows whether if a legal trap, a booby trap is being set for the ADC at the level of the Federal High Court. So I feel the ADC should learn from the experience of the African National Congress. If the party actually wants Nigerians to take it serious, if the party is serious about upstaging the APC. Because when you look at the African National Congress, which in itself is the oldest political party in Africa, you will see that the African National Congress on its own was a product of revolutionary struggle. So if the ruling party that is currently in power is putting in every obstacle to sabotage the effort of the opposition to contest against it, then the opposition party should forget about towing the path of democracy and match the ruling party force to force. The African National Congress, when they saw what the white minority party, the Nationalist Party of South Africa did, undermining every democratic route which the African National Congress wanted to use in gaining power to change the system, the apartheid system that was put in place in South Africa, they had to embark on armed struggle. And I think Nigeria should not be left out of that experience, because if you check very well, the confidence we have in the ballot system have been undermined by the ruling party.
I would like for you to, you said they should embark on armed struggle. We don't preach violence on this station. I mean, for you to ask a political party to embark on armed struggle, I mean, that's very weighty.
I'm sure you are aware that the members of the ruling party have been going about attacking members.
Position, sir.
Well, I've already spewed it out already. I've already spewed it out. The point I'm trying to say here is that the faith we have in the democratic system in this country, the ballot system, have been compromised, have been undermined. The judiciary is corrupt. The umpire, the INEC, is not independent. So election today in Nigeria, has been laced with a predetermined outcome. And I can tell you, if you go into the streets all across the country, Nigerians don't have faith in the democratic process anymore. Okay, you saw what happened a few months ago. The federal government came out to allege that some military officers were planning to overthrow the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Later, the same government came out to lie that nothing of such came up. Nothing of such happened. Now the same government is now coming out again to say that actually there was a coup. Okay, if there was a coup, those persons who wanted to overthrow the government, why are you not putting them in public trial? Because Nigerians have the right to know what happens in government. The business of governance should not be shrouded in secrecy. Now look at the issues all over the country. Discover that there are many factors, many circumstances that calls for a replacement of this government that is currently running this country, that calls for a revolution, that calls for military coup. If the government abhors military coup, then why is it that the party that is in power is the biggest, or let me say the biggest existential threat to democracy in Nigeria here? So members of the opposition party should stop playing so-boss politics. If they really want power, just like if I'm to quote the president, they should grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. So we cannot all this what the judiciary is doing. Okay. Let me tell you, from what I'm saying, I see a repetition of what happened in 2023 taking place in 2027 if members of the opposition do not get their acts well.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Osade Berman. We appreciate your presence on our show this morning. Now, let's quickly run back to Barrister Eluche. Barrister Eze, I want us to talk about the fact that the Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi, earlier in the week said, well, he's asking the court, to compel INEC to deregister AAC, ADC, Accord Party, and two other parties, because they didn't meet the threshold to continue to remain political parties. And, well, Nigerians are asking, at what point, since after the 2023 elections, why did you suddenly discover that these parties didn't meet the threshold to continue to remain political parties? And you have a strong opposition on that party, in that party, and suddenly you are asking the court to enforce INEC, to compel INEC to register them. How do you react to this in the first instance?
Thank you very much. I think I'll take a cue from the last speaker, what he said. The ABC and its officials are becoming an existential threat to democracy in Nigeria. And then lack of knowledge of history is what will lead them. Because the pathetic role currently being played by Lateef Fagbemi now is the same role that late Senator Tonzeribe played with the ABN, Association for Better Nigeria. Philip Umeadi, senior advocate, late to try to scuttle democracy. If you recollect that process, Umeadi filed a nonsensical application, just like this Fagbemi's application is also nonsensical, and it's geared towards scuttling democratic process. It's actually tantamount to a coup. Like you rightly asked, when ABC itself was created, did it ever win any elections? The claim, the plan is very obvious. This APC wants to lead Nigeria into a crisis. They will cite silly positions of the law. Why I say it's silly is this. This National Assembly headed by Akpabio can make a law that to become president, you must have paid fines for drug trafficking in the US, slim, fair complexion woman, everything only point at one direction. And then they will come to court and quote those as if it were a law that is sacrosanct and must be obeyed. There is no duty to obey obnoxious laws. There is no duty to obey laws that are that are horrible. So the ADC and these other parties have come to say the court should not disregard the application. That is why several have said that any senior advocate of Nigeria who accepts political appointment should dispense with that title for that period when he's in office. Because Mr. Fagbemi is simply disgracing the legal profession by this kind of applications he's doing. Because it's here to us. If that will be determined after the ADC has maybe chosen its candidates, began to campaign, then the vote somewhere will say you are deregistered. Nigerians, I will urge Nigerians at that point to take it as a coup has occurred and treat the governance, whatever is going on as a coup, and we have a right to defend constitutional democracy in Nigeria. It is in the best interest of this regime, the APC regime and Mr. Fagbemi's integrity, if anything is left of that integrity, obnoxious suit, because it's very much in line with what Aton Zeribe did with ABN, using ironically, they always use SANS for this thing, for this dirty game in states of Nigeria. Aton Zeribe used Philip Umeadi and Agbamuchi, of course, who was the Attorney General at that time. Now the Attorney General himself is coming into the fray, coming into the fold. And if you look at the reasoning he gave for the enforcement of justice and blah blah blah, justice, all these justice that injustice that has been going on in Plateau, in Niger, across the country, he has not said. What we now sees is that APC did not win elections in the last set of elections. Okay, allow elections. Nigerians should not allow this nonsense to continue for a day longer, because it has come to that time. Mr. Tinubu said he snatched and ran away with this with the last elections. He rigged his way through with some kind of obnoxious judgment from the courts, and he became our president. And he has diminished our lives. over the past 2-3 years. And he wants to continue that? No. If Mr. Femi does not withdraw this, try to know which courts are going to decide over these matters. Get to know who these judges are. Get to know where they stay. Get to know people around so that we now know where to vent our anger, because they are not more than Nigerians. What is wrong in allowing people to cast their votes? Who says that ADC must win the election? Who said that the Nigerians not? But they must be outside. That is the critical part of it. And all these machinations that Mr. Fagemi and his Bola Tinubu characters are trying to play is to deny Nigerians that right to choose. If you deny us the right to choose of our choice, military regime, we are like a despotic regime. There is no need to even pretend. So I use the opportunity to warn INEC, to warn the government. You are not more than Nigerians. Nigeria is greater than any of us, including myself. So we owe a duty to preserve Nigeria. And preserving it means allowing people to vote according to their dictates of their conscience. You cannot be beating people, you cannot be killing the country insecure, you cannot deprive us of even eating or even security. And you're not rule again? Come on, give us a break. We're not fools. That's my take on this. Thank you very much. You say I'm always passionate. My brother, I don't have any other country that is Nigeria. So we got to say what needs to be to them who do not want to do the right things. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ezeluche, who's a lawyer and public affairs commentator, is security. The president has said, look, no matter what, those using insecurity will not be able to push me out of office. What do you say to that statement the president made the other day as he was hosting the governor of Plateau State, Caleb Muftwang? What's your reaction to that statement?
Thank you very much. The ABC, led by Mr. Bola Tinubu, used insecurity. Maybe that's why he's saying what he's saying. They used insecurity, and from their own confessions. They confessed that they imported these bandits, militants from Niger, Mali, to come to Nigeria to cause trouble, to create crisis. They did stuff like the Chibok abductions, which was like a ruse, killed so many to get it. So he's afraid that is what others are doing. But no, Nigerians want good governance. If Mr. Bola Tinubu had ruled well, if he had governed Nigeria well, if he had been altruistic in governance, there will be no issue there will be no fear. But this is a government that has sustained insecurity, that has perpetuated, that continues to pay and criminal bandits more than the victims. It doesn't give a damn about it. It is for that they have what they call the disengagement, de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and programs. There is no such program for the victims. So this is a regime that has created and fostered insecurity and killings. I'm waiting to come and talk about anybody using insecurity. No, Nigerians are not the ones using insecurity. It is his government that is rather using insecurity to create crisis. And I can say that emphatically. They use insecurity to distort Imo State, for instance. It's only when Asari Dokubo began to confess that we realized that it was actually the government, was this so-called unknown government that were creating havoc in Imo State. So this is a man who knows what he's talking about. He has used insecurity before. Now he's trying to shift the blame. Who else? Who can use insecurity? He has all the powers. He has the police. He has the military. He has the Nubu Ribadu and Co. It is his own government people who are saying that these criminals are their brothers. The Nubu Ribadu, the National Security Advisor, has said this severally. The chief of the defense staff, General Liode, keeps on saying that these are their brothers. So, Mr. President, how can you say somebody is using your own brother too? No, he's the one who has, for his bad governance skills, is extending the insecurity. So, Tinubu has no right to make such comments, and I think it's actually silly. Nigerians want a secure environment, and that is why Nigerians are clamoring that come May 27th next year, somebody else who may have a better idea of governance will come in, and not characters whose only idea of governance is to create crisis and have around the world doing nothing. So I don't think that statement by Bola.
All right, then. Well, I would have asked for concluding thoughts, but our second conversation ties into, the first as well. So, ahead of the 2027 general elections, the Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, has thrown full weight of the federal government behind a lawsuit seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister the African Democratic Congress, ADC, along with 4 other parties: Action Alliance, AA, Action People's Party, APP, Accord Party, and Zenith Labour Party, for allegedly failing to meet constitutional requirements for continued registration under Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution. The suit filed by the National Forum of Former Legislators argues that these parties have not satisfied the necessary benchmark for functionality, such as holding regular congresses, maintaining nationwide structures, and meeting electoral guidelines. And the AGF insists that INEC has a duty to enforce deregistration to sanitize the political space before serious preparations for 2027 intensifies. Well, opposition voices are firing back strongly, with the ADC founding national chairman, Ralph Mosu, issuing a defiant warning that the 2027 election simply cannot hold or be conducted by President Bola Tinubu and INEC if the ADC is removed from the ballot, claiming the party commands massive grassroots support across the country and represents a credible platform capable of challenging the ruling APC. Now, this brewing legal and political battle comes amid ongoing internal leadership crisis within the party's ADC, including factional disputes involving former Senate President David Mark and Ralph Arabeshala. Court rulings restrained certain congresses, accusations, Don Norman's faction, Dumebi Kachuku's faction, and the rest of them, bedeviling that party, the ADC, and the PDP having their own crisis as well. Labour Party having their own issues as well. Let me get thoughts from Dele Fanimo now concerning the role that the AGF, which of course Mr. Ezeluche alluded to in his submission earlier. But what are your thoughts on this deregistration? I think we had this conversation off camera, sometime yesterday. A deregistration of the parties.
You see, it's a dicey thing. And why I said it's dicey is the courts and the AGF will be torn between upholding the dictates of the law or finding political solution to it. Either of these options has its own implication. If, because of the heated polity, the legal process is circumvented to give opportunity for ADC to contest the next election, that would be a precedent that would affect further contestation in future. And if the law is followed to the letter, ADC will be deregistered along with other parties. And then we can't sit here and begin to have conjectures on what is likely to be the outcome of this position. But one thing is clear, except that particular clause is removed, it stays. And if it stays, then it is left for the AGF's office and the court to determine if ADC will stay or not going forward in the next election.
All right, then. Thank you very much for that summation there. Let's go to Mr. Osadebame. Well, let's have your thoughts on this one.
Well, in the opinion which I expressed, I maintained that members of the ADC, the opposition, it is too early for them to rejoice over the Supreme Court judgments in the light of the fact that the ruling party is making attempts to frustrate the effort of the opposition to oust it from power, from office. So this latest action by the Attorney General of the Federation, the court, to direct the ADC and some school parties and to fit the opposition. So that's why I would advise members of the opposition, they should be nice and look for ways to migrate into another political party like the People's Redemption Party or the NDC led by Senator Serake Dixon in order for them to actualize their political ambition to oust the ruling party. So all this, what the AGF is doing is part of the antics, it can be like, part of the, like the situation whereby when you say, somebody's droning and the person is just clutching at every straw to remain afloat. Instead of the ruling party to be engaging in this attempt to undermine our democratic process, especially in the light of the fact that the president himself was a part of the normal, he goes about touting himself as a pro-democracy activist. The ruling party to do is to make life livable for the Nigerian people, because if you look at the indices and you look at the factors on ground, you will discover that the APC, the ruling party, does not deserve re-election at all levels, all across the country, at all levels. We have a government that has become an embodiment of corruption.
We are hearing
a government that is muzzling every form of opposition, a government that has made life hard for the Nigerian people. You can see the way they have.
That's what you are saying, that they don't deserve. But the governors are saying they are receiving more monies. More monies are going to the governors, and with those monies, they are executing projects and the rest of them. So the governors, the 32 or 33 of them, are saying, look, we will, on Bola Tinubu's mandate, we stand. So they are standing on his mandate. You are saying that there's no reason to return him to power.
Okay, fine. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. You see, that opinion expressed by the governor, that is the governor's opinion. Because don't forget that these governors who are porting from one party to the other, to the APC, they are doing that because of in order to preserve themselves politically. Because if you look at how low our democratic experience has sank to, you will discover that this issue of a factor, there's this belief that the party in power can determine the outcome of an election. Now let's come to Edo State where I live. At least I'm an Esa man. I come ethnic stock with the government, but I can tell you that Edo State have never had it so bad than under this present governor. If you come to Edo State, Governor Okpewolo, rather than for the issues of governance, rather than focus on the basic reason as to why he was elected, so to say, this governor is going about with chanting members of the opposition. He's going about, there's virtually nothing he does without him dropping the name of Obaseki. Because if you come to Edo State, he's talking about why should at this present century, the basic responsibilities that governors have been elected, public officers have been elected to carry out with taxpayers' funds, then our politicians are going about trying to make political value out of it. If you come to Edo State, the governor is performing below expectation. He's so much fixated on Tinubu's re-election. So if much money is being given to the governors, the question is, have they justified the humongous amount of money that is being given to them?
Okay, well, that's a different
what they claim to be achievements that is on ground. Is it
information? I think the point here is that the president says we are giving the governors more money because we removed fuel subsidy. And the governors say we are getting more money because fuel subsidy was removed. That's the sport. That's the bloodline between what the president is saying and what the governors are saying. And now what you see as a citizen of Edo State. I want us to return to the issue of... land on your thought.
As a citizen of Edo State, as a citizen of Edo State, we've seen all what is happening in Edo State. At least I go out there, I'm an ordinary citizen. I want to say here that the huge amount of allocation that is given to Edo State, to the Edo State government, led by Governor Monday Okpewolo, does not translate to any positive impact on the lives of the people of Edo State.
So at that point, it becomes the governor's problem, not the president's problem, because the president, as a matter of fact,
it becomes, but they are all members of the same political party.
Okay.
They are all members of the same political party. You can see what the governor is doing. The governor is in called window dressing. The other day, he came with Idris Abdulkarim to Edo State. He came with Shehu Okimbaloye to Edo State.
I want us to leave Edo State. I want us to leave Edo State and return, to the issue of the registration of the ADC. Now, this is a constitutional matter. It's a constitutional matter. If a political party is not able to meet certain threshold, condition precedent to remaining a political party. As a matter of fact, the constitution says, well, they have no business remaining political parties. That said, now Nigerians are asking, how come suddenly, the last elections were conducted in 2023, and between 2023 and 2026, nobody, the NFL, the Association of Former Legislators, that as a matter of fact filed a suit, didn't deem it necessary to go to court to say the registered ADC, AAC, Accord Party, and all of that. And suddenly, Atiku Abubakar, P2B, Amechi so dumped their political ambition in that party. You remember that, well, they are not qualified to remain a political party. That is the issue here. Why did they suddenly... Do you think it's part of a larger plot to ensure that certain people, certain Nigerians are not on the ballot in 2027? How do you react to this?
Well, it is part of the larger plots to shrink the democratic space, to ensure that these parties, especially the ADC, which has become a threat to the ruling party, to ensure that this party is not on the ballot. It is part of a larger plot. I said it earlier on this program today, that it is part of the plan. The ADC has a whole lot of obstacles that have been thrown along its way. And you can see the coincidence of this case coming up at the same time that the ADC, that the David Mark faction had gone to court to ensure that his own faction is recognized as authentic leadership of the party. And with this coming up again, so are we sure that even while this case is still going on, another issue will not be brought up? The painful aspect of this whole issue is to see that the very same persons who fought against issues like this, especially in government at the center, are the same persons who are carrying out these anti-democratic practices. And that is why you see that today Nigeria has become a mockery in the Committee of Nations. In fact, Nigeria democratic experience can be likened to what you call an Animal Farm situation. If you have read Animal Farm, written by George Orwell, where the pigs blame the human beings as being the cause of their problem. The moment Mr. Jones and his fellow human beings were ousted and the pigs took over the farm, you saw at the end, the animals could not differentiate between the pigs and differentiate the pigs from the human beings, because the practices of the pigs was not similar to the very practices which the human beings were condemned for. That is what is happening in Nigeria today. Our democratic experience can be likened to an farm situation where Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the so-called apostle, the so-called June 12 apostle, who is coming out to condemn Mr. Peter Obi for working with Abacha, the very same practices which he condemned previous government for while he was in the opposition, those are the same practices today, which is exhibiting, which is carrying out members of the opposition. So it's an animal farm situation. So what happens? Are we going to continue like this? Are we going to continue like this? We have already seen it. The people have already lost confidence in the electoral system. The democratic space is being shrinked. Members of the oppositions are being tagged with one allegation or the other. Even court coup that was alleged to have been carried out against this government. Are we sure that it is not a stage-managed coup, like what was obtainable during the Abacha, era? So we cannot continue like it, because if the people to the wall, nature dictates that rather than break the wall and keep warning, it's for them to turn back and fight back. So I foresee if we continue like this, a time will come when the people of this country would have to rise up against the ruling elites, would have to rise up against this government, because this government cannot undermine the security and well-being of the people. You can see what is happening all over the country, the killings, and yet our president and members of the ruling elites, just like Emperor Nero, they are busy, they are so much concerned, so much on how to get re-elected. Even when the first mandate that was given to them, they have not even exhausted that mandate. So that's why I asked that question. What is on ground? Does it justify the APC at all levels? Does it justify the APC as a party to be re-elected? Does it justify? You come to Edo State where I live, the governor is so much concerned about how he wants to get 2.5 million votes for Tinubu. And you can see what is happening in Edo State. His allies are threatening members of the opposition.
All right, then.
So who is fooling who? So it's an animal farm situation.
An animal farm situation, you say? Oh, well, let's bring Chief Asim Adams, who is also a lawyer, into this conversation. I do hope that the audio feed and video feed has been fixed so we can get your thoughts on the entire thing that we're discussing. Now, before you respond, let's have your take first, and then there's a tweet I would like us to look at. This one was put out there by one Shehu Ghazali Sadiq. We'll get to the tweet right after your contribution. Let's take your contribution, please.
Are you talking to me? Is it me?
Yes. If Asim Adams.
Can you take your question again? Yeah, please. What question? Can you repeat?
Well, basically, come again, please. For your take on what's been happening in the space, the political space from yesterday, the judgments, the ruling, the ADC, PDP, everything going on. Your take, really.
My take. Thank you very much. My take, first of all, is
that before you respond, let's wish you a happy birthday. Today is your birthday, and I was expecting to see, the smile on your face when you came on this morning. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Moses, and the rest of you there. I appreciate you. And it's beginning of the month too. First of the month. So it's a wonderful day. Absolutely, yes.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Now, first of all, I have to give kudos to the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Kudos to them in the sense that before now, there's been a lot of talk about denigration of the judiciary and that the judiciary is a problem of democracy in Nigeria. But with this judgment, the judiciary have shown that they are impartial, that they know exactly what they are doing, and that they want to enhance democracy and also want to rekindle hopes, in many Nigerians who have looked lugubrious and who have lost hope in the judiciary. But something came to my mind. Every analyst, both on radio, both on television, even though nobody has given any kudos to the judiciary. I was wondering if this judgment had gone by now, A lot of the actors will be saying that democracy is a threat. Democracy is this. Judiciary is part of the problems we have in Nigeria. You blame, but it's difficult to reward.
Sorry to butt in.
Yes.
Sorry to butt in and interrupt your train of thoughts there. Don't you think the reason some Nigerians are not giving kudos to the judiciary is because the judgment doesn't exactly solve the problem of the ADC. It basically postpones the issues. It basically kicked the can down the road because they will have to go to the High Court.
You are somewhat correct, but assuming the judgment was the other way, you know the tension that would have been in Nigeria today among the political ecosystem in Nigeria? You know that there would be tension. Even you and us here sitting down there, the tension would have been so much, but it was diffused by the court and the ruling. That is what I'm saying. I'm not there. They need to do more. Yes, judiciary need to do more. But the tension, the political tension was diffused. And at least there was celebration in the camp of the ADC yesterday, even though it is not Uhuru. But at least there was something to cheer about the judiciary and the judgment. That is what I'm trying to say. You understand? Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Yes. Good.
Go ahead.
Now, okay, good. Now, if I'm to profile what happened yesterday, it's a mixed bag of clarity and uncertainty. A mixed bag of clarity and uncertainty. The judgment of the Supreme Court in some areas were very clear, but the other parts were unclear or they were uncertain for those who got that judgment in their favor. Now, number one, the ADC as a political party exactly why they did what they did. Now, why am I asking you this? The essence of a legal practitioner is to advise your client properly and professionally. In my opinion, I thought that the legal team of ADC did not do well in advising ADC. Now, let me say this. Has asked them to go back to that particular matter. The matter they spent about 3 weeks or 1 month or thereabouts looking at the timetable of your client, that electoral whatever is coming up. You dilly-dallied. You didn't file your counter affidavit at the lower court, even when the Court of Appeal asked you to do that to save time for your client. You now went to the highest court in the land. And the highest court now, you let your client there, the highest court is now asking you to go back. Even though they recognized, maybe they set aside the antebellum, status antebellum, which in the first instance we knew was not correct. Many of us said that was not the interpretation. But look at what has happened now. Do you know the time that has been wasted by the ADC? I don't know if they can meet up politically now. What am I trying to say? You have limited time for you to file your e-register. You have limited time for you to do some protocols for you to participate in the elections. With what is going on, can they meet up?
All right.
About 30 days or whatever?
Barrister Adams, that's the question a lot of Nigerians are asking. As you discuss this, I would like for you to also consider the fact that, well, the Attorney General of the Federation has asked the courts to compel INEC to deregister ADC, because it necessarily, doesn't meet the requirements to continue to operate as a political party based on the elections of 2023. So in all of this, well, Nigerians are saying it is not yet Uhuru. As a matter of fact, Atiku Abubakar last night said, well, it is not yet time for us to rejoice because the matter was simply referred to the High Court where the substantive issue has even not been treated. So in all of this, how do you react to the position of the Attorney General asking the court to compel INEC to register ADC?
That matter, in my opinion, yes, under section 225 sub A, 225A, I mean, under section 225A of the 1999 Constitution as amended, yes, the power to deregister political parties rests on INEC, not even the AG. The power to deregister the political parties rests on INEC. And there are conditions precedent that must be met. And those conditions precedents are about 7 or 8 of them. Find out that it will be very difficult, or maybe it's going to take some time for you to establish, whatever you are demanding them to do. Yes, I know the AG can go to court. That is the right of the AG to do that. But I believe that in the interest of democracy and multipartism, because one thing the Constitution promises Nigeria is that Nigeria will be a multi-party state in terms of politics. So you cannot regiment it. You cannot shrink it. You cannot make Nigeria to drift towards a one-party state. That is the reason why the court, even before this matter should strike out the matter or throw it out immediately. And this matter will not serve its purpose because it ad hominem. It's a matter that is brought with what Nigeria has called babele. And when you have a situation of this nature, then you bring a matter to court based on malice. What we advise the court to do is to look at it and strike out that particular matter. So you cannot regiment multi-party system because that is a cardinal point in our constitution. So for you to now come to want to use this ridiculously, to now shrink the party space, because you're able to read more into that particular suit filed by the AG. That is a mendacious suit. It's a suit that is filed against good conscience, equity, and also against the Constitution. So we know exactly what to do. They just want to rabble rouse and go around this, but at the end of the day, it's just to delay. You see, it was Chinua Achebe that said that there's a particular bird that said, since the hunters have learned to shoot without missing, then the bird has learned to fly without perching. One should make alternative arrangements. Alternative arrangements should be on ground for them now. Either to make sure that they defect to a different political party that has all the parameters are paraphernalia of a party without problem, or they tackle these things in the courts as quick as possible, asking the court to give a expedited hearing of the matter before them because all these things are against them.
All right.
So that is my take. Right. The AG should be, the Association of Pensions should be advised that this particular thing is doing has made him, I have lost faith in him. It has made to lose faith in APC as a ruling party, as they want to militarize the ecosystem, political ecosystem in Nigeria here. It's something that is so bad. Democracy of the world will be laughing at us. Why don't you allow party? In America, you have about 50-something political parties. In UK, about 50-something. Some people even contest in national elections. Some people go just for local government election. So why must you now cocoon all the political parties to say that they must participate widely and actively? Who gives the AG the premature of our constitution, to begin to do this?
All right then.
It is the duty of the INEC to deregister. So these are my first take on all these things.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Asim Adams there. Now let's go. Let's have that tweet come up first. Let's take that tweet put out there by a Nigerian where he said that, look, if the ADC is not on the ballots, yes, so Shehu Ghazali Sadiq, I think he's a civil society leader, says if the ADC is not on the ballots, there will be no election in northern Nigeria. If you come out to vote, whatever you see, accept it. This is both a threat and a warning. Put out there on the 29th of April, 2026, and at about 6 p.m. And then you can see the views that have garnered. Now, Elefanimo, the role of the AGF in all of this, threats like this coming out, and the political space in Nigeria. What should we be wary of?
It's a recurring pattern. A presidential candidate in 2014 said, if election does not turn its way, that baboons and monkeys will be soaked in blood. We've had this pattern. Heightened insecurity was the same pattern they used against Jonathan. But are we not mindful of the fact that it is only when these people are out of power that they issue this kind of threats? And must we, as Nigerians, with equal stake, do their bidding at all times? What is that thing that they are using to hold us to ransom? And unfortunately, some Nigerians who should call their bluff because of personal interest or whatever interest would always support these people. He has no right to use that kind of threat. This is a democratic setting. So what he's technically saying is that anybody that comes out to vote because ADC is not on the ballot can be killed or will be killed.
Is it any different from what an ally to the president said in Lagos? I'm talking about Musiliu. Is that his name now? Adesanya. That's
MC
Oluomo, where he said, Mama Chukuma, yeah, Chukuma, don't vote in this area. If you vote, whatever, statements made at that time. Is this any different from?
It's the same thing. What I'm saying is, why should you pander to the threat of these people? Don't we have equal stake in this country? Who is more Nigerian than any other person here? That because everything must come to you, and if it doesn't come, you are ready to take up arms. For me, such threats, I don't enjoy it, and I don't see any reason why anybody should support it. If it is a democratic setting, you should play by the rules. I'm not in any way in support of this kind of statement, and that's my opinion about it.
All right, then. Well, Mr. Ezeluche, please. Whatever you see when you come out to vote, if the ADC is not on the ballot, threats like this at this time, should such an individual be arrested? We can't get your audio.
You said?
Go ahead.
I mean, the reality is this. You see, when people quote the law, like Barrister Sim is always fond of, we mistake that we are in there is rule of law. There is absolutely no rule of law in this country. Let me give you a critical example. Section 161 of the Nigerian Constitution says that there must be a state local government joint account. But in its wisdom, cancel that without even a constitutional amendment. So this resorts to the Constitution. These type of political parties must not be allowed to stay. You cannot be choosing and picking when to apply the Constitution, particularly when it's unjust and undemocratic. I am saying you have to play by the rules. What rules are we talking of? The rules of the jungle? I mean, there are clear-cut rules. For instance, I gave the example, and it's clear in the Constitution that must be state and local government joint account. And the Supreme Court, in its wisdom as a court of policy, rubbish that section of the Constitution. It's still in the Constitution. Go and check it. Section 162 of the Nigerian Constitution. So, likewise, in this instance, that there is clear evidence that other political parties must be allowed to stay. The Attorney General will be foolhardy to now begin to remember the law, that there is law, there is Constitution, and they use it as a ruse to create a one-party system. Nigeria have a constitutional moral right, constitutional right.
Mr.
To protect multi-party democracy.
Mr. Ezeluche.
Yes.
Mr. Eze.
Yes.
Atahiru Jega,
yes.
Professor, former chairman of INEC, the they
Yes.
start 28 political parties. Are you aware of that?
I am very much aware of that, yes.
Okay. So what's the difference then?
No, if you want to register political party, even the APC should be deregistered.
On what basis? On what basis? On what basis?
No, I mean, if I was interested in that, I would go through the constitution and see where it should be deregistered. Even championing stoking violence, the APC should be deregistered. If you go through the Nigerian constitution, I mean, just give 1 or 2 hours. I will lift out reasons constitutionally why the A of Bola Tinubu must be deregistered. So you don't go on madness on issues that you feel will not.
Mr. Zeluche, at this point, how do we come to a definite interpretation and definition of what the rule of law is? Is it the will of the stronger party? Is it the interpretation of the Attorney General of the Federation? Is it the interpretation of the executive? What in actuality is the real interpretation of the rule of law? Because we seem to be having conflicts, opinions clashing, intersecting and overlapping at the same time.
In Nigeria now, the rule of law suits the antics of the ruling party and particularly Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If we are following the constitution, Mr. Bola Tinubu should fight to be a contestant for the elections, and that was canvassed in the tribunals, yet he became president. So the rule of law is what suits the ruling political party, and not what is written in the Nigerian constitution. So Nigerians must rise up and say, look, the rule of law made to me what suits the people here. And what suits the people of Nigeria is an opportunity to have someone else to vote for. And when you close it, I mean, it now becomes time for Nigerians to snatch democracy and run away with it. And I'm quoting Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We cannot say I'm wrong. We cannot say it's right, because he was the one that said Nigerians should snatch and run away with it. He should snatch and run away with it. And he did. So if these people bring this nonsense about rule of law, Nigerians should snatch the constitution. That is how we should treat this character.
All right. One more question, Mr. Eluche. We are at a point, I see us at the crossroads where it's difficult for us to actually put a finger on what the actual interpretation of rule of law is, because according to your position now, it is what the government in power decides that is the rule of law at the moment. Now, that said, I spoke to 3 lawyers, on a matter, one particular matter. You're a lawyer too. And you know what? They came up with 4 different opinions. 3 lawyers, 4 different opinions. So at that point, which opinion subsists? So it's like, okay, we get in another party into government and they start interpreting the constitution the way they understand it. Now, the direct question is that, do you think that there is a particular interpretation that a judgment will be given and it will be suitable and accommodate all the interests across board for us to get and say, this is the actual interpretation of the rule of law? Do you think there's a possibility it could happen?
We have to go to the root of this constitution. Remember that the constitution we are calling the Nigerian constitution now is a fraud. It is a schedule of a military decree number 25, 1999, signed by Abdulsalam Abubakar. It is not really. I mean, that is the basic. We agree on that. You now know that at all times it is the interest of the Nigerian state, of the Nigerian people, that should be prioritized, and not the words of this constitution. That is why I gave that example of section 162 that says that there must be a state and local government joint account. But the Supreme Court, in its pronouncement, rubbished that constitutional provision. So likewise, in this instance, if you say that the APC, the ADC, and some other parties have not fulfilled blah, blah, blah because of the constitution, it is a lie. Because that same Supreme Court, the Apex Court, rubbished it. So, I mean, I call on Nigerians, look, this is the time that one of the guests used to have from Benin, so that Nigerians should begin to practice madness every week, every day. Begin to align with him, because the reality is we can't allow these guys to use law or the knowledge of law or the constitution, which itself is a fraudulent document, to defraud Nigerians. It should not be allowed, for goodness sake. Like I said, perhaps whatever happens, when next I'm on your studio, I will bring out constitutional provisions that will suffice to deregister the APC. So let us all deregister all the parties and then know where we are standing in this country.
Well, that of course is not possible. That is not possible. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ezeluche. Let's go back to Okilua Osadebame. Let's get your thoughts on that tweet that was put out there and the president's statement, firing back at enemies, saying using insecurity to remove him, will not work, President's statements. Let's have your thoughts as we conclude, because we're coasting home now.
Okay, I think it was Kamas who said the ideas of the ruling elites is the guiding principles of the society. The president himself was the one that created the political culture of intolerance that is pervading our today. You look at the thread of events that happened before again, what happened in Lagos, where members of the Igbo ethnic stock were being persecuted, all because of one man who was to become president at all costs. We also saw where the allies of the president, even the recent case that happened in Edo State, where an ally of the Edo State governor, Mr. Egogo, in the presence of the commissioner of police Edo State, was issuing threats against the person of Mr. Peter Obi, throwing insults at him, and even telling the commissioner that if Peter Obi comes to Edo State or members of the are arrested, they created the political culture. Whatever that northern commentator wrote on Twitter, I align myself with him, because it was John F. Kennedy who said that those who make peaceful change, will make violent changes, inevitable. So the president was the one who created this political culture, and he has not deemed it fit to call to order members of his political party who are issuing statements against members of the opposition. He has not done that. He has not even looked at the examples of those leaders, those political leaders. Let me cite the example of Laurent Gbagbo of Ivory Coast, of Cote d'Ivoire. He has not even looked to learn from the historical experiences of what happened in Cote d'Ivoire, but all because he wants to get power at all costs. He wants to sit in power. Yes, he has gotten power, but the question is, what has he done with the power? What has he done with the power? So you now see that what we have in Nigeria today is an animal situation whereby they tell you, oh, rule of law, rule of law. Don't forget, in Animal Farm, they said the principles of animalism fall less bad. All are equal, but some are more equal than the others. In Nigeria today, the situation have different laws for different people. We have a situation whereby double standard has become the order of the day. When members of the ruling party, when they engage in any anti-democratic acts, or they engage in promoting violent acts against members of the opposition, the security agents will do nothing. But when members of the opposition come out to do same thing, you see the security agents, taking action. So that's a double standard. It's a double standard. It's a double standard scenario. Bullies. One common thing. One way to deal with bullies, especially those ones, is to balance the equation with them. So if the states led by the APC is promoting violence, members of the opposition should also use the same measure. That's why I made reference to the ANC, to the ANC example. I listened to Mr. Dele Fanonimo. It was being economical with the truth. It was being economical with the truth, and I don't know whether maybe it is because of his tribal affiliation with the president, because he should have also told us, he should have also remembered
he doesn't have an affiliation.
Remember what happened to people in Lagos State, where members of the opposition, members of Labour Party, those who voted for Labour Party, were being under the bat in Lagos State.
All right then. Thank you very much. Let's give others an opportunity, but I can tell you that he doesn't have any affiliation to the president. Thank you very much, Barrister Okilua Osadebame. Now let's go to, very quickly, I think we still have a few minutes for Barrister Asim Adams now to have his concluding thoughts. Let's have your concluding thoughts in about a minute, please.
See, before I have my concluding thought is that people should not harangue, coerce, insult, insinuate, about people because of their opinion.
We seem to have a glitch in the network there. Oh, very unfortunate.
This is right. A man's opinion is right. You know, if you have your opinion, you talk about your opinion, but don't guide others. Don't begin to, coerce others to, toe your line of argument. That is what civility and civil, airspace like this is known for. Now, you don't have to do that, so people will be scared to now begin to, say their opinion. Once you begin to insinuate some things, some of us will begin to get scared and may not be able to express our opinions the way we ought to do that. We all must not have show some modicum of decorum in trying to address ourselves on this
We're
forum.
absolutely out of time. Thank you very much, Chief.
That is my take on this issue.
All right.
So I just wanted us to remind us that we have different opinion molders in the society. We must not coerce or maybe harangue us to toe your line all the time, please.
Of course, and that's why we are here. That's why we are the voice of the people. We give everybody a voice. Everyone has a voice, and every voice has the opportunity to be aired right here on VOP television. Telephone please, in 30 seconds.
Well, all I have to say is that people should have some modicum of respect and courtesy when they make remarks. And I'm not duty bound or any other person to share your opinion on any issue as far as Nigeria is concerned. I'm a Nigerian, I'm a bona fide Nigerian.
All right then, thank you very much. This will be a good place to anchor the conversation. Well, that's it on the show today, VOP This Morning. Newspaper review comes up next, where we'll look at the stories from the dailies. I am Moses Humphrey. Happy Workers' Day.
I am Chukwu Makoro. See you again on top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Then I'll wish you what I wish you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. Africa News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit
our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arikel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, this is Newspaper Review on VOP TV. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, of course, Dele Fanimo stays back with us. Thank you very much for staying back.
My pleasure.
Now let's dive into it. The headlines from the dailies, of course. Tinubu mandates, this is from the Vanguard newspaper, Tinubu mandates Rajabia Mila Masari to supervise APC NAS primaries. And also, one of the window headlines here, Lagos 2027, 120 APC leaders sign Hamzat's governorship nomination form. 120 APC leaders sign Hamzat's governorship nomination form. Interesting times. LCCI tasks FG on weak budget execution, delay in funds release. And just like you have the big story, of course, the big story in most of the dailies, this is giving Chukwuma an opportunity to respond, actually, because Dele Fanimo and the other virtual guests we had today have spoken, wholesomely on this issue. The big story in all the dailies this morning is the Supreme Court judgment. The Vanguard says Supreme Court OK's ADCs mark access PDPs to Raki. Vacate order against Mark-led ADC. Return case to High Court. INEC recognizes Mark-led ADC leadership. Voids PDP's Ibadan convention that produced Turaki. Will study judgment on ADC and act. INEC. Ruling leaves PDP without clear leadership. Turaki Group. No more factions in PDP. Wike. ADC will appeal ruling blocking INEC's recognition of Congress's mark. Why INEC should deregister ADC, APP, 3 other parties, AGF tells court. The Guardian says clarity, uncertainty as Supreme Court reshapes opposition ahead of 2027. And quickly to the riders from the Guardian newspaper. Court voids PDP convention, Ibadan convention over subsisting order breach. Dissenting justices classify dispute as internal party matter. PDP BOT assumes interim control, moves to fill leadership vacuum. Wike declares end of factions, insists on single PDP structure. ADC leadership tussle heads back to Federal High Court. Atiku urges vigilance, says opposition efforts continues. AGF backs suit on the registration of ADC for others. And also, this day newspaper responds to that same ruling, says David Mark-led ADC gets a lifeline at Supreme Court. PDP falls. And then the riders there, majority voids PDP Ibadan convention over disobedience of court. Minority insists it's internal affairs outside court's intervention. INEC restores MAC, others on website. ADC welcomes judgment. Reiterates call for Amokuton's resignation. PDP, judgment on leadership crisis a dangerous bend. Wabara says he has assumed party leadership. Wike, verdict has ended Turaki faction. Atiku is a political liability. Well, there you have it.
Quite interesting, quite interesting. The developments are very funny. They are also key, to what we are experiencing ahead of 2027 general elections. When this news broke yesterday, I was preparing for my evening show, The Political Lens, and so I was surfing the net. And so when it broke, I said, oh, okay, so this is what it is. But even at that time, I discovered that, you see, the media is very powerful. The media is a very powerful institution. Because one, it frames agenda for discussion, And so whether we like it or not, media organizations have their biases. And so if you look at the headlines that you read out this morning, some of them told a particular line, others different lines. But I don't expect all of them, by the way, to adopt the same position. So, but what happened yesterday was that immediately the pronouncement was made by the Supreme Court. The biases were very clear. And they said, well, Supreme Court has restored MAC and voided the status quo ante bellum. But very few papers at that time reported that the underlying issue has clearly not been addressed. Even this morning, because some of these papers went to bed as late as 1 o'clock and all of that. And so that interpretation, they didn't carry it. So it was late last night that Atiku made a statement and said, well, it's not yet time to rejoice because the substantive issue at the High Court has not been addressed. I speak to what the media is because if you look at the headlines of major newspapers, all of them told how it suits them, their perception, what they want to be, what the outcome they are expecting. At the end of the day, they might have misled the public and all of that. Because generally speaking, and I do agree with Atiku Abubakar, it is not yet Uhuru for the ADC. Because who knows what the judgment of the High Court will be. And if they go to High Court and High Court says, well, David Mark and co, you acted in error, by taking over the leadership of the ADC, they will now have to go to appeal again. Appeal court and then back to the Supreme Court. And within the window that is open for them, how are they able to achieve all of that? So this is more like, I'm looking for the appropriate word. As a matter of fact, a superlative to describe what has happened. is not yet victory for the ADC.
It's a Pyrrhic victory.
Is it Pyrrhic? Pyrrhic is the way that, both aggressors are clearly, you don't have a clear winner.
And that's what is going
but
on.
now,
with until the conclusion of the case.
And so who knows how it will go? I mean, anyway, Pyrrhic, if you must concede without admitting, that is what it is. But I see in all of this, the ADC, as a matter of fact, they are all politicians, trusted, tested over time. I wouldn't sit back and think that they don't have options. Plan B, as a matter of fact, plan C and D, they will have. And when we commentators say, they are lawyers, they know. They have lawyers, they have senior advocates of Nigeria. And so it brings me back to the question of who should actually interpret what the law is. Like the Supreme Court judgment of yesterday, it's still subject to different interpretations. If you speak to like 3 or 4 lawyers, we have 5 different opinions. And so at what point do you say this is actually what the Supreme Court said? But one good thing that the Supreme Court did yesterday was to say, well, the appeal court, you acted in error by asking both parties to return to status quo antebellum. As a matter of fact, what the Supreme Court clearly says that as at the time of hostilities, David Mark and Arabeshola were the authentic leaders of the ADC, national chairman and national secretary, respectively. That position is very clear now. So until the High Court delivers its judgment, like I keep going back to the timelines, and the deadlines, the windows for today is the 1st of May. They have up until May 10, to submit the voters register, the digital to INEC. So let's simulate a scenario now where by the time they submit it on the 10th, and a certain person has left, and the High Court has not delivered judgment, and the High Court delivers judgment in favor of the party, will the person be able to come back? Because for now, you cannot belong to 2 political parties at the same time. So if you have removed their name from ADC and put it in BYC, and they say, well, David Mark and co are the authentic leaders, what happens to you? So it's a mixed bag for me as far as I'm concerned. So the people that are trying to stop the ADC from getting into, from being on the ballot, I think they still have a stronger hold on the contest. That's my opinion. That's what I think. If at all there's anybody or group of people that want to stop the ADC from being on the ballot, they still have in that balance, the balance still tilts in their favor. Because, you have 10 days, 9 days to complete all of this. Are they able to do all of that? That's the big question.
That's the big question. You want to add something?
Well,
for me, it's just a note to add to whatever Chukuma said. He has proven over time to be a political analyst. I don't know why he's not jumping into the fray. But the truth about it is, I would rather say ADC should better watch it before it is too late. They need to activate their thinking cap. And if it is possible for them, maybe they should begin to activate the B or C plans, because time is of essence here. I think Congresses should end at the end of this month.
End of May, yes.
And what if Congresses are held on this pedestal? David Mark's NWC, and then there's a contrary judgment. What happens?
So you're joining those to say that the best option would be a plan B at this time?
I'm telling you, because we can't hazard a guess as to the outcome of the judgment in the High Court. And by the time you go through the process of appeal and even Supreme, election would have been held and concluded.
Oh, well. Let's touch on some of the headlines as we keep our eyes on that story. Let's touch on some of the headlines here. From The Guardian has.
I think
this headline,
we are
yes.
forgetting the May Day, the significance of.
Oh
May
yes,
Day.
it is. It is one of the headlines I want us to touch on really. May Day, Workers' Day, and the rest of it. I'm looking for where it's published in the dailies because it's newspaper headlines. But of course, workers around the nation are marking today, around the world actually, are marking today Workers' Day. So but like we said in the morning when we had our banters, it's basically a repeat of what's been discussed over and over again: better living conditions, conditions of service, demand for a living wage as against salaries and the rest of them, and how the inflation should also add to or dictate what people earn and the rest of it. But Nigerian workers, of course, will take to the streets later today. The march past and the rest of it. Some, speaking to government.
It's a low-key exercise.
Low-key celebration, yes. Some will be having not too far away from the international airport this morning. They will gather, and celebrate, of course.
In times past, a day like this, workers assemble in various stadia to celebrate. Speeches will be made, governors would attend, but I doubt if
I think from the Buhari administration, that was
I doubt if any governor will be comfortable enough to be in the midst of workers on a day like this.
Because they haven't done so well. The issue of 75,000 minimum wage.
Most governors have not paid.
Yes, a lot of them have not even paid.
In spite of the fact that they now earn more than what they used to earn. So what excuse are they going to give on reason for not paying? I know that your state government raised its own to 80,000 and it has been paying consistently, even adjusted pension for retirees in Oyo State. And they pay. As a matter of fact, Oyo State government pays pensioners before workers.
Okay. Yes, so let me take this from The Guardian. Yeah, The Guardian reports this. It says, worsening cost of living crisis overshadows May Day despite wage increase. And Labour demands wage review. Here we go again. Palliatives, security action. The palliatives they issued the last time, how well did it go? 35,000 naira wage award.
The federal government, I think, had paid up. It was a 3-month window. I think
the payment of that wage award was scattered.
Staggered.
Yes.
Scattered or staggered?
Scattered. Or both of them. Scattered. It was scattered in a manner that it was difficult to even lay your hands on which one was paid and which was not paid, which month was paid and which was not paid.
Maybe they did it on purpose so that you are able to
you received it 3 tranches.
Oh my goodness.
Talking about Workers' Day.
Let me take the riders and then you can respond.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
70,000 minimum wage loses value amid inflation, naira volatility. Fuel price surge drives transport, food costs higher. Workers say living standards worse than in 2019. Food prices remain elevated despite inflation slowdown. Analysts, price declines insufficient to ease hardship. Labour signals early push ahead of 2027 wage review. CPPE urges shift from wage hikes to real income protection. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I've just observed one thing. I've observed that for a while now, Nigerians don't celebrate Workers' Day. They celebrate the public holiday. Yes.
In their homes.
In their homes.
Opportunity to stay home.
Opportunity to stay home and rest. So they don't see it more like, okay, this is our day, to do some kind of soul searching, do a review. How have I fared as a worker and all of that, even at the group level. So what they just do is, stay at home and enjoy the public holiday. Because before now, May Day used to be, the NLC will roll out,
of course,
march around and all of that.
Companies.
They'll go to stadium to celebrate workers and all of that. Meanwhile, while we are celebrating workers, there was a narrative I pushed in the morning, and I want to sustain that. So, Dele, here where we are you a worker or are you a staff?
I don't know what you mean by staff.
I'm an associate.
You're an associate.
Yes.
Why I say this because if you look at in this place where we work, some people are staff, some are workers.
See, when you say some people are staff, your hand tends to go this way.
So you see how Moses is dressed.
Moses is fidgeting. Because it's a staff.
It's a staff, and we are workers.
We are workers, yes.
You know, so that is the narrative I'm pushing. You know, so Moses, you can celebrate us.
I implore Nigerians to disregard that. Disregard the narrative.
Moses, you can celebrate us because we are the workers, we are the staff. Well, that said, on a jocular note, anyway, the thing is about over time we have noticed that workers keep losing value. You know, in Nigeria here, both at the public and private sector. It's only very, very few conglomerates, multinationals, you know, that are able to take care of their workers. At other levels, you see workers as expendable materials. Why? Because you even discover that the labor turnover in some offices is very high. You know, someone is working in this office today, and the next month you ask, they say, oh, that new staff, oh, he just left. You know, so that tells you that, one, people are not properly compensated and adequately taken care of, because if they do, they wouldn't be in a hurry to shift and move positions. And so you have few organizations, maybe in the banking sector, in the telecoms, where they are very well paid. They provide some transport facilities for their staff. Some of them, other measures like feed their staff in the workplaces and all of that. So it's about, this is a period where both the government and the employers, NECA, you know, and there's another organization that is in charge of employers' welfare, apart from NLC and TUC and all of that. I think consultative something. You know, they should sit down, do some kind of brainstorming, because the strength of a nation depends on the ability of its workforce, you know, to work and keep producing goods and services. Render goods and services, because when you talk about GDP, gross domestic product, it's a matter of a combination of goods and services rendered. And who renders these goods and services? It is the average worker, you know, in the factory, at the management level, at the top management level, and all of that. There should be this synergy. I recall that at some point in the United States of America, it was government policy that the CEO, who happens to be the highest earning staff of that organization, should not earn a certain percentage more than the least paid worker, you know, in that organization. I don't know if they still abide by, if that law is still there and all of that. But here you see a situation where some organizations are, in terms of remunerations, is top heavy. There was a certain telecoms company, you know, that was paying a security guard employed by them, not even outsourced, employed by them. They were paying him 30,000 naira to provide, to protect equipment worth over 3 billion naira. So how do you account for that? Someone stays all awake all through the night to protect an equipment worth about 3 billion naira. And at the end of the month, you pay the person 30,000 naira. Mm-hmm. So why wouldn't sabotage, you know, and vandalism and all of that come in? So workers should be adequately remunerated. A worker deserves his wage. And the sad part of it is that in some places, people work, especially in government establishments, people work, and at the end of the day, they are not paid. When was the last time you heard that the governor didn't take his security vote because the money is not enough? Even when Obasani in Kaduna State was crying, the former governor, I mean, by the time he got 28 billion naira as a monthly allocation, he said, because monies had been borrowed and deducted at source, he didn't even have up to 8 billion naira to pay salaries. At that point, he did come out to tell us, okay, I'm going to suspend taking salary and pay the least worker to turn it bottom top. We didn't hear that. We don't hear that ministers and senators and legislators are not paid their allowances and remunerations. But at every turn, you hear that, well, civil servants are being owed 3 or 4 months' salary. We just talked about it, where the wage awards and all of that. The moment they get into parliament, the first thing, in fact, in the life of this administration, they borrowed 200 billion naira. Within 1 week of the inception of this administration, what did they do? 70 billion naira to legislators. Use that and retrofit your wardrobes and your offices. Judiciary, use 30 billion naira. NJC, take this 30 billion naira, you know, to fix your offices and all of that. What happened to the average worker? Within 1 year, we started struggling, making the minimum wage from, at that point, NLC was asking for 250, and at the end of the day, they got to 70,000 naira. When the government had actively deceived the people, and they said, well, because of this, there won't be an increase in another thing. But the government reneged. So this today should serve as some form of soul searching for both the government and the workers and even the private sector. There should be some kind of, consultative assembly where people meet between the public sector, private sector, and even the workers' representatives to talk about all of this, so that at the end of the day, we need some kind of balancing so that everybody goes home happy.
Indeed.
One thing about workers' compensation in Nigeria is skewed, and it affects the average worker. And unfortunately, the leadership of the workers' union, the trade centers, are not doing what they should do to protect the worker. For instance, issue of collective bargaining. Those days when I was on the labor beat, periodically, labor leaders go through training, workshops, and seminars to let them understand where the labor union should stand when there is a meeting on collective bargaining. It is at the table of this collective bargaining that labor unions extract commitments from the employers. And what are these commitments? Look, if the government accedes to the labor new minimum wage request before June, I think in June or July next year, because there's always a 3-year window. Even if they agree and they say pay 200,000 naira to the least paid worker, how much of benefit will this money be? Because inflation will in no time creep in and suck in this increase. But there are other ways of keeping workers contented, like, for instance, up till now, how many workers enjoy HMO? How in the private sector? Now in the public sector, we have NHIS. How much funding is deployed to NHIS to protect the workers from emergencies? Now, NHIS is limited to over-the-counter drug and some other consumables. Major surgery is not captured in NHIS. And the way insurance runs is 2 million people pay 10 naira. That's 20 million naira. But there is likelihood for a whole year that only a fraction, minute fraction, out of these 2 million would access that medical care. So at the end of the day, you have 20 million naira in your kitty, and then you have only dispensed about 5 million so that you can roll over. But in Nigeria, nothing is working in that direction. Even the deduction of workers' salary for the new pension scheme, these monies are deducted, particularly in the private sector, and never remitted. So the man walks out of that company, left to his own volition. Nobody cares about him. Unions are not fighting that. And there is a penalty for not remitting this money to the PFA of that particular worker. It's a jail term. Now, why would you increase my salary and I'm not secured in your employment? How much of security do I have working with you? I'm not talking in terms of carrying guns and all that, but security of tenure. Workers are sacked at the whims and caprices of the management of that organization, even when they didn't err. Some organizations, they don't even issue query before you are sacked. They'll just lock you out.
Well, particularly,
what are the unions doing about all this?
You're talking about the unions. I particularly like what FI1 is doing. FI1 is the Federation of Informal Workers Organization of Nigeria. Now, they have called on the federal government to urgently implement comprehensive social protection programs for the about 93% workforce in the country operating in the informal sector. I particularly like what they are doing. Talking about the unions now.
You know,
but they shouldn't be doing this alone. They
shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. You see, the informal sector in Nigeria is so huge that if properly annexed and captured, honestly, we will not have any problem on taxation. Now, do you know that by my training, apart from covering labor, I was made to understand that salary is the 5th in the hierarchy of need of a worker. Give a worker health coverage for himself or herself and for other members of the family. I can tell you that worker will not look back, even when he's taking risk. And how much does it cost? Unfortunately, these people that are denying these workers this meager support, they feed their dogs with sumptuous meals that if you calculate the amount they feed their dog in the month, is equal to the salary of about 10 workers in that same organization. But they are not ready to put somebody who is going to grow your business, who is going to interpret policies, who is going to implement policies. The issue you raised the other time, banks were having serious issues when they were employing casual staff, which they now transform to outsourced staff. And outsourced staff, it's just like you and I graduating the same day. You made first class, and I made 2-2. I find myself as bona fide worker of a bank, and then you come in as casual or outsourced staff. You are earning 75,000, and I'm earning 250,000. How much of loyalty will you give to that bank? Even when you knew that I was looking up to you when we were at the university to support me educationally. So, armed robbers were coming in, and when they investigate, they find out that 1 or 2 workers were insiders providing information for these armed robbers. And when you ask, it is always these outsourced workers. You see a gate man well-dressed and is earning 55,000. Meanwhile, the manager, the branch manager, earns about 1.2 million naira, and they attended the same school. How would every morning an unhappy worker is a time bomb waiting to explode in an organization? But unfortunately, labor unions are now crippled that they are not looking at what they should be talking about. Everything, salary, 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 salary. What about transportation? There was a time when Oshomole was a labor leader, he forced Obasanjo to release buses. That's why you see mass labor transit. You know, all over Lagos, Abuja, and some other states. And anybody in that bus pays less than commercial buses on that route. Where are the buses? What is government doing to provide these buses? Imagine petrol is now 1,350 to 1,400 per liter. Imagine if we have about 1,000 buses flying Lagos roads, owned by government, CNG, charging half or less of what commuters pay on that route. That worker had his salary had already been increased indirectly. Well, the labor leaders are not doing anything about it. They just come out, we no go agree, we no go agree. Labor unions have gone past the era of we no go agree. You must be intellectually ready to engage government. Now, the whole place is politicized. Only those who know how to spend money. In fact, the rivalry in labor unions contest is more than ADC and the APC today. Because they see it as a launch pad for political space in future.
Right. Okay. You've been speaking the mind of workers there. I can feel the passion with which you were saying all of that. But let's touch on some of the issues now. We do have some of the, well, still talking about workers. SANU, NASU embark on indefinite strike today. I wonder if that would be...
I saw that coming.
Yeah.
The moment you give doctors any lift, be sure that nurses are coming.
They should all be properly taken care of. Yes. Because one cannot...
So academic staff union had been taken care of. Naturally, the non-academic will want their own slice of the cake.
Yes. Oh, well.
Government should just negotiate with them and find the middle ground.
Let's take some headlines from The Guardian and this day as well. The Guardian has a few more headlines. Niger LGs record 2 polio cases as Katsina decries gaps in vaccination. FG resolves MM2 concession dispute, approves aircraft leasing firm. And also, FEC approves $2.9 billion rail projects for Lagos, Kano, Kaduna. And that, of course, is also on the cover page of this day newspaper. On top of that, when we have finally NNPC completes River Niger crossing of 130 kilometers OB3 gas pipeline. It will boost gas supply, support power generation, says ECBO. Ojulari, projects will accelerate Nigeria's 12 BSCF a day target by 2030. You want to react to either of these headlines? By the way, I think I should just add this one to it. Oil price hits $126 a barrel, highest since 2022 as Trump moves fresh Iran options. Yeah.
Yes, I'm happy that oil is doing 126 now. You know, because when you raise the argument with people that are in support of the APC, you know, people that support the government, the APC, in fact, from 2015 up until this moment, when you ask them, you know, what they have done compared to what Jonathan and the PDP did, they are quick to tell you how much did oil sell at that time. Now, oil is selling at 126, highest since 2022. You know, and so what we have is we get a lot of money. What we normally call a technical language is excess crude account. That's where we lodge the money. If we had, if our budget benchmark was $70, 64 as it is now, as it were, and now we have 126. So if you remove 64 from 126, how much do you have? You have about
62.
62 or just
62 now.
62. Okay, so we have $62 per barrel to the thousands, you know.
Unexpected.
Unprojected. We didn't expect it. We didn't know it was coming. Now it has come. And so let's tie it to our budget. And what is the budget? Budget is, first of all, statement of priorities. This is what I intend to do based on income. Expected income. Now we have the expected income. What do we budget? What do we
plan? Glut now.
We have a glut. And so if you go back in time, at some point, the Gulf 4, Wind 4, of about 12 billion naira.
Yes.
Babangida, up until this moment, has not accounted for it. Despite the fact that Pius Okibo, you know, eminent economist, led a panel that conducted investigations and inquiries into all of that. His recommendations, I'm not even aware if it was ever, the white paper, was it ever made public? But some people, I think some people got a peep into it and said, well, this man said we cannot account for $12 billion. Up until this moment, Babangida is not alive. He has not taken responsibility. Nobody has questioned him. Now, time and time again, we see such things. Jonathan was able to save up a lot of money with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. It was Rotimi Amechi.
Under the watch of Buhari, 2.8 billion was
that was even before the 12
billion windfall.
Now, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Jonathan saved up a lot of money. Amechi and other governors put pressure on Jonathan. No, you cannot be saving now when we don't have good roads and all of that. And they share the money. So, sovereign wealth fund we don't have now. And you have countries, small countries like Kuwait, Norway, you know, having in excess of $48 billion, you know. in their sovereign wealth fund. And so what does that do? It gives some kind of stability. Shocks, you are shock absorbers in terms of economic flip-flop, are stronger. And so when there is a war in faraway Iran, between Iran and United States, we are told, practically that's why you don't have steady power supply. Because there's a crisis in Iran between the US and the Middle East.
Meanwhile, Iranians are still enjoying power supply.
Despite
Even
all
at
the
war,
bombing,
Ukraine is still exporting.
Even in Lebanon, where Israel has practically, and they still have. When you watch on international media, you see people have lights at night. But here, in peace times, we don't even have light. So going back to 126, I just think that the government is able to put all of that money together. And I keep saying, if this government had, when the president made that promise that if I don't give you steady power supply, don't return me to office, I was thinking that the president was intentional and that he will use all the available means to ensure that there is steady power supply. If you ask me, for the past 3 years, the only thing this government has done is defend its policies of removal of oil subsidy, defend the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, defend the NEL Fund, defend Badagry-Sokoto Highway, and defend what again? They have just been defending policies. When there is national grid collapse, they say, it wasn't collapse, it's partial disturbance. So they've just been defending, and nothing concrete is on ground, except maybe a few infrastructure that we see here across federal highways that are not even, in fact, they are not evenly spread. They are not evenly spread. In some, I keep making reference to how people spend like 3 days between Ore and Benin City, because of traffic jam in that federal highway. So it's a bit of a problem. Oyedele, that is now the coordinating minister of the economy, he should at least help Nigeria by making sure that they use this money, to do something for the benefit of the average Nigerian, and not always running back to Europe, to China, and wait to borrow money to fund infrastructure. Meanwhile, we have money here.
Another flip side that you have not even addressed. Today, we pump over 1.7 million barrels per day. And at the inception of this administration, we are hovering between 700 and 800,000 barrels. So everywhere you look, it's more money.
More money everywhere
Custom would have hit their target by October, and there will be excess. So where are we? What is happening to our resources?
Okay, can I tell you?
Maybe you should assist me.
Because you're talking about more monies, and then I'm looking at this, I'm like, this is more money coming in. This is Nigeria recording increase in revenue from solid mineral sector, says Alake. Now, he goes on, says, the federal government has said that total 2025 revenue solid minerals reached about 68.1 billion naira, while remittance into the federation account amounted to 63.93 billion naira in the first 11 months of 2025. So more money is coming in. The federation account.
But that's a far cry from what they exploit.
Well,
in terms of solid minerals.
Absolutely. But at least this is accounting for something coming into the government's coffers. But what is it? Shouldn't we be augmenting what we are using, what we are getting from oil, with what we are getting from this other sector, the mining sector, and the rest of them? If we augment, that will reduce the pressure
on non-oil exports. Because most of these minerals you're talking about is basically gold, bauxite, maybe uranium and all that. They are still being exported out of the country. So we should make more money than what you are telling me. How many of these miners are licensed? How do you supervise and know what they are extracting? The same thing that happened in the oil sector is what is happening in the mining sector today. You see activities everywhere. You see cranes, you see excavators and all that. And we don't have anything much to show for it. 68 billion is not... Some countries live on these without oil. And they survive. And they make good use. There are many countries in this world that rely on only one source of income. UAE, I've not heard of anywhere where they extract anything other than oil. In the UAE, even Kuwait. Yes, you can excuse that of UAE. At least they now have tourism from which they make more money. But initially, when they were building UAE, it was basically oil. And they are making use of it. Today, from cradle to grave, government takes care of you. As a matter of fact, if there is a net issue that hospitals in the country cannot treat, they fly you abroad for the best medical treatment on the government.
On the bill of the
country.
government.
Yes. Here.
Oh, well, Senate President Tinubu seeks Senate confirmation of Olasukomi Tegbe as power minister, appoints ex-minister Lanre Babalola as special advisor, power, and chairman of Presidential Task Force on Power Sector Reset. We also have...
You see, I want to fault that Tegbe's appointment. Tegbe is a taxman. He's an accountant. What is his job in the power sector? A fellow accountant failed in that sector. So does it mean that we don't have anybody that is an engineer, electrical engineer of repute in the whole of Oyo State? If that person must be replaced from Oyo State. Tegbe is from Oyo State. He was once a gubernatorial aspirant. So what is he bringing in to the power sector? So we just manage it for political expediency. These are some of the building blocks that crumbles.
So apparently, it's some kind of political compensation.
Yeah, that is it.
That's what it feels like.
That is it.
I mean, if it was former governor, and he's an accountant.
You know,
and so the person that just left, Adelabu, the banker. So why did he even take Adelabu to power sector?
I wonder. There are no engineers.
Civilian. You made him Minister of Defense. You used Matawale, another civilian.
What is he going to preside over? Among generals.
Among generals. When they hold meetings.
He doesn't even know. Ordinary rifle, he may not know. And then when they are not talking their technical jargons, he will just be left looking at them.
And when they come up with policy documents and all of that, he will sign off.
He will sign off.
And when the thing backfires, they will start struggling to defend it. Oh, this is what the minister meant to say and not exactly how you see it. It's terrible and it's frustrating.
Frustrating is the word. It's frustrating. Well, NISO explains power cuts to Lagos environs, blames 614 megawatts drop in Egmi power plant. Court restrains MTN, Airtel from disrupting airtime data credit services. Some Nigerians are complaining that they cannot borrow from these companies anymore. As I said, in fact, I know someone who I said, okay, let me recharge your phone so you could call me. He said, bros, don't recharge the phone because I'm owing. I'm owing so much.
They'll take out their money.
And then when he told me how much we were owing, I said, how did you borrow that much? They were borrowing me. They were giving me the money. As I kept requesting.
As he was asking, they were obliging.
You know one funny thing, when you borrow, they charge you 15% of that amount. You know? So it's
borrowing attracts interest
don't
now.
Even pay back. That was why they had to stop it at some point.
FCCPC compelled them to stop it. I think some people went to court to say, and court
they should restart.
They should restart. No, if they should restart.
It's not even troubling that they're asking them to restart. Continue borrowing our people money.
No, it's not right. It's not right. They should stop.
They should stop.
They should stop.
In my opinion, they should stop.
They should stop.
They should stop.
They should stop.
In my opinion, they should stop.
They should stop.
They should stop. So if you don't have call credits, then don't make calls.
What is the fraction of those who refuse to pay and those who still pay?
No. They ran into debts. They ran into massive debts.
On that?
Yes. People were not paid. People were borrowing and they were not paid.
It was a lot easier when there was no NIN. You know, you could just borrow and borrow and borrow and throw away the SIM card. And
you think people don't throw away SIM cards again?
Do they?
SIM card.
I think they should stop borrowing. I mean, this will come as wickedness to some people, but they should stop borrowing Nigerians' credit because it's not doing us any good. So manage your resources. If you cannot call,
at least your phone can receive calls. If you cannot make out calls,
you can even recharge a little as 100 naira
and call
and quickly send a text message. So what government should be, National Assembly and government should be clamoring for is a reduction in the charges of data and recharge card and the rest of them. If these things are reduced, with the little monies that people get, they can easily make calls and buy data, you know, and that can sustain them for a period of time, as against high tariff, and then you need to borrow money to stay online.
You know why I will not even encourage the continuation of these things. Most people borrow money. It's not for gainful things. It's just for TikTok, and
it's gainful because they make money off those sites. Oh, well, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo and Chukwuma Okoro. But Chukwuma makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m., Political Lens, even on May Day.
Even on May Day, I'm here working and serving you, educating, entertaining, and informing you. Well, I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, and we'll travel around the country to bring you interesting and trending political stories. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
There you have it, and that's it on the show today. Once again, happy May Day, happy Workers' Day. I am Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arikel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV. I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzeye.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
PM Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
If Tuesday night was creativity, entertainment, and drama, last night was stoic, definitive, and a classic game of tactics. Many hail Tuesday as the greatest Champions League semi-final night ever, but I argue that last night restored the competition's glory. The Gunners were held 1-1 in Madrid. Julian Alvarez 56 minutes penalty cancelled out Victor Gyökeres sports kick just before the break in the 44th minute. A game of fine margins. Some will call it boring. What I saw was a semi-final in its purest form. Two halves defined by caution, precision, and nerve. Simply put, a game of chess. On that note, I welcome you to another very exciting episode of the Sport Republic Show. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. It's going to be a very long ride, and this is where we'll take you across the world to let you know what's happening in the sport business. It is not a usual sports show. It is poised to be exciting and full of hot takes this morning because Abiodun will definitely be joining me virtually this morning as we'll take you through this journey. Strap in because it's going to be a very long ride. Like they say, charity begins at home as usual. What we do here is definitely to take you through what's happening on the home front. And the big news right there in the camp of the Super Eagles from the glass house is that Super Eagles head coach Eric Shell is reportedly facing the pressure from some officials within the Nigerian Football Federation to include players based in Africa for the upcoming Unity Cup. Shell had earlier stated that the tournament would be used to assess fringe players and selected stars from the Nigerian Premier League. And he's currently in Nigeria monitoring domestic matches ahead of naming his squad. However, NFF insiders are said to have recommended players excelling in top African leagues, including Esperance midfielder Onuche Ugbelu, who impressed in continental competition this season. According to reports, at least 3 additional Africa-based players have also been proposed to the coach for further scouting ahead of the tournament. This is actually a very big one because, I mean, we've been having players, coming all the way from Europe, looking at, top players doing their business, players playing in top 5 leagues as well, young players, 18, 19, 20, but no one has actually been talking about what's going on in the home front. I'm actually a very big fan of, looking within Africa because this is exactly where, the likes of, John Chukwudi Utaka, Julius Efosa Hawa, and not to also forget the great man himself, Emmanuel Monike. These guys, even Austin Dijo Kocha, many of these, Super Eagles class of 94 were actually shaped right, in Africa. And I think, it's one thing for you to actually look at it and you definitely get to understand that if players actually get the opportunity to actually taste the African waters before they, move abroad. It's going to really help them understand, what, it's actually demanded of them. It's going to really bring them closer to home, understand what the badge is all about and what they're actually fighting for. So I think it's actually a very good one. And then the NFF, but then this is where I'm also going to ask the NFF to actually tread with caution here, because one of the demands of the coach of Super Eagles, Eric Chow, is that the Super Eagles, that for him to remain on the job, that he should be given a free hand to decide who will be part of his team. I think the best way to actually go about this is for the NFF to step in and say, you know what, this is us advising you. We are not actually pinning these guys on you. We're not actually enforcing, these guys. If you don't want to go that route, it's 100% your prerogative. But if you if you would like to actually have you listen to us on this one, so that you get to really understand, where we are also coming from. I think that's just the very best way to go about it, because the idea of the NFF trying to actually muzzle shell, we've seen it over the years, where former NFF president come up to actually say that he's got slot, and it tells you a lot about this sort of corruption in our football. So it's not what we want to see. We just want to see collaboration within people who employ Shell, and of course Shell himself, to actually come give the Super Eagles and of course the nation at large the very best of result that we actually hope to get in the long run. Of course, away from that, still talking about Eric Shell, and now a young player based in France. Super Eagles head coach Eric Shell is reportedly interested in convincing Angers forward Peter Prosper to switch his international allegiance from France to Nigeria. The 18-year-old striker, who is seen as long-term attacking option for Nigeria, remains eligible for both countries despite featuring 4 times for France under-19 team. Reports indicate that Shell has already made contact through the player's representative ahead of Nigeria's upcoming friendly matches. A representative of the player confirmed initial communication had taken place but declined to provide further details. Prosper is enjoying a promising breakthrough season in Ligue 1, scoring 5 goals in 27 appearances for Angers. I think this for me, looking at this very young man, it's begin to beg the question, right? It seems like Nigeria is actually going back the Westerhoff era, where lots of players were actually blooming. We actually had so many options, but now this young man is actually quite young. Is it possible for us to actually have a proper under-20 team? Because looking at his age, looking at Emmanuel Fernandez, these guys are actually very young. Is it possible for us to actually have them, play the age grade tournament to be an inspiration for, the next generation? And then they still very much, part of the Super Eagles. Case in point, the class of 94 that won the Nations Cup in Tunisia, a good number of them, about 60% of them, were also the team that actually won the Olympics, in 1996, in Atlanta. So it's very possible we can actually have this. Let's have, these guys be inspiration to the next generation, and then let's have, a very good pipeline of young players coming through in the 17 ranks. It gives me good news, gives goosebumps, and makes me feel with joy when I see the Super Eagles have young players, 18, 19, 20. It says a lot about the future of Super Eagles. It says a lot about how we are spoiled for choice. I mean, next couple of years, 10, 15 years, these guys will definitely still be around. They'll grow in the business. They'll definitely be matured. At some point, the Super Eagles, when they step out, I hope these guys, trajectory and their quality continue to improve, and then attract top club sides in Europe. And then we'll step into major games, and you get to see them, doing what they are expected of, what's expected of them to do. And then some games we even get to win it, and then people will say, okay, it's because we have the experience. That's exactly the kind of Super Eagles a good number of us actually aspire to actually see in the longer. But it's actually a very good one, and I'm beginning to believe Eric Chell when he said that for him the Super Eagles got. He's got 80-man list, somewhere. It seems that, we're beginning to see, the fruit of the 80-man list, or the proposed 80-man list that he claimed that he had. I mean, this is, one of, the players. I mean, Emmanuel Fernandez and so many of them. I know in coming days we'll definitely get to see. And even before the Unity Cup eventually, takes shape, we'll definitely get to see players, coming into the Super Eagles. It's actually very good, and I like the fact that, Eric Chell is actually putting his eyes on the ground to actually support for talent. They might not be very useful, on the short term, but yes, in the long run, a league appearance for Marco Silva's side. Despite his popularity among supporters, reports claim Fulham view the transfer fee as too high, making negotiations difficult. AC Milan are said to be open to selling Chukwueze as part of plans to reshape the squad ahead of next season. I mean, this for me is actually a very big one. Samuel Chukwueze is a player who's gone through a lot. He's really struggled with form after he left, Villarreal. He went to AC Milan. It was a top season, and the man on your screen, yes, that's him. He went to AC Milan to the topsy-turvy season. He moved from there again to England, where he started quite bright. Michael Silva is one man who I believe is going to get the most out of this young man. He's done it with Kevin Bass. He's done it with Aaron Alex Iwobi. Revitalize their career. And I want to believe that with the quality of Samuel Chukwueze, I think Marco Silva will not find it difficult to actually bring out the best in him. Now here's the where I look at this man and I say, oh my, this guy is really seen a lot. A couple of months ago, you recall that he also lost his, one of his parents, and it's not a good news. Just shortly after the Super Eagles keeper, Wilfred Ndidi lost his dad. So this is one of those very sad downtime in players' career. Now we are looking at, the 24 million euro being an issue right now. I recall a couple of months ago, I think it was here on Sport Republic, we were having the conversation where, yes, it was very good news that Chukwueze is eventually going to be staying in England. 24 million. Fulham looked at it, okay, this is actually quite something that is possible. Now they're actually looking back and say, you know what, this fee is too much. I don't know why they are looking at it that way. I mean, Chukwueze should actually be able to, at this level, command 24 million euro. But then, maybe because of his playing time, but I want to also believe that Fulham have seen immense quality in him. They know that this is a player, that's got the ability to actually improve and then become, one of the mainstay of, that particular thing. That's exactly why they want to renegotiate. This is where I expect, the guys right there at the Covent Cottage to actually sit down and then, put on their thinking hat, find a solution to ensure that they keep Samuel Chukwueze if it's going to be very useful to them, or looking at the project that they have, if Chukwueze is the kind of player that really fits in that project. Because in the end, if they cannot find a way to actually keep Chukwueze, it's going to be quite difficult to see a player of Chukwueze quality. This is no disrespect to players, anywhere in the world. Chukwueze's quality is quite high. It's just one of those very sad moments players get. Chukwueze is one of those players where, if he had actually stayed true to his trajectory right there in Villarreal, he would have actually been arguably one of the top 5, top 6, right wingers in the world at this point. But unfortunately, it did happen, and now he's actually struggling, with form. So I think they should find a common ground to find a way. And also, yes, it reminds me of transfer, where players actually had to step in to take pay cut. If Chukwueze can actually also step in at this point, if he really wants to stay in England, he can also step in and say, you know what, I'm willing to take a pay cut, maybe for one season, and see how, it's going to pan out, put in the work, and then, take every other situation that he's actually faced in the last couple of months behind him, and then put in his best, become the same Chukwueze we saw right there, in Spain. And hey, 24 million euro is going to just be the stepping stone, beginning of, a new Chukwueze. But hey, kudos to Chukwueze, and also I hope that, the solution is going to be found between AC Milan and, of course, Villarreal for him to actually remain where he wants to play, and, of course, for Villarreal to actually also have him. Because for Fulham to also have him, I really want to see him play, very much well in England. I mean, that's exactly what I think for him, but I don't know what he wants. So it's left for him and his camp to decide where he really wants to actually pitch his tent come next season. But away from Chukwueze, one man who's been in the news after the Super Eagles actually lost, Benjamin Frederick due to a very sad injury. One man actually stepped off the plate, and his name is Emmanuel Fernandez. And Emmanuel Fernandez has actually, described his inclusion in Scottish Premier League Team of the Year as unexpected honor after impressive debut season with Rangers. The 24-year-old was only Rangers player selected in the annual team despite joining the club from Peterborough United. And of course, that's on your screen is exactly what, it means for the young man. And, you get to see that he's actually in the centre-back pair with Halkett. And trust me, he moved on loan from after joining Peterborough. No one expected him. Just last summer, he made that, huge move to Rangers. And Fernandez actually, he's been so thankful and joyful, right? And he is actually, for me, actually, look at him, you say, this man is in cloud 9. As he thanks his teammates, coaching staff, and players for the recognition, admitting he did not expect the award. And of course, the defender has scored just, of course, I'm not even going to use just because, it's not very common for defenders to score. So he scored 5 goals in 23 league appearances. That's actually quite big for a defender. And, for Rangers as a team as well. Kudos to this young man. And now we look at, this very young player, and I look at him, I look at Benjamin Frederick. If Benjamin Frederick comes back very fit, and we have this young man who is now in a PFA first 11. You know what it means to be in the PFA first 11? It shows that he's got immense quality. Your very first season from Peterborough down to Scotland, and then you are actually doing this. It says a lot. In 23 games, and you've actually, etched your name in, the history of the club. And now, the Super Eagles' future for me is now secured, because having this young man and Benjamin Frederick, they're definitely going to actually seamlessly, right, take over from the old guys. And of course, we know we've already lost our skipper in the person of William Ekong, and now Shimi Ajayi is the last man standing, among the old guys. And then when he leaves, we will be definitely left with this guy who's done so well for himself, Bernardo Frederick as well, another very super player, and not to also forget, Kevin Bassey, the man who arguably Super Eagles' best defender in the last, tournament, and of course in the last 1 year. So it shows that we've got our centre back pairing. We are actually very safe. We can actually go to bed. We can actually say yes, we've got people who definitely shield the heart of the Super Eagles defense. Kudos once again. It's not a very common news to actually see the Super Eagles players or the defenders to actually break into this sort of highly competitive first 11. But I mean, for a player as young as this young man, for a player who's barely played the entire full season, who actually just joined from Peterborough, and then he's done this for the club side. I think now this is going to actually attract more light, because a lot of persons, a lot of club side across Europe will actually be looking at him and say, you know what, Emmanuel Fernandez, it's time for you to actually leave Scotland, come to maybe England or one of the top 5 leagues in Europe, because you've shown that you've got quality. When you get to this particular level, I just want to see him, maintain consistency. That's all he needs. If he can do this again one more season for Rangers and become the main man. I also remember, this is not the first time we're having Super Eagles player playing, right there, in Rangers. We also had a certain Leon Balogun, who was also, for me, I think is one of the most underrated centre back we've had in a while. He also did very well right there in the Rangers, and now this man just stepped there and also be looking out for every single time, because now he's actually done the Super Eagles a very good favor. Now it's actually placed himself and of course the future of Nigeria players. Anywhere Nigerian players are, there will be a lot of questions about the quality, because it's going to be like a reference point. He's quite young, it's quick, it's fast, and it's highly technical. Kudos once again. 5 goals in 23 games says a lot about how much he likes to push himself, how much he likes to actually dare to go forward. And congratulations once again to the young man. But away from that, let's go to the Super Falcons, because these are the undisputable king of female football right there in Africa. And of course, as the Olympic draw closer, the Olympic is going to be held right there in Atlanta, and Nigeria Super Falcons have been drawn against winner of Sudan and Comoros in the second round of the African qualifiers for the 2028 Olympic Games. The draw was conducted at CAF headquarters in Cairo, Egypt, with a qualification series structured as 5 knockout rounds played on home and away basis. Sudan, Comoros will meet in the first round between June 1st to the 9th of the same month, with the winner progressing to face Nigeria in October's second round fixture scheduled for between the 5th and 13th of October. And of course, Africa will have 2 qualification slots for the women's football tournament at Los Angeles 2028 Olympics. Recall that Nigeria and Zambia represented the Super Falcons qualify again. But this time around, I don't just want to see them qualify. I want to see them break the semifinals. I want to see them go all the way to lifting the trophy. I want to see the Super Falcons cement, their name in world football. I am so tired of this, local champion, African champion tag. I want to see them step up the notch. I want to see them compete at the highest level. But then it goes back to the very big question, right? Our female league needs to be highly structured. Back in the days, we have arguably the best female league in terms of quality and competition in Africa, when the likes of Pelican Stars and Abiola Babes, these girls were actually running riots right there in the Nigerian league. But today we don't have that quality again. Yes, the league is still very much there. Edo Queens is doing so well, but then the quality and of course how the league has actually been able to manage these girls to bring out the very best, set them as the right funnel to the Super Falcons is what one big question we'll be asking. I think it was on Tuesday I was talking about the Super Falcons and the Arsenal ladies when they actually came into Nigeria, when Nigeria actually fielded the Super Falcons team B against Arsenal in that particular game right there in Nigeria. And trust me, the Super Falcons team B whitewashed Arsenal 5-1. But hey, can they even do that now? Arsenal is arguably one of the biggest teams in Europe in female football right now, and now the Super Falcons is even nowhere close to top 20 in world football. I mean, at this time, I want to believe that countries that are higher than than Nigeria, who back in the early 2000, or of course in the late 90s, where the Super Falcons actually first played the first World Cup in '91. Many of these countries that are higher up in the rankings than Super Falcons, where they don't even have what looks like a proper female football structure. But look at how far they've actually moved look at how far, they've actually placed themselves, and now they have, it's proper structured league, and of course the players, even our players now want to go to those countries to actually play football. It's really quite sad, and this is where I'm actually calling on the NFL to actually step up and, do something very serious, because it's not a good place to actually be. It is not what we want to see in our football. It is actually a very terrible place to be right now, because retrogression is not what you want to celebrate. If we had actually been in somewhere around the 50th or 60th, in global rankings, and then we are moving up to 38 or 39, now I'll be like, okay, fine, actually there's actually progress. But this is us, we're supposed to be very well close to the top 10, top 20 rankings in the world. But it's so sad. But then I just hope that, in the end, we find a way to actually ensure that, our football generally develop, and then we get, to be one of the mainstay, not just in female football, but of course, across sport. But away from that, let's go straight to, the big story about the Unity Cup, as Zimbabwe is actually firing shots on Nigeria as the head coach of Zimbabwe national team. Of course, it's quite interim. His name is Kaitano Tembo, who has actually welcomed the challenge of facing Nigeria in the Unity Cup semi-final later this month. The Warriors will take on Super Eagles at the Valley on May 26th, I beg your pardon, with the winners progressing to the final against Jamaica or India. Tembo described Nigeria as a strong side with quality players, but says Zimbabwe also believes in its squad. He added that facing teams like Nigeria, Jamaica, and India will provide a valuable test and help assess his team's progress. Zimbabwe is one team I look back sometimes. I just, they're just one of those teams where you look at them and the biggest mistake you want to make is to actually underrate them. I remember before our game against Zimbabwe, in the World Cup qualifiers, the manager, Mike Ennis, who's widely very experienced at the time, who was actually the manager at the time, he was actually talking, and I was like saying, looking at the games that we had, I said the biggest test for the Super Eagles is the Zimbabwe game, because it's likely that the Super Eagles would most likely want to underrate these guys, and it's not what we want to actually do. And it's a very very usual place for the Super Eagles. We would like to really underrate side. But of course, on that note, definitely I'll be bringing in Abiodun Akpeno. Abiodun, good morning and welcome to Sport Republic. Abiodun, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me too?
Absolutely. Abiodun, last night we actually witnessed some very, very interesting, match in the UEFA Champions League. But then just hold your horses, because I'll definitely be bringing you up to that as I take all through the stories. Let me go straight to what really went down last night in the UEFA Champions League. But before I go into that, I'll talk about Atletico Madrid assistant coach in person of Luis Stevenet, who has actually hailed Ademola Lookman as one of the club's most significant signing in recent years, following his impressive start in Spain. The Nigerian forward joined Atletico Madrid from Atlanta in the winter transfer window and has quickly settled, registering 7 goals and 4 assists in 18 appearances across all competition. Stevenet praised Lookman's pace and creativity, saying he's added a new attacking dimension to Diego Simeone's side. He added that the winger stands out as one of Atletico Madrid's best acquisitions in the past 6 to 7 years. And on that note, we'll definitely be jumping on the UEFA Champions League. Last night, it was drama right there at the Wando Metropolitano as Arsenal drew 1-1 with Atletico de Madrid in the first leg of their UEFA Champions League semi-finals at the stadium right there in Madrid, leaving the tie evenly poised ahead of the return fixtures in London. Victor Gyökeres put the visitors ahead just before halftime, converting from penalty spot after being fouled in the box. Atletico responded in the second half when Julian Alvarez also scored from 12 yards following a handball decision against Ben White. Arsenal had earlier enjoyed periods of control in the high intensity contest and thought they had been awarded the second penalty later on when Eberechi Eze went down in the area. However, the decision was overturned after a VAR review. Both sides created further chances in an open second half, but neither could find the winning goal. The result means that the semi-finals will be heading, and of course will be decided right there at the Emirates. Abiodun, you saw that game last night. It was one of those games that, you sit down and you pick your pen and your paper and you start analyzing and you start looking at, what and how, each manager tries so hard to actually, outwit themselves. Trust me, Abiodun, I know you've got a lot to say. Tell me exactly what you saw that night and tell me overall who do you think is going to actually pick it right there at the Emirates.
Okay, good morning to you once again, and good morning to all our listeners. Well, for me, in the UEFA Champions League, it was a game that boils down to, the two teams being cautious, being very, very careful, looking at how to halt, each other in that game. And I wasn't surprised, prior to that game, we saw Paris Saint-Germain against Bayern Munich on Tuesday. And it was crazy. It was end-to-end stuff in that game. A total of 9 goals in the UEFA Champions League, and we are all expecting performance from Arsenal and Atletico Madrid also. But if you've been following the trajectory of these two teams so far this season, we know Atletico Madrid to be perpetual defensive side when it comes to the UEFA Champions League, particularly when it comes to the second leg. So I was expecting that kind of performance from them yesterday, but then they were at home. They needed to go attacking, wanting to get the goals, but unfortunately for them, the compact also defensively, the cohesion was really crazy yesterday. So I wasn't surprised with the kind of performance Arsenal came up with against Atletico Madrid yesterday. But then it is still advantage Arsenal because they score a goal at the Wanda Metropolitano yesterday. The tried everything possible to make sure the Atletico Madrid defense were a bit, nervy. But if you ask me, I think at the end of the day, you want to give this game to Arsenal because the second leg is going to be at the Emirates Stadium. And they've got their fans supporting them, the advantage is going to be on their side, but you really cannot rule out Atletico Madrid when it comes to the second leg of the UEFA Champions League. We saw how they dispatched, Barcelona, despite Barcelona, trying everything possible to qualify. But trust me, it promises to be an exciting game to look forward to in the second leg. But if I'm to put my money on anybody, I think I'll be putting my money on Arsenal to go all the way in the second leg.
Abiodun, now you've actually said Arsenal to go all the way in the second leg. I wanted just to ask you, this is the very first time Arsenal is going 13 games unbeaten in the UEFA Champions League since the last time they made it to the final. It seems like, lightning is about to strike the second time.
Absolutely. Sorry,
Abiodun, to add to that. I mean, why you take that, you also take this one alongside. You saw the game, right, last night, and the Eberechi's penalty that was denied, was that actually a penalty?
Well, at the first call, you want to Eberechi went down. I was telling myself, this is a penalty. Then the referee had to pause, go check the VAR. But if you look at the contact also, maybe a little bit, minimal. But then, was there a contact? Of course, there was a contact in that particular moment. But the referee decided it is not a penalty. So I think at the end of the day, the whole decision boils down to the referee. But in my opinion, I think that was a penalty. I think Arsenal were just, being shortchanged in that moment. But then, if the referee says it's not a penalty, it's not a penalty. But I felt that should have been given to, Arsenal. And that would have been a crazy advantage going into the second leg. You winning at the Metropolitano 2-1, and you are taking that advantage to the Emirates. You really want to fight to the end. But then, it's still 1-1. So, it is evenly poised right now, 50-50 chance for both parties, to go all the way. But with the way Arsenal played yesterday, if in the second leg, and they were able to get, some couple of goals, I think they should, go through. But you also want to look at this Atletico Madrid side also. They can play counter-attacking football. They can come at you when it really matters. And if they want to lock shop, they know how to do that. We've seen that over the years with this Diego Simeone-led side. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that game will pan out. But like I said earlier, with the way Arsenal have been able to, to keep up the momentum in terms of their unbeaten in the UEFA Champions League, I think I'll still be, pitching my tent with them. For me, it is still 60-40, 60 to Arsenal, and of course 40 to Atletico Madrid.
So, still talking about that particular penalty, UEFA has actually come out because after that particular game, the coach of Arsenal, talking about Mikel Arteta, went on to actually say that was actually unfair and it actually was an obvious penalty. But then UEFA actually responded earlier this morning by saying, they've actually reviewed and they can actually, all they will say is that it was not a clear and obvious error because that's the only ground for a penalty to be awarded. But let's look at what happened with Ben White. We first saw it in that particular game between Bayern Munich and, Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, when you actually get, handball. Handball usually is when a player has actually placed his hand, an unnatural position. Now we start seeing, incident being called where a ball hits, a part of a player's body before the hand, and now it becomes a penalty. Well,
I'm not a referee, but then if you had to go by the rules of the game, for me, that wasn't a penalty because Ben White, in that moment, if you look back at that, the build up to that play, Ben White, if you look at his hands, was in natural position. And for me, once the ball, struck the part of your body before your hand, that is not a penalty. But, referees sometimes, they are also human. They want to use their discretion. They want to, this is a penalty, and I'm going to stick by my decision. It's a penalty. These are the things some of these referees, does when they are actually officiating, some of this major game. But for me, I was expecting the referee to at least go check the VAR. But, if the referee decided to say, this is a penalty, then, he's going to stand. But going forward, I think referees should be 100% consistent in as much as you want to say, they are humans and all of that. Or you have the VAR to actually, to support you, to help you. If you cannot decide, outrightly that, this is a penalty, you can go check. These are the things some of these referees, to put into use because you don't want to keep on making this kind of mistakes in a major Champions League game. That could have cost Arsenal yesterday. Had it been Atletico Madrid, scored another goal, is going to be advantage at Atletico Madrid going into that second leg. But then immediately they got that penalty. I knew it's going to be, a chaotic encounter for they stood their ground. They were able to be, to be compact defensively, and they took that advantage to the Emirates Stadium. But in my opinion, I think that wasn't a penalty.
At the fixtures, Wednesday on Tuesday we had 9 goals. Yesterday we got just 2 goals. Let's put the both fixtures side by side. A lot of persons have been talking about how this particular fixtures, between Arsenal and Atletico Madrid, is they've called it so many kind of names, haram ball, or all sort of adjective has actually been used to describe it, and then we see the other one as very entertaining. But for me, actually, I didn't see that because I saw a game of high two managers trying to outwit themselves. The beauty of the game.
Yeah.
If too many goals were scored in every single top flight games in the world, we will not have the likes of Paolo Maldini, respected, Fabio Cannavaro and co. But what do you really see between these two games? And of course, tell me your take home for the both of them.
Well, I think I'm going to reiterate again. A whole lot of people actually came out yesterday after, the conclusion of that game, bashing both sides, Arsenal and Atletico Madrid. And you ask yourself, what is, the main reason why you are watching football? You want to see a side that are defensively compact, that are not that bad. And if you look at it holistically, Atletico Madrid, this is not the first time they tend to play this kind of football, particularly in the Champions League, when a lot is at stake. That Atletico Madrid will file out like that. I was expecting, that kind of performance for them. They know how to, lock shop, keep up the compactness in their defense. And their midfielder also, they know how to retain the ball. But for Arsenal also, they've shown that this season. We've seen where Arsenal can play expansive football when it comes to defensive, shape also. They know how to do all of that. So, and this is a team that really want to get to the final of the Champions League. The last time they got to the final of the Champions League was back in 2006. It's a long time. So, if you are saying, beautiful football, well, I don't know what the fans means by beautiful football, because you want to see your team in the final. So you have to cut them some slack. For me, as I said earlier, I wasn't surprised at all. I was expecting that kind of, a performance from both parties. I knew it was going to be a cagey encounter, and exactly what we saw in that game. And just like you also said also, if you don't have the likes of Cannavaro, Maldini, these are top defenders who made us, fell in love with the game because of how they do their job, how they do their primary job, which is to defend. So I wasn't surprised yesterday. Fantastic performance from both parties. They want to qualify to the final of the Champions League, and you needed to do what you had to do to be in the final. So if they are playing defensively and eventually you got to the final, kudos, you are in the final already. So who cares whether you play attacking football, in as much as you are in the final of the Champions League and probably you go on to win it. That is a job well done. What if you play attacking football and at the end of the day you crash out, nothing to take home? So the fans will come back again to say, oh, despite playing all of that, you still crash out. So football fans can be so fickle. You cannot, satisfy football fans. Whether you play attacking football, they are going to, bash you. You play defensive football, they are going to bash you. So you cannot satisfy a football fan. But then the Bayern Munich game for me was, end to end. Attacking side, both are attacking side. Bayern, Paris Saint-Germain, they've got wingers who are really pacey, they are very fast. And you expect that kind of performance from both parties. So, and they gave us an entertaining night. But if you ask me, I think that is not good enough, because defensively, you guys are not good. Both teams are not good, because if you meet a defensive side who know how to score, they can defend. Trust me, that particular team will hurt you, because once they get a goal, they know how to lock shop and they know how to keep their defensive, shape. So it now boils down to how well you can break their defense. If you are not able to do that, then you are home and dry. So for me, I really love both games, but then the objective is to be in the final of the UEFA Champions League. Absolutely. And exactly, all of the parties are doing right now.
Absolutely. Now let's look at the semi-finals, a game. I mean, we have two man of the match, in person of Antoine Griezmann yesterday, and of course 2 days ago it was Ousmane Dembele. Tell me, who is your ultimate man of the match, in the semi-final first leg?
Well, I think I will pick my tent with Ousmane Dembele. The turnaround for the young man has been so crazy. When he was at Barca, injury crises, a report about him not being serious and all of that. And since he left Barcelona to join Paris Saint-Germain, there's been a huge turnaround for him. At the same time, he won the Ballon d'Or. He's playing for Paris Saint-Germain, he's scoring goals, he's assisting. So his game has actually improved a whole lot. His mentality to wanting to give his best has actually improved. So that doesn't take away anything from his compatriots also talking about Antoine Griezmann. It was also phenomenal for, ATM yesterday. It was virtually everywhere. You look at the ball, being passed to him by Isatin Ademola Lookman that struck the bar. That could have been a goal for them and probably go on to win that game. But then he also came to the party yesterday. So for me, the both did well. But if you talk about all-round performance in the two games, I'm going to go for Isatin Ousmane Dembele, with the fact that he's been quite phenomenal. He could play as a striker, he could play as a number 10, he could play as a winger, and he's been able to do all of that for Paris Saint-Germain this season. So Ousmane Dembele, no doubt for me.
Interestingly, the both of them were former Barcelona players. I mean, it's quite interesting that the Barcelona that we're talking about is also not in semi-final of Champions League. But tell me, who are your combined 11 in this particular first leg tie? from the goalkeeper to the last man. Give me a combined 11 for first 11 for the first semi-final.
Yeah, well, my combined 11, I think I will start with Stefanov, the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper, because, well, he considered, 4 against Bayern Munich. I would have, actually go for a certain and a Neuer, but then no save in that game against the Paris Saint-Germain. So I think that is a dent for me. So I will go for Stefanov, the Russian, and of course, defensively, I'm going to go for a certain Upamecano, and talk about the Brazilian Marquinhos as the centre back, right back Ashraf Hakimi, and of course Nuno Mendes. Those are my wing back. In the midfield, Joshua Kimmich, and I'll go for Vitinha, and not to forget Yao Neves also. Those are my combined midfielders in that position. Up front, I think that is where the conundrum is, because you look at guys, those are up front, and of course also Paris Saint-Germain. But for me, I think I will go for Vicha Kvaratskhelia, and of course Michael Olise, and up front the big man himself, Harry Kane.
Absolutely. So none of Arsenal and Atletico Madrid player made it to your combined first 11.
Nah.
So who's going to be the manager?
Well, I think I will go for a certain Luis Enrique. Yeah, Luis Enrique as the manager.
Of course, that's exactly where we'll move away from non-football stories. From football stories to non-football stories, I beg your pardon. I'll head straight to golf. As Live Golf, yes, the big story, in Live Golf at this point is Live Golf chairman Jassil Al-Rumayyan is expected to step down as the breakaway league prepares to confirm the withdrawal of future funding from Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, PIF. According to reports, sources say the announcement would mark a major shift in Live structure, with Thor moving to secure new long-term investors as it plans a revised strategic direction for the future. It's also understood that Live officials recently held discussions with all 13 teams' captains, including Bryson DeChambeau and John Ram, to outline the league's plans amid ongoing uncertainty. The development has raised questions over players' futures, with golfers reportedly exploring other options following earlier high-profile exits. Of course, despite uncertainty, Live is expected to continue its 2026 season while maintaining its team-based format as it seeks financial stability. This is actually a very, very big blow to the golf world. I mean, Abiodun, we were seeing, a competition that's going to rival PGA.
Only few teams can actually go into the transfer market to sign big players for 80 million, 70 million. But then you look around, virtually all of the teams across Europe can actually afford a player of 70 million euros right now. So it is getting to that state that you can actually say it is all about the money right now. Once you have the money, you can compete with whoever is in the game. So let's see, maybe in the future we'll get to that level, but right now, trust me, no comparison, no competition at all.
Absolutely. And now we head to the final story as we go straight to tennis, as British player Jack Draper has withdrawn from the French Open due to knee injury, and of course marking another setback in his injury-hit career. The 24-year-old who recently returned after an 8-month layoff caused by an arm injury has played only a handful of matches since his comeback in February and was forced to retire at the Barcelona Open earlier this month. Draper said he had been advised not to rush back into the Grand Slam action on the day, despite beginning light training again as his knee improves. Former world number 4 is now also a doubt for Wimbledon, with a potential return expected during the grass court swing in June. Abiodun, it's actually a very, very sad story. Jake Draper has been struggling with injury. Lots of players have been struggling with injury. What exactly is happening in the world of sports? So many players, some of them are actually out of the World Cup as it stands. Tell me what exactly is going to be the solution to help these guys, stay fit for the game.
Well, I think we are still going to go back to what the likes of Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal, before I actually call it quits, to actually, reduce the level of games these guys are in. And for me, sport is all about, the during the morning, but then it also comes with the injuries also. So once the injury comes around, you have to also, bear with it. You have to, just take it in. You look at the world of football right now, a whole lot of players will be missing at the World Cup. And this is not the first time, and it will not be the end. So injury and the game of football, tennis, basketball, they go hand in hand when it comes to injury. But then for you to actually curb, this shenanigan a little bit to some certain ratio is when you reduce the numbers of game they are exposed to. You take for instance a certain Carlos Alcaraz will not be at the Roland Garros. So a lot of tennis fans are looking forward to see, I want to see a certain Carlos Alcaraz at the Roland Garros, but because of injury, he's not going to be part of it. So and that is a major dent on the competition. The organizers also must have put one or two things in place to make sure, the fans get to see Carlos Alcaraz. But look at it right now, he's not going to be there. And right now, another top player is out injured. So I think for me, at the long run, they need to, reduce the game of these guys are exposed to. But I do not see that happening because it's looking like all the organizers care about is about the money, making the money, and that is it for them.
Absolutely. I mean, money, they say, is the name of the game. Of course, you can't eat your cake and have it. The price for money is injury. That's exactly what sports has become. Nobody cares about the athletes anymore. It's all about entertainment and, of course, the money that comes with it. Thank you very much, Abiodun, for being a part of this Sport Republic this morning.
Thank you for having me.
This is exactly what we'll be halting the ride this morning as we look forward to what happens tomorrow, as Kizzy will be here to take us through a sporting journey. Do not also forget to join the guys later this evening in the locker room where Afis and Jerry will piece out every single details of what happened last night and beyond right there in the locker room where they give you every details of sports stories. And of course, up next is Midday News with David Edwin. Have a sporty day ahead.
Mbụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ asaa bụ
onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwee ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma.
ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Africa is on the move. Africa is on the move. A continent of Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects in football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked. Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Before the arenas, before the charts, there was Ahmed Owololade, a young artist from Lagos with a voice steeped in Fuji tradition and a vision bigger than his city. In 2022, he became Asake Mr. Money, but the vibe wasn't just a debut, it was a takeover. He fused Fuji, Amapiano, and Afrobeats into something new, something unmistakably Nigerian, unmistakably his. Then came the stages, a sold-out O2 Arena, Medicine Square Garden, Walk Out Art, Lonely at the Top, the longest-running Nigerian #1 in history, Grammy nomination and global tours. He didn't change for the world. He made the world move to his rhythm. Asake proves that street stories can become global anthems, that faith, hustle, and originality still win. This is Asake, the sound of a generation.
Money on my mind.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring the shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
TV, do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here. If you are
alternatives and 100% original musical accessories with over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week. We deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Happy Workers' Day, Nigeria. First, the headlines. Labour raises alarm over insecurity, economic hardship. Labour Party marks Workers' Day celebration, calls for better welfare. Peter Obi calls for wage review, economic reform. INEC fixes June the 20th for by-elections. Still on INEC updates website, backs Mark-led ADC leadership. Inspector General of Police declares end to police impunity. And in business, NGX gains 3.2 trillion naira on bullish trading. In sports, FIFA president confirms Iran will play in 2026 World Cup. And in entertainment, Lateef Adedimeji's wife welcomes triplets. And now the news in full. As Nigerian workers join others worldwide to mark this year's International Workers' Day, labor leaders have raised concerns over rising insecurity, poverty, and the high cost of living. The issues were highlighted at a pre-May Day lecture organized by labor unions in Abuja ahead of the 2026 celebration. President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajero, said insecurity and poverty remain major barriers to decent work, with millions of Nigerians below the poverty line and quality job declining. He noted that addressing these challenges would boost living standards and economic activities, particularly in agriculture and small business. Ajero added that 90% of jobs are now in the informal sector, leaving many workers without pensions, job security, or decent working conditions. President of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, Festus Osifo, also called for stronger collaboration among workers and stakeholders to tackle the challenges. He stressed that decent work remains non-negotiable and urged collective action to improve working conditions. Delivering the keynote, Professor Kunle Olaomi described poverty and insecurity as threats to productivity, governance, and national stability. He warned that Nigeria cannot build a productive economy on insecure communities, struggling households, and underpaid workers. Meanwhile, the Labour Party in Nigeria has congratulated Nigerian workers, on this year's International Workers' Day celebration, calling for stronger efforts to improve welfare and rising economic pressures. Party's National Publicity Secretary, Ken Asogwa, issued the statement in Abuja. The party said Workers' Day holds special significance, noting its long-standing association with the struggles of Nigerian workers since its registration in 2003. While acknowledging recent steps, such as the minimum wage increase, it said more is needed to address inflation and cost of living challenges. The party also commended the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria for their continued advocacy and workers' rights. It reaffirmed solidarity with workers and pledged support for fair wages and policies aligned with international labor standards. In the meantime, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has called for urgent wage reviews and broader economic reforms, warning that worsening conditions are eroding the value of labor. In a post on X marking International Workers' Day, Obi praised Nigerian workers, describing them as essential to national survival. He expressed concerns over the declining value of wages amid rising inflation and living costs. Obi said the current minimum wage is no longer sufficient for a decent standard of living. In another development, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has fixed June the 20th for by-elections in 6 states. INEC Chairman Joash Amopito announced this at a swearing-in of National Commissioner Jamaila Malafa in Abuja. He said the by-elections will hold alongside the Ekiti State governorship election scheduled for the same date. The exercise will fill senatorial vacancies in Enugu, Nasarawa, Rivers, and Ondo states. It will also cover a State House of Assembly seat in Kebbi and House of Representatives seat in Kano State. And now to some legal matters. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has vacated an order directing the African Democratic Congress to maintain the status quo in its leadership crisis. In a unanimous decision by a 5-man panel led by Justice Mohammed Lawal Garba, the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal in Abuja acted beyond its jurisdiction after issuing the order following the dismissal of the case before it. The Supreme Court also returned the leadership dispute to the Federal High Court for determination on its merits. This means the David Mark-led leadership of the ADC remains in place while proceedings continue at the lower court. Our correspondent at the capital, Salihu Maimunat, has more in this report.
Speaking, some of the ADC party faithful chanting, "Tinubu must go." Includes former Minister of Sport, Barrister Solomon Dalong, expressed satisfaction, saying it's a judgment for the Nigerians not only ADC.
It's a landmark judgment because, one, it saved democracy. Two, it even saved the country. Because nobody knows what would have happened if this judgment goes the other way. Because it would have meant that the ADC and any other opposition party will not be able to challenge Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now that the leadership of ADC has been restored and the decision of status quo antebellum was struck down by the Supreme Court, the course is very clear for the party to continue with its activities. Other cases that are being sponsored by those who said go and scatter them, they can continue with their cases while we continue to run our party.
Addressing the journal, the counsel to Nasiru Bala Robert Okumwekwero, son, counsel to David Mark, Jibril Okutapa, son, also expressed divergent view on the judgment.
What we are dealing with now is a principle of law. The most fundamental principle of law is that whenever, and I repeat the word, whenever a case is seeking for an injunction that do not do this, do not do that, whether another is made or not, you act at your own peril if you go ahead to do what is being sought to be restrained. Because if the case succeeds, you are going to do everything you have done to be reversed. That's the effect of it. You act at your peril. This is the decision of the Supreme Court itself. Juku and Lagos State government. It's an old case, 1986. So this is a firmly established rule of law. Whether an order is made or not, the moment you are aware of an injunction, you have to just simply stop doing what you are doing and respect the authority of the courts to decide the case one way or the other.
To comply with the decision of the Supreme Court and restore the leadership of ADC, in this online portal, restore the name of Senator David Mark and Dogbona Aregoshola in the INEC portal within 24 hours. Thank you so much.
They also refused to entertain the appellant's arguments challenging the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal, ruling that the lower appellant court acted within its powers. I am Salihu Memunat, reporting for VOP TV in Abuja.
Thank you so very much, Memunat, for that report. Following the Supreme Court of Nigeria's ruling, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has updated its website to recognize the African Democratic Congress leadership led by David Mark. The update, observed late Thursday, lists Rauf Aregoshola as National Secretary. Others include Manin Ibrahim Ahmad as National Treasurer, Akibu Dalhatu as National Financial Secretary, and Osihemen Osumbo as National Legal Advisor. Still on the ruling, the Supreme Court's ruling, it has also delivered a decisive ruling in the People's Democratic Party's leadership crisis, affirming the faction backed by Nyesom Wike in a 3-2 majority decision. A 5-member panel held that the Turaki-led faction violated existing court orders from the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, which had halted the party's convention. Moving on, the Nigerian police force says no officer involved in misconduct will be shielded from justice following a recent shooting in Ifuru, Delta State. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu gave the warning in Uyo at the passing out parade of 1,068 retrained constables. He declared that the era of impunity is over, stressing that firearms must only be used as a last resort and in line with Force Order 3237. The IGP also warned against extortion, reporting of duty under the influence of alcohol, and misuse of weapons, with offenders facing dismissal and prosecution. Meanwhile, Commissioner of Police in Akwa Ibom Baba Mohammed Azare announced the creation of a violence crime report unit to tackle serious crimes. He said some of the retained officers have been deployed to the new unit in line with the IGP's directive. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's always my pleasure.
Thank you so very much. Also joined us virtually is Mr. Tokwe Balogun, who is a politician and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Tokwe, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation as well.
Good afternoon, Voice
All right.
of the People.
All right, and thank you so very much for joining us. Let me start off with you, and I'm going to start off from the training that clearly happened in Delta State, where, of course, the IGP declared that there is no more level of impunity in the police force. In fact, he did say that any officer involved in misconduct will not be shielded from justice. And of course, he made that assertion following the shooting in Ifuru, Delta State.
Of an institution that is over the years that has gathered enough debris. How much of cleaning can it do? For all intents and purposes, the IGP, barring the new law that gives him 4 years, even if he's retiring the next day, I don't think he has. Let's even take it that Tinubu might reappoint him when he comes back if he wins the election.
Okay.
Even if he's going to spend the next 5 years in the police force, how much of this rot can he clean up? Because it's systemic. You have... How many times have you seen policemen that are heavily drunk and he has a rifle? Sometimes you see them heavily drunk, they keep their rifle more than 5 meters away from them, and they're on guard duty. How many of them will he be pursuing on the streets? Or the ones that, even when at the back of his office, bail is free, and he's asking you to be 200,000 naira for a misdemeanor, not even felony. Even if you go to court with that offense, you are not likely to be sentenced to more than 1 year imprisonment or maybe 50,000 naira fine. But he wants to take 200. And that's not a guarantee that it will make sure you are free.
So how can the system be truly cleaned? Let's even start from there.
Now, the point is, the mistake had been made over the years. There is no rigorous training in the police colleges, at least for the rank and file. There is no rigorous training. Now, for instance, at some point, I did a story about Police College Ikeja. You know, Police College Ikeja is at the heart of the city. And so there's no way you can have a firing range in the police college. So if you want to experience shooting, they take them as far as Alamala Barracks in Ogun State.
Okay.
In the outskirts of Ikeja, you have to drive about 45 minutes from Abeokuta to get to Alamala Barracks. Now, those days, you see a police recruit, for the 6 months of his training, he may not have attended shooting training at Alamala more than once, maximum twice. It's just like somebody says he wants to drive a truck at Ilekwe. Shoes, their beret, their kids.
Practically everything that they need for themselves.
For themselves.
Isn't that something that the ordinary Nigerian also faces, the everyday Nigerian faces.
No, what I'm saying
where
is,
you have to
this is a
get your own water.
This is a peculiar situation. This is a peculiar situation. In other climes, because you have signed away your life
right
to protect me, I should give you some level of comfort. I've not been to America, but I have friends in America. They say once a soldier flashes his badge,
really disheartening, because just like you're trying to paint the picture, Nigerians watching will be saying this truly is a major problem. And you did say it's a systemic problem.
It's a systemic problem.
How much of this system does any administration, both past and present, have tried navigating to even making sure that in the least it gets better? Because you would recall just a couple of days ago, the retired police officers went to the National Assembly and also to the Asura Gate to shut down in protest. So it simply means that this is still ongoing. How much of these problems have been mitigated over time? Because it's not something that started today, Mr. Fadi.
That's why I said it's a systemic problem. Now, the first step to be taken, government announced late last year, giving directives to the Nigerian Police Force and Police Service Commission for the recruitment of 60,000 rank and file policemen. What safeguards have they put in place to ensure that miscreants, Boko Haram members, area boys, demented people with maladjusted mental states are not allowed to infiltrate this recruitment? No fingerprints, no data, no record. Anywhere in the world, in the advanced world, once somebody is convicted, you don't need to search. Just type his name. You see his photograph and there across with red line, ex-convict. But in Nigeria, that person that has served time in prison, you just disappear from your neighborhood. The next 6 months, you see him in uniform with AK-47.
Mr. Fatma, for us to jump to another conversation, but I'm still going to stay with this because there are several questions to ask you. These officers are not being treated right, just from what we've painted here. But there are so much responsibility added to their jobs. Now, I say that because there is a unit that has been created in the Nigeria Police Force called the Violent Crime Response Unit, where this unit
is just the enactment of SARS in another name. I saw it. Akwa Ibom State Commissioner of Police. It's just the reenactment of another SARS unit. What is violent crime? Murder,
kidnapping,
rape, armed robbery, terrorism. Those are special anti-robbery squad jobs before SARS.
By this unit created, Mr. Fanmo, should Nigerians be worried?
Nigerians should be worried. Because what is the mental state of these people that are deployed and given arms? Arms that you bought with my tax now being unleashed against me. It's a systemic problem.
Now, this is becoming something that I really, really want to jump more into. But there's a new sheriff in town, and I'm talking about IGP Tunji, who, again, is trying to do everything within his powers to making sure that on the part of security and securing Nigerians, there should, of course, be some alleviated, response, which, again, is the reason for this particular force, this unit. But the recent protests that just happened just a couple of days ago with the retired police officers, we hear nothing about it. Even though the National Assembly have said, look, we've heard your cries, we're going to take it to the presidency and, of course, debate on it. But there is also the conversation that their fellow counterparts have been taking off this pension scheme. Why are you leaving the police?
You see, it's even late in the day.
The contributing pension scheme is what I'm saying.
Yes, it's late in the day to have exited police force from the new pension scheme.
Why? Why do you think it's late in the day?
It's late in the day. What I mean is, it should have been done years back when they exited the military. The only difference between a soldier and a policeman is one is protecting internal sovereignty, the other one is protecting Nigeria against external aggression. They both bear arms, they both risk their lives. If there was peace in Nigeria, you could run through 35 years of being a soldier, except to go on peacekeeping outside the country without encountering risk. But every day, a policeman encounters risk. And yet, the other day, former Commissioner of Police Lagos State, Owosheni, said as a pensioner, a Commissioner of Police, that his monthly pension is 70,000 naira. What would the Commissioner of Police do with 70,000 naira a month?
In the lived reality of the president of Nigeria.
That means you are subjecting him to the amount paid to his daughter or son as a UCOM member to survive on in retirement.
What's the implication of all of this, Mr. Fani?
I said, you exit them from the new pension scheme. If his counterpart in the military will get $20,000 SUV and all that, but because he retired as a Commissioner of Police, he gets 70,000 naira.
There are some sentiments that are being thrown around as a result of the Nigerian Police Force not taking off the contributory pension scheme. And the sentiment is that some of the presently working police force members might be involved in some heavy, unscrupulous act. Of course, thereby getting money for themselves because they know in the end, what they get in pension is not going to be something to write home about.
It is illegal.
Share this sentiment as well.
Now, it is illegal, but you can't help it. If you see your father after toiling for 35 years and is retiring at 60 years, bones are weak, his gait is tended, and his future is gloomy, bleak, after taking so much so much sacrifice for the unity of this country. Now, you as the son, what would you think? You will not want to go through the route of your dad. In fact, your father will tell you, look, you cannot join the force. Now, are you not surprised that even with the low level of employment in this country, they are now begging people to come and join the force?
Quite unfortunate, really, because this, again, is one conversation that
is it not
has
a paradox?
so much questions to be asked. And I dare say we do not even have all of the time to do that. But let's jump to another conversation. Today is International Workers' Day. And again, still almost of the same situation. But there are several calls being made by the Nigerian Labour Congress asking for inclusion when it comes to governance on the part of the executive with the labor force. But then looking at that particular conversation, some would say just recently the 70,000 naira was approved. And the lived reality of Nigerians is far above what that money can bring. But looking at the call for inclusivity, I beg your pardon, on the part of the labor, do you think that might see the light of the day without down tooling with, of course, the executive?
You see, the window for fresh negotiation for new minimum wage is not open yet. It's a 3-year period,
right,
and it's going to maybe lapse next year. So anything that labor, they are just doing it just to attract accolades from workers. They know that it's not visible. That's one. Then 2, what is the level of collective bargaining in labor movement today? Those are the aims in the 2 trade centers. How much have they done to protect workers in this country?
Okay.
The days of on collective bargaining. For instance, the federal government is the employer of civil servants in the federal government payroll. How much of goodies have the labor movement extracted? Apart from salary increase, which is the 5th in the hierarchy of need of a worker.
You have covered labor conversation over time, and maybe in one sentence, do you have an idea if there's any state government that is not paying the present minimum wage?
I think there are many.
Okay. Let's go to Mr. Tokwe Balogun. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation, Mr. Tokwe. I sincerely apologize. I think the network is not just being friendly. You were going to talk about that last conversation of the police, which again, of course, I would ask that you land on your thoughts on that. And of course, add it up to the fact that the Nigerian Labour Congress is celebrating workers today. I mean, joining workers all around the world to celebrate workers across Nigeria. But they are calling for inclusiveness with the federal government on the part of workers' welfare in the recent and lived reality of Nigerian workers today. Let's have your thoughts.
First, like I was saying earlier, the present IGP actually did what is right, what we appreciate him for, and we applaud him for stripping that corporate of its police authority, actually calling for him to be charged with other officers that were on ground. Because that was an awful extrajudicial killing that we all saw against the boy. When the boy was making confessional statement and was ready to really expose people that sent him to collect the package, which he claims he never knew what was inside. But then, generally, the police needs reform. Is not something we are talking about for the first time, and we'll continue to clamor for that change in the way the police see themselves, such that at the end of the day, they will see the populace too in the gap of people they are supposed to protect, not their enemy. Because the way I see the police react, for many, this is an era of social media that we see so many videos here and there that easily exposes their shenanigans, especially some of them that are culture. So those ones that are caught amongst them are easily exposed. And you see the way they react against the common man, like they are reacting against a criminal or a predetermined enemy that they had the opportunity to accost, and they had to give him woto like in the street palace. Right. That the person has to understand that they are the police officers that are against the populace. This is a very bad orientation, and that is what I think is affecting their disposition in the larger society. And that is why an average Nigeria, we pray not to have anything to do with a policeman. Okay, so they have to
before you continue, sorry to butt in here. My guest in the studio did say that the new unit that was created by the police force, and I'm talking about the violence crime unit, where it's been created to oversee and of course combat violence crimes effectively, is clearly another SARS in the making. Do you share that sentiment as well? Because you would also recall that what these guys are going to be responsible for is they will be clearly responding to acts of investigate and prosecute acts of armed robbery, kidnapping, related crimes as well, which there is the anti-robbery squad for. So this violent crime unit or violent crimes response unit, do you think is also going to follow that direction?
Was a very, very good unit. They didn't caution that eventually led to that violent protest back then. I think the same thing is going to happen to any unit. They should, even if they name it angry, God-fearing police unit, and they start acting irrationally, brutally, they will still face similar fate like the now prescribed SARS face in the face of the community. So it's more of giving them the right orientation and the way to engage.
All right, then, because of our time, really.
Even criminal.
Because of our time, Mr.
Then on the issue of the labor, let me quickly talk about the labor workers. I think they are just jokers. For me, they are jokers. They are just big time jokers. They had the opportunity to play their shots, and they went there when everybody was ready to support them. What did they do? They fall our hand. Let's just the simple statement I can say. They went there and agreed to 70%. As I saw it, 70,000 minimum wage that they know will not be sustainable for in fact, for individuals. Don't talk about a family now. 70,000 minimum wage is not sustainable. It's not going to be sustainable for an individual that is working for any government. Not to now talk of sustaining him and the family. So they did something that was wrong against their workers, and they are now crying foul. And they are already accused that they compromised. They compromised the interest of their workers for pecuniary gain.
Okay, before I let you go, before I let you go, in one sentence, the judgment delivered yesterday at the Supreme Court, both on the part of ADC and of course on the part of PDP, how would you summarize it? Maybe in one sentence, because of our time, really.
All right.
Okay, I think the network would not allow him answer that question, but let me bring it back to the studio, Ms. Fanway, because we're pressed for time, really. The judgment, I know you've talked about it this morning on the breakfast show, but then the judgment of the Supreme Court, your position, both on the PDP and, of course, the ADC as well.
Well, there's no respite for PDP because I don't know how the Wike faction will want to harmonize its position with the Turaki faction that lost the case at the Supreme Court. And so it's still a stalemate as we speak, except miracle happens and they are able to engage themselves.
Okay.
And ensuring that they fuse together so that at least they can come out stronger.
That's on the PDP.
Than the PDP.
Okay.
Then for the ADC, it's not yet to Huru.
Because it's still have to go back to
the
federal high.
Because they have to go back to the federal high courts. And before the determination of the federal high court case, election would have been over.
Anyways, it's a developing story, and we definitely will be keeping our eyes on that, and of course, bring it to you in our subsequent bulletin. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Daly Fadimo, seasoned reporter, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator for Life.
It's always my pleasure.
Thank you so very much. Also, Mr. Talkway Balogun, politician and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here as well. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Nigerians call for federal government's action over South Africa's violence. These and more after this break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to other stories. Concerns are mounting over renewed xenophobic attacks in South Africa with reports of killings and destruction of property belonging to Nigerians. Many are calling on the Nigerian government to take decisive steps to protect its citizens abroad. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Guswada has more in this report.
Fresh xenophobic violence in South Africa has claimed the lives of 2 Nigerians, sparking fear among members of the diaspora and triggering urgent diplomatic engagement by the federal government. The latest incident has heightened concerns over the safety of Nigerians living in South Africa, with many calling on the government to fulfill its constitutional and moral responsibility to protect its citizens abroad. Reacting to the development, Nigeria's Consul General in Johannesburg, Nini Kanwa Okeuche, has urged South African authorities to launch a thorough investigation and ensure that those responsible are brought to justice. Additionally, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission has issued fresh safety advisories warning Nigerians of rising tensions in key cities, including Durban and Cape Town, where protests have reportedly led to looting, protection, and lasting solutions to xenophobia in South Africa.
The reason why Nigeria are going to South Africa in the first place is because they are looking for a more developed life. They are looking for something better. Nigeria should work on itself. Why can't Nigeria be the next America? Why can't Nigeria make its citizens want to stay here? So I think Nigeria should work on their leadership, their structure, their systems.
The advent of social media has even published this, and we can see what is happening there. So, and another thing I would like to note, as a travel consultant, people should use every visa for their own purpose. A tourist visa should not be used to overstay in another man's country. So if you want to migrate, migrate the right way. And don't be a threat to the people that you are going to meet.
Xenophobic attack has been since when I was little. So I feel like what the government should do is to make the country much more conducive. South Africa is much more better than Nigeria, and that is why Nigerians try to run to other countries for greener pastures, and just so unfortunate that South Africa is not having it with us. And because we Nigerians, we have a lot of potentials, so once we go to other countries, we make use of that country, we create a very good system and structure there, we make everything beautiful, and they are Africans, they don't like it, it's not having it. So what I would advise Nigerians to do is, if South Africa is not conducive for them, they can maybe look for another country, because safety is important.
Killing Wallo in South Africa in the first place is that make our own nation, our country livable for us. By doing that, less people, few people will go outside there. Like me, I never dream of traveling out of Nigeria because I know everything that can make me to be whoever I want to be, whatever I want to be, is in this Nigeria. And whatever I can contribute in my own quota to make Nigeria great, I'm ready to do it.
As tensions rise, Nigerians are calling for swift action to ensure safety, justice, and accountability for citizens abroad. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Matthew, for that report. From there, let's move on to some business stories. Investors gained 3.26 trillion naira at the close of trading on Thursday, and the Nigerian equities market extended its bullish run. Market capitalization rose from 152.728 trillion naira to 155.994 trillion naira, reflecting renewed investor appetite for large cap and consumer stocks. The Nigerian Exchange All Share Index also climbed from 237,225.59 to 242,277.81. Market breadth was positive, with 46 gainers against 40 losers, as buying interest dominated key stocks and sectors. From business, we'll move straight to sports. FIFA's president, Gianni Infantino, says Iran will take part in the 2026 FIFA World Cup 2026 in the United States, Canada, and Mexico, ruling out any replacement. Doubts had emerged over Iran's participation amid ongoing tensions involving the United States and Israel, as well as the scheduling of some of their matches on American soil. Iran were the only country absent at FIFA's Congress in Vancouver, but Infantino reaffirmed their inclusion. Speculations have suggested Italy national football team could be recalled as the highest-ranked side to miss qualification, a claim recently backed by Paolo Zampoli. However, many within Italian football have rejected the idea of joining the tournament under such circumstances. The World Cup begins on June the 11th with Iran national football team set to face New Zealand national football team and Belgium national football team in Los Angeles before taking on Egypt's national football team in Seattle. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. Popular Nollywood actor Lateef Adedimeji has announced the arrival of triplet sons with his wife and fellow actress Adebimpe Oyebade. He shared the news on his Instagram page, describing the children as his world, responsibility, and legacy. The actor did not disclose the babies' names or date of birth. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Uzimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, and welcome to, the Spotlight Show. It's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agimanu, aka Call Me Pressy. As today, BE for the what? Energy. And guess what? Why is today special? Because you already know now. It's Friday! And we already know what Friday means. Thank God it's Friday. A lot of people are going to be enjoying themselves. But if you're enjoying yourself, shall remember me. All right, everyone, get ready while we ride together through stories that matter and stories that really inspire. And yes, first on our list today, we're talking about Nigerian singer Tenny responded to growing concerns from fans over her recent weight loss following noticeable changes in her appearance. Shared on social media, the transformation sparked widespread reaction, with many questioning her health and well-being. So in response, the singer clarified that her weight loss was intentional and the result of personal effort. So nothing that people would better understand and appreciate her journey if they knew what she went through. Her statement has since reassured some fans, while others continue to discuss her transformation online. So yes, actually, Tenny has been looking, she has actually changed drastically based on her recent, her recent lifestyle. She has really changed. There's a recent song she actually dropped recently with Bado, and it was really, really cool. But the fact is that people are not so cool with the fact that she has slimmed, or reduced so much. So my thought is this weight loss journey really okay? Because I've seen a lot of people that has been into this weight loss journey, and we talk about ice springs, and we've seen we know that the journey is not easy, but losing so much weight, to me, if you ask me, I feel that yes, it's also good to look healthy. It's also good to, look really healthy, but getting so slim is something to be questioned, because I don't understand. But then it's her thing. She has decided that is what she wants. So, would be okay with it. But some people feel that, they're not okay with it, that she should get back to her body. And people are already comparing if the other Tenny that has the big body, or the other Tenny that has the slim body. So a lot of people are saying, they prefer the Tenny with the fat body and the big body. And some people are saying no, that they prefer the Tenny with the slim body. But either ways, it's her thing. She has decided that this is what she wants for her body. And it's good to stay healthy, because health is wealth. Because if you don't live healthy, I don't wonder how you'll be making the money. But trust me, it's her choice, and I feel that everyone should, stick to that, because that is who she is and that's who she wants to be. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what the comment section people have for us. A lot of people have been saying a lot of things about Tenny, not minding that she has been into the music scene and has been gracing our screens with beautiful and lovely songs. And even recently, she dropped her recent album with Bado. So let's go over to the comment section and see what people have saying. And Opara Mbese said, God, when I get melikwe ihe India now. Okay. And Semi Tone said, set I want it's the Lord's doing. Okay. And Lakunle said, was it pre-ordered? Do they pre-order with? And somebody said, what a man can do, a woman can do better. She thought it's a journey. I feel a lot of people that go through this weight loss journey is not an easy thing. People come out and say, oh, because you see the before and see the after, and everybody feels that, oh, it's really easy. See, it comes with a lot of discipline. I'm telling you, weight loss comes with a lot of discipline. You have to sit down. There are some foods you take. There are some things you stop eating. A lot of things is if you can do it. Because, see, come to think of it, the kind of discipline she has actually gotten herself into for her to become that way, it's not an easy thing. And I'm sure she doesn't want to go back on it. So let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Tenny and her transformation. And yes, somebody said it's 15 years and not 45 years since the 15-year sentence. Oh, so we're still talking about Tenny and her transformation. Trust me, I really love people that live healthy and, live healthy basically. But to the fact that you get so slim and, raises concern, is your choice. It depends on if you want to be that size. It depends on what you want to be. A lot of people want to, they'll get down to reduce to a size 8. Some people want to reduce to a size 10. So I feel that you know your body, you know how you feel. So if you want to be that kind of size and say, oh, I want to come down to size 6, I want to be a size 8, it's your choice. And I feel that people should stop, saying a lot of things and questioning because she has become that way, and people are now saying a lot of things. I just feel that people should just respect her choices. Yes, they should just respect her choices, because this is what she has actually said she wants to be. So if she's going to reduce, if she wants to slim down, it's her journey, and the journey is not easy. Trust me, it's never ever easy. So as she don't come and talk plenty things, we will just respect her, and that's it. All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about the mother of a 28-year-old Ogemine Ogidi has spoken out following the fatal shooting of her son by a police officer in Ephraim, Delta State. So an incident that has sparked widespread outrage. So the victim was reportedly unarmed at the time of the encounter, which was captured in the viral video showing the moment he was shot. Authorities have since confirmed that the officer involved has been arrested and will face prosecution as investigations continue into the circumstances surrounding the killing. So recently, a video has been circulating online about a young boy that was actually brutally killed by a police officer. And this has actually stirred concerns online, because a lot of people are saying this guy was really unarmed. He wasn't holding any firearm. He wasn't holding anything that would warrant these people to actually shoot or kill him. It's painful. I saw these videos and I wept bitterly. And the mother has actually come out to say that this same police was the people that killed the first son, that the first son died out of the same issue. So a lot of people are saying, is this spiritual? A lot of people are saying, no, that this is the whole, because of the situation of that. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this, but this is really painful to see a young man that is unarmed for crying out loud, and he's been shot. I feel a lot of people are unexperienced in this job thing, because why would you, as a police officer, you're supposed to know things you're supposed to do and things you're not supposed to do. Were you meant to open arms on that guy? It's somehow. Seriously. But see, let's go over to the comment section, because seriously, I saw this story and I felt I had this pain, I had this grief, and it's just so bad. But let's go back to the comment section and see what our comment section people have to say concerning this. A lot of people are so sad. A lot of people have said a lot of things concerning this whole situation. But let's go over to the comment section and see what our comment section people have for us. And yes, somebody said, life can be unbearable sometimes. Feels more like a curse than blessing. Leaves you wondering if there is truly a God. May God make it easy for her. Amen to that. And Odelina said, Omo. All right. And Barbara said, Oluwa. And Queen Ziola said, Abi, which kind painful destiny be this? It's actually painful seeing a mother going through, giving birth to her child, and all of a sudden you see your child, lying dead. It's the thought of it is painful. Someone has gone through, 9 months taking care of a particular child, nurturing that child. The child has grown, and all of a sudden you hear news that, oh, the child died out of someone's carelessness. Out of someone's carelessness. Because what else would they call this if it is not carelessness? It's really painful. It's really, really painful. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about the guy and the boy that actually passed away out of the gunshot of a police officer. And yes, Tommy said, how would she heal from these 2 kids gone? Gone, for crying out loud. And Nata, if he said, no parent deserves to go through this. God, please comfort this woman, please. It's a lot. Even losing a loved one is painful. Now, thinking about losing your 2 sons in how many years? In the same situation. It's painful. And yes, somebody said no mother should go through this pain. And Chido said sometimes it feels like it's a punishment for one to be born here. Nothing is just working. I can't imagine how broken that woman is. And Dina Anas Edith said, dear God, I just feel that we should start doing better. It's a lot. They said police is our friend, and we still believe that this is what it is. Or maybe the narration has changed. Maybe the narration has changed, because this is a lot. Seeing a mother weep so badly, weep so hot because of her child is something that I'm not, like, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't know. But let's take more comments. A lot of people are so pained about this guy's death, and it's really painful. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, how would she heal from this? 2 kids are gone. We have more comments, and people are still talking about the boy that was killed by the police officer. It's really painful. I just feel that the authorities have to, look into this matter, because it's outrageous. It's really, really outrageous. I can't even see the video and see how this guy, this young boy cried. He cried. He was even saying, oh, let me take you to the place. Like, it's how the conscience is no more there. This boy cried. It's painful. It's really, really painful. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have more stories to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, A new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight, and it's still happening here on VOP TV, your favorite hub. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things about weight loss. We talked about a young boy that was killed by police brutality, and it's really painful. And yes, we're going over to the next topic, and yes, we're talking about Nigerian rapper Ice Prince has revealed that celibacy was one of several lifestyle changes that contributed to his recent body transformation. So the artist shared insights into his fitness journey, noting that his physical improvement was the result of intentional discipline and healthier living. So he explained that alongside celibacy, he adopted strict dieting, regular exercises, and eliminated habits such as alcohol, smoking, and excessive sugar intake. So his revelation has sparked controversy online, and with many fans highlighting the importance of consistency and overall lifestyle changes in achieving fitness goals. So I still talked about Henny that actually, changed her transformation, really spoken about a lot of things. And right now, this is Ice Prince. And this body transformation no be one day thing. If you know Ice Prince before, his body has always been this big person. But seriously, seeing the transformation he has, my God, it's a lot. And me, I always say this. I said healthy lifestyle is just the best. If you're eating healthy, if you're doing eating healthy, you have to live healthy. It's just the best. Not about eating a lot of time, wanting to get big. All those things have issues. But coming to eat healthy, look healthy, live healthy, there's this feeling it comes with. But so Ice Prince actually came out to say that part of his transformation was about celibacy. He stayed away from, things that he feels that were not right to him. So, but this particular thing, do you feel that celibacy is part of what, transforms people's, transforms people's body and lifestyle? All right, that question will go back to our comment section, because trust me, a lot of people have come out to say things concerning Ice Prince about his transformation too. And let's go over to see what people have to say concerning Ice Prince transformation. Let's go. So we're talking about Ice Prince, and seriously, his transformation has sparked a lot of controversy online. People have been saying a lot of things. See, it's good to eat healthy, it's good to sleep healthy, it's good to do healthy things so that you keep fit. A lot of times, a lot of us put so much, we don't pay so much time and so much, attention to our body. And we don't think that our body needs some rest. We don't think that our body needs exercises. We don't think that our body needs, good food. I mean good food, not junks. So it's good that, you know, things like this for people that really want to, you know, transform the same way. It's also good that you watch, be healthy, live healthy, eat healthy, you know, your food consumption, things you take. Like Ice Prince said, he said he stopped a lot of things like sugar, intake of sugar, drinks, you know, smoking, a lot of things that he actually stopped. So if you're thinking of, you know, you want to, you know, have same transformation, it's also good that you live healthy, because trust me, it's only healthy people that, you know, function well. And please, you put in so much work in your job, you put in so much work in what you do, but you don't give time to your body. You don't give time for your body. You don't give time to rest. You don't give time to eat good food. You don't give. It's important. A lot of people have passed because of they don't pay attention to their body. You could feel dizzy at any time and you feel, oh, it's okay, I'm good, and you know, keep walking. And sometimes when you feel those kind of, when you have signs of, you know, dizziness, signs that you don't feel okay, you visit the hospital. It's important. It doesn't matter how you see it at that time, or you just want to work. See, money is good, but it's also good that is someone that is healthy that can make the money. So if you're healthy, you make the money. So if you're not healthy, how you want to make the money? Is also important. And talking about Ice Prince transformation is really commendable. I talked about Tenny. Tenny has transformed a lot. And you know, people say no, they are not just okay with the whole situation and everything. But trust me, I love transformation like this. But come to think of it, you should also look, you know, good. As far as it's your choice, it's your choice, it's what you want to do. Come on, we are cool with it. Please, everybody where they come out, they talk, say, oh, she looks like this, oh, he looks like this. Not be your body. Now, person will get body know as they feel. And it's also good to live healthy. Trust me. It's also good to live healthy, because I've seen a lot of people. See, people where they hospital, they don't be that. There are lots of people that are in the hospital. They don't go and open their mouth to tell you what they go through. But the advice they always give to people is that you should. Let's just look at this picture. Let's see this picture, because trust me, it's not something that it is hidden, or you should see the way his stomach is and see the new transformation. The difference is just so clear. The difference is just so clear, because what transformation is this? What transformation is this that you cannot believe? Like this is a lot. And come to think of it, I think it's best that people start living healthy. There are some ages you get. There's a particular age you could get to, and you should start thinking of, you know, eating healthy, living healthy, exercises. You do exercises, know what you take, know what you eat, know what you don't eat. There are some types of food you stop at some time, at a particular age. There are some things you don't need to be eating again. There are some things you need to be doing. At least you do some workout in the morning, come back, you know, go to work, still come. There are lots of time, exercise, eat good food. I don't mean junk, because a lot of people might say, oh, I don't have time, I just need to get snack here and eat. And I'm not saying that it's bad, but seriously, people need to start, you know, watching what they take. It's very, very important. Trust me. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about Nigerian woman has gone viral on social media after claiming that her boyfriend ended their relationship following disagreement over her bride price list. So the video, which circulated, actually, shows the woman explaining that the relationship broke down after her partner saw the list of traditional requirements and financial expectation tied to marriage. So according to her narration, the man reportedly felt overwhelmed by the demands and subsequently decided to call off the relationship, a development that left her at shock. And the video had since sparked a lot of debate online. And people are saying cultural expectations surrounding bride price, with some criticizing excessive demands, while others defending the traditions as a respected cultural practice. So yes, let's hear what she has actually come out to say.
Good evening, everyone. I'm the one lady that I posted yesterday about my fiancé. My boyfriend broke up with me because of the bride price. What should I do? My family wrote the bride price. And he broke up with me because of that. What should I do? I don't know if we should be able to beg him. Since yesterday, call me. He's not talking to me. He's not doing anything. He has blocked me everywhere. It's not my fault. My family wrote this. No. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. And we've been dating for like 6 years. 6 years now. He's the one that asked me to go and collect the bride price list. I got it yesterday and I snapped it to him because he's not around. He traveled to Abuja. Now he blocked me and sent me that voice note. I've been texting him since yesterday. He's not reply. What should I do? 6 years of my life. People will not be able to see it. People will be able to see it very well. So I will tag it here. You see, if my family do too much, people should talk. It's not just five fat cow, 50 boiler chicken, 30 veggie goats. It's not too much. You can afford it. You can afford it. I don't know. He can afford it. Honestly, trust me, guys. He can afford it. It's not too much for him to handle. It's not too much for him to handle. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
This is, see, my God. See, it be like say sometimes, I don't even know as I want to put this one, but trust me, this thing go pursue many men to go marry you because I don't know what's going on. Do communities or villagers now feel that, the bride price list that used to be, a little bit okay, they now feel that this is the time to, collect money? Because if it's not robbery, tell me what is this? I don't know how to put it, because what is this? What is this? Let me see the bride price, because this is a lot. Let's see the bride price list. This is a lot. Fat cows, like how many? What are people using? Do you know sometimes I'll see some bride price list and I'll be seeing, tin of milk. Come on, this thing has to be negotiable. It has to be between the families. Are you selling your daughter? Is your daughter sold? Where will they know? Because it's a lot. And this particularly comes from a lot of cultures that people, have the high price of their bride price list is something that even scares them away, that scares the men away. And they see that they can't even, hey, blood of Jesus. 10 kegs of palm wine. From where now? 50 crates. Hey, God, I beg you. It be like say some people go rich. Even say they don't go even they look their side because of the bride price list. But come on, some families should start putting all these things in consideration. iPhone 17. iPhone 17. For mama. Wait till mama know about. Hey, God. Oh, no, wow. Help me. 17 Pro Max for the bride. Oh my God. For the bride price father. 10 bags of foreign rice. Kile, what is this? What is this? See, I beg. May we just tell ourselves the truth. We will get brothers. May we just they talk out. May we just they talk our mind. Me, I get brother now. I can imagine my brother telling me that, oh, we brought bride price list and this is the list. Uncle, you are going to look for another woman and marry you. Yes. Because if you give us this kind of list, how much the man himself they use, they take care of himself, and you don't get this kind of thing where they bring out. Come on. it's high time that some people start, some families, you know, this is something that is negotiable. And until don't they cry. Why you no go run leave you? You they play? Hey, it be like so that your papa go come they marry you so, because trust me, nobody is ready to bring the iPhone 17 Air for the bride's mother, and the iPhone 17 Pro Max for the bride's father. Because tell me why? Why? You know, some people they put hand where you know reach them. People will not even contribute for when they train the pikin. You see them that day they go down, they fly out from nowhere, left, right, center. Everybody go they chook, I bet they collect money. Like why? That is why some of them now they go marry them finish, they use them, they do punching bag. Yes, because tell me, when you don't already sell your pikin finish, how do you feel that the man will not come and respect the woman because you've sold her to him? I feel all these things has to be negotiable within the families. If you have accepted your son-in-law to be your son-in-law, so why all this whole plenty drama just to pay bride price? When I go find another. See, I don't even want to say much. Let's just go to the comment section, because that place, people are not just smiling. But let's go over to the comment section, because a lot of people have something to say. So somebody said, country they born, this one they asked for 5 fat cars. And bro, then put iPhone 17 Pro Max for the list. I know fit laugh, I beg. And 21 Forever said, since it's not too much, your family should buy them for you. Oh God. Abio. And somebody said, I can help him pay, but you will be my wife. Think about it. Okay. Unfortunate Damstrel also said, I am the man. Now make you one use escape poverty, abi. No go walk, you go cry. All right. And Diamond Carey said, I beg, Aqua own no day like this. Make una come marry me. Okay. And another person said, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are really saying about this young lady that has come out to say things about why her supposed to be husband actually left her, you know, because of the bride price list. And yes, couples, the rapies said content. Okay. And Ella Emmanuel says, Shena content. All right. And Ole Mata said, number 20, 5 Hennessy drink. She una want open shop for him head. Like, do you get it? Wait till they use all these things. And even after bringing all this, the people where want to collect this, you will see few people. Why all this whole, drama? Just because of bride price list. And Fekomi said, my own is that I can't see Fekomi bitters in that list. Okay, it's well with you. And Bold Bouncers said, you go the stress who know roads to Abuja is well. You won't go meet all the Abuja ladies. It's well with you. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this young lady that has come out to say things about the high price of her bride price. Only be, it's not real. Do you feel it's not? And Simply Jesse said, brother and sisterhood is proud of the guy. Please, we are proud. Even me, sisterhood is even proud of him. I'm more prouder. And Portia Hope said, wait, is that solar panel I'm seeing in number 18? Oh my God. What did they want you solar panel do? Oh, Jesus. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this young lady and talking about her bride price list. And Mr. Embarrassment said, you suppose arrest una join. Abio, una one robber. Don't be small. And Small Baba said, that list cost now. Your family won't sell you. Because that is what it is. If you don't be sell them, they won't sell them. Okay. And Pala Dish Hub said, is this another... and the girl talker said, you self-block your family and go find your man now. Abio. Yeah, so that's the way. Because if bride price list come there like this, auntie, you're not going to marry you. Everybody go now pass out by and they go be. Trust me. Okay. And if Hair Luxury said both you and the boyfriend, they mad, I beg. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments from our comment section. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, Emmy said, you never ready be that. And Gift Mban Mbanso said, even me as a woman, I go run, block everyone from your community. Una get mind though. All right, and that girl Adjun said, if now you go unblock the person. And a Rolex store said, your family should keep you, I beg. You are a national treasure. Okay, since they sell you, abio. And yes, Mr. Great Kisser said, if not me, I go block you for the next life. Oh my God. And yes, we have a lot of comments. Somebody said, country they bought this one, they asked for 5 fat cows. Bro, then put iPhone 17 Pro Max for the list. It's how they even thought about putting iPhone 17 Pro Max. Where do you even get that kind of idea from? Like this idea, in everything where you they ask for an iPhone 17 Pro Max. Wow. That's really interesting. For bright price list, why babe no go cry? Auntie, but the truth is that even this cry that you're crying now, it seems that it looks like you're going to be crying more. So it's better for you to, speak to your family because this is a lot. Like seriously, when they say una picking, when I do when I want to do traditional marriage, they carry all the whole problem, all your whole national problem they put for bright price list. That why? Because of what? It's well, oh, it is well. All right, that takes us to our next story, and we are talking about a federal high court in Lagos has sentenced Lagos socialite Funmi Lola Arike, popularly known as Ariket, to a total of 45 years in prison over drug trafficking offenses involving the attempted export of cocaine to Saudi Arabia. So the court found her guilty of conspiracy, possession, and unlawful export of about 1.595 kilograms of cocaine following investigation that traced her involvement in the illegal operation. So, however, this sentencing structure means she will not serve the full 45 years consecutively, as the court ordered the 3 15-year terms to run concurrently. As a result, she is expected to serve an effective jail term of about 15 years calculated from 2017 when she was first arrested. So this is a lot of the CM. I don't know why people, why some of our celebrities now, I'm putting it that way, they don't get to the top with, how would I even put it? You don't chase fame with fake life. Because that's what I put it as. You just want to, because everybody they do, you won't go, you won't do hurry. Why do you want to? Where this place where they run, they go, who they pursue, they go there. Because tell me, this is what it is. See, where it don't land you now. And it's really painful that seeing these kind of things, and our own gender, for crying out loud, now they make me, sometimes I say, person wey no fear woman, you go see, they come, they say precious, you too, they talk. But now, woman at the talk, because sometimes when I see things like this, myself, I even fear for my own gender. But it's well. See, let's go back to the comment section, because a lot of people don't talk about something about Ariket. So let's go back to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say concerning her. And Queen Chingy said she is in her 50s, meaning at 70 to 80 years, she go still dey serve. Mommy, the prison that introduced to this business no like you at all. Them use you. All right, and Yemi Gold said, Africans don't read law. She only has about, because everybody is making the money doesn't mean that, you should, follow them in the same way and making the money in the wrong space, making the money in the wrong thing. Illegal things. It's not good. Well, nothing will still happen to you when you do things right. Why don't you just do things right and have peace of mind? Actually, do the right thing and have peace of mind than doing wrong thing. Now because even they feel guilty on top of the thing where you don't do. What does it profit you? Make I just ask this question. All right, and this is what I have to say concerning Ariket, and I just pray, since she has some few more years to go, I pray that she's, healthy and comes out and, does good thing and, live a good and better life. And that's all I have to say. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, Please stay true to your stories and don't forget to tell them we had. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for?
Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Health Check on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters, and it is always a delight to bring you information on health matters that concern you daily and, of course, break them down to your understanding. Well, today we're having a very honest and important conversation about men's health. Specifically, we're going to be talking about male hormonal health. And this is a subject that affects energy, that affects fertility, your mood, and your overall well-being, really. But it is often ignored or not really talked about. You know, many men attribute changes in their bodies to stress, aging, to workload, and sometimes the real issue are hormonal. They can be traced down to your hormones. And this topic actually sounds very medical, but in the real sense, it is very, very personal. Because sometimes what looks like stress, what looks like laziness, or just I'm fine might actually be something deeper going on in the body. Well, joining me to break down this topic of conversation today and to shed more light on this for your understanding and for your education purpose is Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a medical practitioner, a wellness physician, and public health advocate. Thank you for joining the show, Dr. Charles.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and we are not doing this alone. We also have an endocrinologist in the studio today in person of Dr. Adedayo Adegite. He's an endocrinologist, like I said, and a specialist in hormonal, metabolic, and reproductive health. It is so good to have you on the show today, sir. Thank you so much for joining. It's a
pleasure to be here.
Okay. It is really good to have the gentleman on the show today. And I'm actually very, very excited. I'm sure you can see that I'm really, really happy because today I might be asking questions that will expose some secrets that men have been hiding for years, really. But let's dive into it, shall we? Okay, let's start simply. I'd love to start with Dr. Adedayo. And we're going to be talking about male hormones today. And I would love to ask, when we hear hormones or when we hear male hormones, what does it mean? You know, this might sound like too much of a medical terminology to the people out there, to the audience or to the viewers watching. So really, what are the key hormones that we are referring to when you talk about hormonal imbalance in men and all of that? Can you just tell us something about it?
Well, I think basically, so when we say male hormone, so I'm sure most times we're referring to the androgens, and also it's downstream hormones. So because androgens, that's testosterone, is converted to other hormones in the downstream, like the DHT, that's dihydrotestosterone, and also estradiol, which is the common female hormone. And of course, also the upstream hormones that actually stimulate the production of the testosterone. So this is basically, I believe, when we talk about male hormone, that's what we are talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
or is that, I would want to be sure that that's exactly what you have in mind.
We'll find out. Actually, you say lots of medical terms right now. And I want to believe that not everyone watching is really, really, really vast in medical education. You talked about androgens, you talked about testosterone and all of that. Please break it down. What are these hormones? How are they, functional in our bodies? What do they do in our bodies and all of that? Just for layman understanding.
So, so there are different androgens in the body, but the most important one is the testosterone. Which is produced from the testes. Largely from the testes. It's also produced in other organs, but largely from the testes. And it's about 5 to 10 milligrams is produced daily under the influence of what we call the gonadotropins. So the gonadotropins, okay, I know those are very big words. So just think about it that what gonad means testicles. Tropins means something that stimulates, maybe another tissue, the tissue. So that means the tissue that is being stimulated here is the gonad, which is your testicles. So the gonadotropins are the hormones or the chemicals that are produced from the master gland, your pituitary gland. So there are two of them, the LH and the FSH. Now, so that's the second order. Then you have, okay, so you have the first order, the second order. So the first order is from the hypothalamus. Okay, so it's like you have the organ at the top and the next to it. And of course, the organ of reference here is the testicle that produces the testosterone. So, but for testosterone to be produced from the gonad, that's your testicles, the signal comes from the organ at the top, which is the hypothalamus. So hypothalamus produces a particular hormone called the gonadotropin releasing hormone, GnRH. So this GnRH is actually fired or released in a pulsatile manner. So usually it fires at the interval of about 1 to 2 hours frequency. This is very critical because if it's fired continuously, the effect on the pituitary gland won't be effective. So it has to be fired in that pulsatile manner at that frequency and amplitude. So once it reaches that amplitude after maybe within an hour and two, then the production of the gonadotropin, that the LH and FSH, kicks in. And when it kicks in and is produced, it goes down to the testicles to stimulate the tissues within the testicles. So there are two groups of tissues also within testicles. There's one they call the Leydig cells. There's one they call the satellite cells. So the Leydig cells responds to your LH, that's luteinizing hormone, while the satellite cell responds to the FSH. So the Leydig cells produces testosterone under the influence of the LH, while the satellite cells produce the spermatozoa under the influence of the FSH. So that's how it is. Now, there is a feedback loop. We call it feedback loop. So the nature has done in such a way that the body is not just, the testicle is not being fired continuously without any control. Do you understand? So that means the testosterone and maybe some of the downstream hormone like the estrogen goes back to the hypothalamus, that's the organ at the top, and the one next to it, which is the pituitary gland, to say, hey, enough, just to ensure that there is homeostasis, balance. We don't have too much of testosterone in the body, so we just have enough that the body requires. So that's, I think that's just the maybe a short summary of basically what happens, how these hormones are produced and how they are regulated.
Wow.
In the body.
Wow. Well, I must say, this is really, really, there is a lot to learn from it. I can't even take it all right now. But Dr. Charles, I don't know, but can you really break down this testosterone thing in line with the strength and masculinity in men, really? What are the most important functions of these things in the male health, and how important is it really?
Okay, so as Dr. Adigite has highlighted, he's done a very fantastic work in telling us the different pathways.
He literally painted diagram in words.
Yes, well illustrated.
Yeah.
How they are all produced at the different stages and all the hormones that are involved in the regulation and homeostasis. So basically, testosterone is a chemical messenger. It's a hormone. Most hormones are proteins that are produced from glands. So they are secreted into your bloodstream and they are expected to create a certain effect at a distant site. So typically, like you said, androgens, testosterone, and the likes are responsible for male secondary sexual characteristics. So that's the main thing that testosterone does. So it is responsible for the pubertal changes you see in an adolescent male. So testosterone, once it starts surging or it starts going up, you start noticing those male secondary sexual characteristics, which may include broadening of the shoulders, deepening of the voice. When you say a person has a cracked voice, and then of course you probably have growing facial hair, hair on some other parts of the body, pubic hair, axillary hair, and all that. Those are fundamental effects that you notice in the adolescent male as as the child is transitioning from childhood into adulthood. Then, of course, testosterone has also been linked to energy levels. It has also been linked to stamina. It has also been linked to libido and sexual drive. So these are responsible for what makes a man, and the ability of a man to have a healthy libido or a healthy sexual drive is also a key factor relating to testosterone. So anything that causes a disruption in testosterone levels, anything that causes either a reduction in testosterone levels or letting the testosterone not be effective as it should, would cause some issues with all these functions that we've mentioned. So little wonder where in the transitional phase of life, when men are between 55 and 65 and they go through the andropause phase, which we talked about before, they may start experiencing a decline in total testosterone levels, which may now come with the low stamina, low libido, low sexual drive, mood changes, sleep problems, and you just notice that their physical energy is not like before, their vitality and vigor is not like before. So all these are things that are really linked to testosterone. And it is very important to also note that some of these imbalances can also be due to certain medications or treatments that men may be on. For instance, certain men are on drugs for prostate-related issues. They may be on some drugs to shrink and enlarge prostate, which ultimately may cause reduction in libido because it blocks the action of testosterone. Yeah, so it converts, it disrupts the conversion of testosterone into its active form. It inhibits that enzyme that helps to convert testosterone to DHT, and you're having, a little decline in the libido and sexual drive that men see. Then also men who are also hypertensive may be on certain medications that we call diuretics. Certain diuretics, like the potassium-sparing diuretics and thiazide diuretics, when you take them, you can also notice that there's a decline in the sexual drive too. It's been shown that people on this treatment may actually notice reduced libido while they're on treatment for their hypertension. Then all the other drugs that may also be implicated may be antipsychotics. When people are dealing with some conditions that warrant them to be placed on certain antipsychotics, you can find out that being on antipsychotics can raise your prolactin levels. And when your prolactin levels are elevated, it would also counteract your testosterone, and you may find out that you have lower libido, and then your sexual drive, goes down. So it's very important that we know that when men start having erectile dysfunction or concerns with their erection, it must be a holistic approach. It is not only just that the testosterone levels are low, it may also be because of their lifestyle, if they are obese, for instance, or because of certain treatments and the drug effects of the treatment they may be on. And we've mentioned before also that men who are overweight, because of the large amounts of fats in their bodies, aromatase enzyme can actually convert their testosterone to estrogen, and then you find out that they also have a decline in the libido levels. So you can also see that there are also some interconnections between treatment, lifestyle, and body form.
So are you saying that with proper care and with the right kind of lifestyle, with the right kind of drugs and all of that, it is possible to live healthy without a natural decline in your hormones as a man?
Well, there's a normal phase that happens. The andropause phase is not an illness. It's just like menopause in women is not a disease.
So are you saying that when men begin to experience a natural decline in their hormones when they are above the age of 50 to 55, it is not normal? It has probably been spurred by lifestyle or something?
No, we are saying that it is expected. It is not unusual to experience that at that age. So it's a transition.
Okay.
So over time, research has shown that there is a gradual decline in testosterone level.
At what point?
Even from the 30s. Even from 30s, yes, you find out that there's a gradual decline in testosterone levels, but it is most pronounced in the andropause phase, where people are usually over the age of 55, where they now notice that these things are very prominent, not just because of their ages, but because they may also be managing other conditions. And the treatments used in those conditions may also aggravate the low libido or sexual drive that they may be experiencing. And then, of course, stress. We cannot overemphasize stress because stress levels to have a huge way of interfering with libido levels, hormonal balance, and all that. So your high stress levels ultimately can cause an impediment to the quality of your erections or the quality of the sexual drive of a man. And emotional and mental health issues as well.
Wow, a lot of things are connected to this. All right, no problem. Let's go straight to talking about the early warning signs and all of that when it comes to hormonal imbalance in men. So, Dr. Dayo, many men really don't realize that something is wrong until it becomes serious. And most of the time, it is very, very common to see that men does this whole "I'm fine" thing. They always, want to hoard up whatever they are feeling inside of them and all of that. And they might even, not pay attention to these signs just because they're trying to act strong because they are men. Really. So what are the earliest physical signs that may suggest that this person is currently having an hormonal imbalance issue?
Okay, so for male hormonal, testosterone deficiency, by far, it's fatigue. So people who have androgen deficiency, they tend to be fatigued, they're tired, they can't, and they also have poor drive. So not sexual drive, they just have poor drive to everything. So which is cognitive problem because the testosterone play a huge role in your brain. In terms of, yes, it play a role in your cognition, ability to be able to have good drive, to do things, So that is one of the commonest early signs of symptoms. Then, of course, if you look at the muscle, gradually you notice because testosterone play also a significant role in your muscle mass preservation and strength. So they tend to feel weak. That means not just that they feel physically weak, they also feel that they're losing it in terms of their muscular strength. Ability to be able to carry, maybe they used to be able to carry maybe water, to the bedroom. They're not able to do that anymore and easily, maybe with more difficulty. And of course, the bone too are affected because, like I said, so beyond just looking at testosterone, you need to look at the hormones on the downstream. So like Doc said earlier, testosterone is converted through aromatization to estrogen, which is good if that happens within that, very little amount. But for people who are obese, because the larger the visceral fat, the higher the amount of aromatization that will take place in the periphery. So because of that, so they tend to have high level of estrogen, that's the female hormone, and the effect of that. So to have effect on their, maybe libido, and then maybe they may have gynecomastia, that means they may have what we call mumps. We call boobs in women. In men, we call it mumps.
Okay, I've learned something new today. Mumps. Okay.
Mumps in men.
All right.
So then, of course, you also, so like I said, bone strength. Estrogen play a critical role in bone strength. So even in men, it's estrogen that makes our bone to be strong. And it is based on conversion of our testosterone to estrogen peripherally. But usually it's small amounts. But when we have, maybe you've gained a lot of weight, you're obese, and you're getting old, and then you're gaining a lot of fat. So these fats, the visceral fat, convert so much of the testosterone to estrogen peripherally. Then, of course, also, the testosterone also play some role in your red blood cell. So they may become anemic, so which can also contribute to the fatigue and the tiredness in them. So these are, then, of course, for sexual drive, that has been mentioned. But one of the earliest signs is loss of, what they call the morning glory. You've heard about the morning glory,
No, I don't know what is morning glory. Please break it down.
The morning glory is the early morning tumescence of the penis. That means the penis, the penile erection that you have in the very early hours of the morning. There's a picture you showed there, a very beautiful picture that showed when the testosterone peaks around 6 a.m. in the morning. Yes, so around that time, most men will tell you that, I just noticed that without fantasizing with anything, I just noticed that my penis just gets strong and
So when
pudgy.
there is an erection very early in the morning, it means that you're having good
Absolutely.
health.
Yes, that means you
Wow.
have good androgen in your body.
Okay.
So when you're not having that, it is
there
a
is a
sign.
problem.
Yeah, it's a sign that you are already having some problem. You know.
Mm.
So these are some of the maybe just a few early signs that you need to look at for. I mean, there are quite a number of others, but I mean, these are just a few.
All right, but you mentioned fatigue most of the time when we're talking. But we have to accept the fact that it is normal to be tired from work. And we know men, I don't want to say they're hustlers, but they're always doing something, you know. So how can we differentiate between normal tiredness from work and a symptom of hormonal imbalance?
Well, I think the fatigue will be disproportionate to the level of activities. So, I mean, sometimes you've not done anything. You've even slept and woke up in the morning. Of course, as you know, sleep deprivation also play a role. Stress, Doc mentioned stress. High cortisol interfere with the GnRH that we mentioned the other time. That's the first and second order of the master gland at that level. It interferes with it so that it disrupts the GnRH secretion in that pulsatile fashion. So if you are sleep deprived, if you are chronically stressed, maybe from work, if you have chronic illnesses, if you undergo extreme of exercise or extreme of weight loss, all of these factors have been shown to increase your cortisol level and to disrupt this HPA axis that we're talking about. That's the hypothalamus pituitary gonadal axis. So once that is disrupted, of course, your gonadal secretion of testosterone also will be reduced. So if you can, I mean, just pick all of these things we mentioned, apart from, because most people think about that, okay, for you to have androgen deficiency, it must be that there's something in the brain. Of course, so maybe I should just go into that, the causes of androgen deficiency.
Yeah.
So we have the constitutional causes, the common ones, which are divided into the primary and the secondary. So the primary means there's a primary problem within the testicles. So it could be maybe trauma to the testicle, surgery, or torsion. People have torsion where the blood supply to the testicle is deprived due to the fact that there's a torsion of the blood vessel around the testicle at some point. So because of that, there's the testicle dies. Maybe there's no other way of, it shrivels over time, and of course, when it dies, then the function also dies. So then, of course, there are quite a number of other things in children. Moms, you know the things in Yoruba, they call it shegede, where this place will be swollen. The cheeks will be swollen. I mean, I think I had it when I was a child. I think most kids it's viral. It's called viral mumps. Yeah, it can actually affect the testicles.
Wow.
And cause primary hypogonadism later in life. It could be iron deposits, any heavy metal deposit to the testicles, all of these things. Then, of course, it could also occur, congenitally in a condition called Klinefelter syndrome. They are usually born like that. They have abnormal chromosome called XXY. So they are like super, maybe you call them super male or super female. So they tend to have this, they tend to be tall, and then have long legs, have wider arm span more than the legs. And of course, the testicles will be small in size. And then, of course, all the secondary sexual characteristics that we talked about, like the deepening of the voice, the facial hair will not be there. And then later in life, they may have gynecomastia, all of infertility and all of that. So those are primary causes. Then there is secondary. I mean, just last week, I saw a young man, 27, with classical secondary hypogonadism. His testicle, he noticed that as he was getting older, that the testicles were small, and of course, he didn't grow beard, and then the hair in the armpits are not there. And then, of course, he also noticed that there was no desire to have sex, or there's no sexual drive. And the erectile function also was not there. So I think he just said, let me just visit the hospital. And when I examined him, clearly testicles very small. And then we did some tests which showed that the problem is coming from the brain. That means it's probably from the hypothalamus or the pituitary because it's low. The LH and FSH were low and the testosterone very low. And of course, he also said something to me. He said, I feel that my bones are weak. You know, like I told you that when there's no testosterone play a huge role in mineralization of the bone. So it makes the bone strong. So when you don't have it, the bone is going to be weak. And people will be prone to fractures. Easy, you can just bang your hand and then it's broken. So the testosterone goes beyond sex. I think that's what I think we should be even talking about.
Yes.
People think about sex, having erection. It goes beyond that. So, I mean, testosterone plays a role in vascular tone, in endothelial function. It plays a role in metabolic function, insulin sensitivity. People who have low androgen are more likely to be have insulin resistance and develop type 2 diabetes. And of course, also become obese. And also, of course, also have problem of cardiovascular events. So it's just quite a number of other things we need to look at when we look at testosterone beyond sexual function.
Not joke with your sleep. The quality of sleep, a restorative sleep, a proper sleep that you sleep and you wake up feeling refreshed and you are ready to take on the day. That helps to put everything, back to the reset mode.
Not the kind of sleep that you would have and you still be thinking.
Yes, so it's a kind of restorative sleep that you wake up, you know that your body has really been invigorated and, you feel well rejuvenated in summary. So basically quality sleep is important. A healthy diet, very key because you need your body to be well nourished and you need proper nourishment. When it comes to male hormones and male fertility, zinc is a micronutrient that cannot be underestimated. Zinc supplies are very key. You can get that from your healthy nuts. You can get that from eating healthy, being on the mineral supplement. For zinc is very essential because research has shown that even men that have fertility issues, when they go for their semen analysis, they're going to estimate the number of sperm cells, viable sperm cells, check for morphology, check for motility, check for if there's any infection. They may do a semen culture. But basically, it's been shown that men who have immotile sperm or sperms that are sluggish, that are not moving properly, by the time they get some zinc supplementation, it kind of improves the motility of the sperm. And you know that motility of the sperm is very necessary for you to achieve fertilization. So if you don't have the predominant number of sperm cells being actively motile, achieving fertilization will be a problem. So supplementing zinc is very important in men's health, men's sexual health, and when it comes to hormonal related issue. And we also know that zinc is an important cofactor for many enzymatic reactions in the body. So it's a very, very essential cofactor that helps to enhance enzymatic function so that your body can go through all the right processes the way it should in the appropriate manner. Then it's also very necessary to ward off detrimental habits, which includes, of course, smoking and drinking.
Exactly.
Yeah, so for a lot of men, we know that when it comes to substance abuse, men are more of the culprits. I'm not saying women don't do the same, but for men, they are the majority. So over drinking, can cause a lot of hormone disruption, for instance, because when you drink too much, you are prone to having truncal obesity, you are prone to having aromatization more, like doctor has said, where your estrogen levels will now rise because you're having more testosterone converted to estrogen. Then you can also find out that a lot of people that drink a lot of alcohol can now develop liver-related issues. And it is well known that in the end stage of liver problems, when you have chronic liver disease, you're probably having high estrogen levels already. And that is why they present with what we call spider nevi. There are some classic signs that we see. These are medical terms that, you see on people that have chronic liver disease, but it is a sign that there's high estrogen level in that man. And that is why also most men that have chronic liver disease may have testicular atrophy. Their testicles will shrink while they now grow the boobs or the moobs. Yes. So it's a sign that you see also in chronic liver disease. So you can now see how our lifestyle so greatly influences hormone disruption and the ability to either be fertile or to have enough androgens to live a healthy life as a male. Then it's also important that maintaining a healthy weight, we cannot overemphasize that, physical activity. Maintaining a healthy weight is a factor of discipline. It's a factor of how much of input and output, how much do you eat, what are the things you eat, do you just pile up calories, are you sedentary, do you physically get active? All these things, they all play vital roles in ensuring that you maintain a healthy weight and in maintaining the fact that you are not, aromatization is not just an ongoing process in your body in an excessive way where you now have high levels of estrogen rather than the androgens. It's also very important that we cope with stress, the ability to cope with stress. And now stress can be in form of physical, mental, and emotional stress. So all round, how well are you coping with
physical, mental, and emotional stress?
Yeah, so how is the man coping with that? And you know that society, so you are seen as a weakling, and no man actually wants to hear that, being called that. And no man also wants to be in a situation where, people now seem, where he's like, he's at the mercy of other people. So he will just try to keep pushing on, and you always have your own limit.
Affecting him.
Yes, where you just snap because you get to an elastic limit that beyond which all you get is you just snapping off, unexpectedly. So it's very necessary that men should speak up. It is not unhealthy for you to speak. You are human first and foremost. Before you are a man, you are first and foremost a human, and you have feelings, and your feelings are valid, and whatever you're experiencing are also valid. So when you know you need help, when you know they are undergoing an overwhelming situation, or you are under some circumstances that requires that you should get help, it is very okay for you to seek that help. Yes, it's very okay for you to get help. You seeking for help doesn't mean you are weak. You asking for help doesn't mean that you are not man enough. It just simply means you're human and you want to find a solution to what you're experiencing. And that is actually the wise thing to do at that point in time. So you can see now that our diet, our lifestyle, habits all interplay, in overall hormone metabolism and the way hormones act in our bodies. So essentially, to all men out there, it's very necessary to observe your body, to know when things are not right or when things are going off, and to see the right professionals so that early intervention can be instituted, because that's the only way you can get good outcomes rather than delaying presentation, because delayed presentation also may further worsen any complications that may arise.
Men, speak up. You really need to pay attention to your health as well. Well, Dr. Dayo, while Dr. Charles was talking, he mentioned fertility issue in men. And that brings me to this question. Most of the times when people or when couples are having issue in conceiving, most people say it's the fault of the woman. But from what I've just heard today, I think men play a very pivotal role in this. So I really want to understand, what role do men play in the conversation about hormonal imbalance when it comes to fertility issue? And also, what are the most common medical reasons for a decline in sperm quality in men?
Well, I think male factor now is dominant by far. I think maybe up to about 60 to 70% of the time. Unlike in those days of our fathers, where when a woman is not able to carry a baby, they say, okay, go, go, go. And the man just sits at home and waits. And then they put all the blame on the woman. And I dare say that it's possible that this problem has been there. It's just that nobody cared to investigate. So male factor is very, very high. Trust me. And I think I did mention during one of our, I think when we had the talk on plastics, and then we talked about the BPA of this world and all of those things, the effect on sperm quality, on testosterone. And of course, you see, men testicles are endangered species, if you want to put it that way. If you look at it, unlike the woman egg that's inside the womb, our own is somewhere down there. It's susceptible to all kinds of injury. It can be kicked. while playing soccer or while playing, can twist around. Well, a lot of things can happen to it, And beyond that, many people wear boxers now that, keep, there's a reason why God put the testes where he put it, for a reason. For the temperature, if testes has been inside the body, the core temperature inside the body would have, killed the cells. That's why God allowed it to be just below the abdomen, where, the temperature there is far lower. Do you understand?
So you can breathe.
So that, so for the health of the spermatozoa, that's the reason why God put it there.
Yeah.
So, but situation where you wear tight boxers, some of them there is no breathing through, all of those things can cook the testes. And then, of course, the spermatozoans will be affected adversely. Alcohol, as we mentioned, we mentioned all sorts of metals, pesticides, that are consumed maybe in the food that we eat. All of these make the testicles to be endangered. And then, of course, there are a lot of drugs that men use, anabolic steroid to build muscles. They interfere also with the testes. Yes, they interfere with it. Glucocorticoids, a lot of other drugs that people use. Marijuana, even cigarettes. Do you understand? Substances. All these things affect the testicles in one way or the other. So certainly, the male factor is dominant. Unfortunately, it's getting worse. About 1 to 2%, the decline in the level of testosterone average for an average male from the age of 30 to 40 is about 1 to 2% per year. So I just wanted to weigh in on the issue of andropause and what they call late hypogonadism, late onset hypogonadism. So typically, once you reach the age of 30, 40 or thereabout, the level of testosterone decline by about 1 to 2% per year. But in some people, there may be a rapid decline further than that. So if that happens, and then you have symptoms, of course, all the symptoms we mentioned, like problem with early morning tumescence of the erection, and then fatigue, moobs, and all of those things. Those are pointers to the fact that your testosterone is declining, maybe precipitously, and then you need to check out and look out for. And if you do a test and you have a level less than 8 nanomole per liter, until proven otherwise, you have hypogonadism. Do you understand? And you need to do something about it. But studies have shown that if you're able to do some exercise and lose up to about 10 to 50% of your weight for people who are obese, because these are functional hypogonadism, like I mentioned, because they are not necessarily because there is a structural problem. Do you understand? It's as a result of all the things we've mentioned. You may be able to reverse. Do you understand? Your testosterone can go back to the normal level. So now, another thing I wanted to mention, maybe in relation to fertility, is that we need to differentiate between fertility and erectile function. Yes, both may coexist, but they are not necessarily the same. Erectile function has to do with erection. And what causes erection, there are quite a number of factors, which include the integrity of the nerves. Do you understand that, makes the penis to be strong? And also the blood vessels around the penis. Those two play a huge role. Of course, testosterone also play a role. But you may have normal testosterone and yet have erectile dysfunction. So I think it's important to differentiate between those. Can I repeat that again?
Sure.
It's possible for you to have erectile dysfunction in spite of normal level of testosterone. Because there are other factors that can cause erectile dysfunction. Like quite a number of patients who have type 2 diabetes, who have, or people who have had maybe spinal problem. Do you understand? They may have erectile dysfunction and the testosterone level may be normal. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But again, both can coexist. So if individuals who have testosterone problem, they tend to have both problem with libido. So the first thing is that they don't even have this drive.
Oh, talking about libido now.
Yes.
You know, men sometimes take some things to enhance performance. Something like herbs, drugs, and all of that. How
Yeah.
healthy are all of these?
Well, well, the question is whether those things are safe for your kidney and your liver. For me, I think that's where some of them work. Actually, some of them work. They work. They circumvent some of these defects. But then the question is whether they are healthy, the quantity you are consuming, whether they are healthy for the liver and the kidney, and of course the effect on the heart. Do you understand? So all of these are not being well studied. So one has to be very careful. Especially for enhancing performance in individuals who have erectile dysfunction.
Okay, beautiful. All right, we are about wrapping up because this particular topic of conversation is really, really wide, it's really, really broad, and we cannot really do justice to it in one episode. But really, we can talk about all of these problems without talking about the treatments, really. So, Dr. Charles, what do you think can be done when a man figures out that, okay, he's beginning to have this hormonal imbalance and all of this? So what treatment should he go for? What should be done? What immediate action should be taken so in this effect?
Okay, thank you so much. But before I start with the question you just asked, I think just to add to what Doctor has said, very important when it comes to male fertility is that some other factors like presence of varicocele, improperly treated sexually transmitted infection have been shown to actively stop a lot of men from being fathers.
Wow.
Very, very important to note. So varicoceles are just the pampiniform plexus of veins in the testes. They get tortuous, they get dilated. They can temporarily raise the temperature around the testicles, and they now hinder normal sperm production. And that reduces the quality of sperm. So when you are trying to rule out the causes of reduced quality of sperm in men, varicocele is a culprit. So typically it can present like a bag of worms. Some men just feel some testicular pain, which they ignore. But if you feel testicular pain and you think it's something that's been recurrent over time, it's time you got it evaluated. You should go and see your practitioner, send for an ultrasound scan. A scrotal ultrasound scan is going to reveal a lot. So if you're having varicocele, it is surgically managed. It is best to get it sorted. Otherwise, it can actually cause the testicle to shrink over time and, of course, affect the quality of sperm production, which we know would negatively impact fertility. Then secondly, if you've treated sexually transmitted infection and you're the kind of person that you don't follow through your complete treatment regimen or you don't go for an after-treatment assessment, you may also be at risk of infertility. Even tuberculosis has been shown, the extrapulmonary type has been shown to be implicated because you can have TB or orchitis affecting the testicles. So ultimately, you find out that there are many infections too that can actually make a man infertile. So it's very important that we have a high index of suspicion for this, especially in our environment. Then going to the treatment, like you asked, there are a lot of treatment modalities that are available. But before you get any form of treatment, you need to at least be precise about your diagnosis. You have to know what the problem is first. So the first step is you presenting to a doctor and the doctor doing a physical examination, taking a history, going through relevant investigations, which may include a scrotal ultrasound to check your testicles, how healthy they are, check the volume of your testicles, check if you have fluid surrounding it, hydrocele, whether you have varicocele, seeing whether there's shrinkage of the testicles, seeing whether the blood supply to the testicles are good. All those things are very, very essential. Then you go for your hormone profile. Your doctor is going to recommend all the necessary hormone profiles. They are going to do your FSH, the gonadotrophic hormones that doctor has mentioned, the FSH, the LH, your testosterone levels, check your estradiol levels, also check for prolactin levels. All these are very, very important tests to check so that we're able to know if you are having some dysregulation at some point of this hormone profile. And then based on the findings of those tests, your doctor, which is the endocrinologist, the doctor involved in hormonal related issues, is able to now find out where the issues are and is able to tackle it appropriately. Some men need to have testosterone supplementation. It is not routine for every man who is having one or two of these issues to just place himself on a testosterone supplement or injections or gels or whatever. It is your doctor's job to take a thorough assessment of your case and individualize your treatment. Because if you start a medication on your own, you may only be jeopardizing your case because you can worsen the outcome of your problems. So certainly, you go through all the hormone profiles, you do all your imaging, and then you treat underlying infections that you may be managing that we call comorbidities. Yes, and then a thorough drug history. We want to find out if some drugs or some of the things that you use habitually are not interfering with your hormones as well.
Wow. Okay, this has been a very insightful and important conversation, really. We've heard everything, and this is the advice. Men, please be mindful of the kind of things you do, the lifestyles you inculcate over time. Sleep well, avoid smoking, avoid drinking, take care of your health, and all of that. A really big thank you to Dr. Charles Adeogun and Dr. Adedayo Adegite for sharing their expertise on this particular topic of conversation. Thank you so much, sirs, for coming on the show.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. And so our viewers, please, understanding your body is not a weakness. It is wisdom. So please take care of your health. Take care of yourself as a man. Go for fertility tests. Make sure that you see the doctors. You know, be very, very mindful of the very little things that are causing your body. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, stay informed, stay healthy, and stay alive. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Before the arenas, before the charts, there was Ahmed Owololade, a young artist from Lagos with a voice steeped in Fuji tradition and a vision bigger than his city. In 2022, he became Asake Mr. Money, but the vibe wasn't just a debut, it was a takeover. He fused Fuji, Amapiano, and Afrobeats into something new, something unmistakably Nigerian, unmistakably his. Then came the stages, a sold-out O2 Arena, Medicine Square Garden, Walkout Art, Lonely at the Top, the longest-running Nigerian #1 in history, Grammy nomination and global tours. He didn't change for the world. He made the world move to his rhythm. Asake proves that street stories can become global anthems, that faith, hustle, and originality still win. This is Asake, the sound of a generation.
Money on my mind.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television.
TV.
Love ya.
People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology. social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues, on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz.
Hello there and welcome on board. Welcome to People's Voice on Voice of People Television. And of course, TGI, thank God, it is Friday. And a quick one for me to also add this, that it is a wonderful new month. So happy new month to you out there. And I believe that the Lord Almighty would help us in this new month to make life very, very easy and make every situation that we're going through, to be over. I just pray that this new month would actually work and it will yield results, at the end, of the day. So welcome on board. And of course, it's also safe to say Happy Workers' Day, to us and to you. But of course, here we don't have any holiday. We usually show up and we just have to keep showing up. Otherwise, you wouldn't be entertained and you wouldn't actually, get to hear some, conversations that are making rounds, in the socials and of course in the dailies if we don't come here to dissect them. Of course, welcome on board. It is People's Voice, where stories shape the narrative, and of course, today we'll be dissecting the major story that is dominating the airline sparking conversation across the nation. Article cautions ADC despite Supreme Court win. Join the conversation with expert insight and seasoned perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Obi, an article faults Tinubu's economic policy on Workers' Day. Opposition leaders, Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, used May 1st, which happens to be today, to slam President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's economic policy, saying Nigerian workers are worse off under renewed hope. Labour Party's Labour Party former presidential candidate, and of course a member of the ADC now, Obi called workers the backbone of every nation, but said inflation and rising costs mean the minimum wage no longer guarantees a decent living. He urged workers to demand leaders with competence, character, and compassion. And of course, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also added, that he can't celebrate, Workers' Day, but is only grieving while thinking about what is going on in the country. He mentioned fuel subsidy removal, which in principle, he said, should have been better, but he faulted its hasty and unstructured rollout for sparking food and transport costs with no wage relief. Trillions have been saved, yet Nigerians see no improvement, Atiku said. calling for wage hikes and targeted intervention. Both leaders agreed workers are central to growth, but said current reforms are unsustainable without protection for ordinary Nigerians. And away from that particular one, Rivers APC came knocking today. Of course, it's been a while we heard from them. River APC Group picks 2027 gubernatorial form for Fubara. Stakeholders of All Progressive Congress in Rivers State have actually purchased the 2027 governorship nomination form for Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Rep. Awaji Inombek Abiente, who led the delegation, said on Friday, which happens to be today, that the move reflects broad-based confidence in Fubara's leadership and a push for continuity. He cited ongoing infrastructure projects, access to riverine communities like Adoni, and the rehabilitation of the state secretariat as proof of performance. This is about what the people feel. The people of Rivers State want continuity, Abiante said. He added that Fubara did not instigate the purchase. The form will be presented to the governor today, and the development comes amid political realignment in Rivers following Fubara's fallout with predecessor Nyesom Wike and his defection from the PDP to APC. And of course, we also saw that Wike took a particular, so they said, allegedly, it took a particular, candidate of ease to the president, and we're yet to actually get any other news from that particular portal. But we'll be waiting, and of course, our doors are always, open for us to get, conversations, and of course, this is a developing story, so we'll see what will happen in the coming days as regards to this particular one. Yes, as to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking this conversation here. Article cautions ADC despite Supreme Court win. What could this particular one mean? Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has warned members of the African Democratic Congress against complacency following the Supreme Court affirmation of Senator David Mark as party leader. In a statement, which happens to be out today on Friday, Atiku welcomed the ruling, but said supporters should not be lulled into the complacency, stressing that the struggle is far from over. Atiku described the victory as one for Nigerians who refused to surrender their future and urged the ADC to remain steadfast. The road ahead remains long in our collective mission to reclaim and rebuild our country, he said. The judgment is expected to steady the ADC after months of internal crisis and allow the party to refocus on strategy and alliance ahead of the 2027 elections. When I've been joined by Abosede Busayo Oluwaseun, elect of Osun ADC. Good afternoon, Busayo. So if you can hear me, I'd like you to unmute your mic.
Yes. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. You're welcome on board. How are you doing today?
Thank you.
And it's safe to say congratulations is still rolling in for your party. So congratulations to, to the latest judgment that happened yesterday.
It is actually a congratulation to Nigeria, congratulations to those who are saying no to one party system. Congratulations to those who are seeking for better good governance and welfare and security for the citizens of Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Busaya, quickly, let's just dive into the conversation now. We'll talk about Lega and, of course, the party impact. Looking at the situation that happened yesterday, it didn't favor the PDP or a particular faction of the PDP, and Nigeria was actually tensed to an extent. But when that of the ADC, came out, there was a bit relief, knowing fully well that we still have, one opposition party that can still stand. Now, what does the Supreme Court's ruling actually settle for, as regards to the ADC's, picture? Because telling, everyone to go back to the federal, high courts, that's another conversation that we need to actually have. So I'd like you to give clarity as regards to all of the judgments. You were meant to join the show yesterday, if you remember. Yes, you were meant to join the program, but of course, I was told that you were following up with all of the proceedings. You were following up with all of the judgments, so that you can actually give clarity as regards to this. And that was the reason why we didn't discuss this conversation yesterday. So I'd like you to tell me and give me all of, give us all the necessary information that we need to know, as regards to the Supreme Court's ruling and what is settled for as regards to that of ADC. And why is Atiku warning against complacency now? What risks still face the ADC? I'd like you to respond to that, please. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, yeah. For the larger point, part of your submission, the voice was initially breaking, part of the problem that we have in the country. But I can get the scope of your presentation is about where are we, where are we coming from, where are we now, and why is one of our leading figure asking us to buckle up the bet. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, I can take it again. I'm talking about, the first question I asked you, I said, with all of this Supreme Court's ruling now, okay, so what's the final point and what is ADC settling for, as we speak? And I want you to actually give us, all of the final judgment that, was mentioned yesterday, at the Supreme Court. And of course, why is Atiku still warning, against complacency? And now, what do people risk to face?
Let me take it together.
Please go ahead.
Yes, at the inception of all this, the opposition came together to say that they are looking for a common front, which they are going to use to reject the bad governance of APC. That is according to our own belief and our own view, not the view of your own station. So we came together ab initio. We are looking for a platform. Initially, we wanted to register ADA, a political party. INEC didn't register it. Eventually, we settled for ADC. And ADC had a constitution that we met on ground. And that, as at then, Senator Ralph Nwosu was the chairman of ADC, for taking over the leadership of this party, since you said that you are relinquishing your leadership. And they discovered that, okay, the way it's supposed to be, usually the way it used to be in all the political.
Okay, I think we're having a network glitch there. Hopefully we can actually reconnect back to him. I just hope that because we have so much to discuss as regards to this conversation. When we look at what is going on with, the ADC, you'd agree with me that we need to hear from them, and that's the reason why we had to keep this particular one. Now, of course, we still have to get clarity with INEC's stance presently. We're told that some, mentioned that INEC has already, re-uploaded, the leadership of the ADC, which we also need to get that particular clarification for us to know that all of that has been settled. But I'll just like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, hopefully it will be rejoining the program so we can actually take it off from here. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation.
Welcome back to the program, and we're so sorry for the break in transmission. All right, we're talking about the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who has actually warned the members of the African Democratic Congress against complacency following the Supreme Court's ruling, of course, supporting David Mark as party leader. Of course, Atiku has actually mentioned that in as much as the supporters, are celebrating, but they should be careful, and of course should take this whole situation seriously, because he stressed that the struggle is far from over. So we don't actually know what other a struggle or other issue that still awaits that of the ADC. But for Atiku to mention this, then it says a lot, and he actually described the victory as one for Nigerians who refuse to surrender their future, and of course urge ADC to remain steadfast. Yes, joining us physically in the studio here. Of course, we still hope that Busayo would, join the program back. We have in the studio with me Dr. Peter Anosike, who's a philosopher, a development economist, and a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Doctor, good afternoon.
Yes, thank you for having me.
You're welcome on board. All right, so Doctor, quickly, I'd like you to give me, your takes as regards to this.
What Atiku said is true, because it is just a part of David Mark's request that was granted by the Supreme Court, understand? And the Supreme Court said that they should go back for the continuation of the hearing of the suit, understand me, to determine who is the legitimate leader of ADC. And mind you, we have just, today is May 1, we have just 10 days for the deadline of submission of membership, which was given by INEC. Understand? So how are we sure that that the case will end in the High Court before these 10 days? So that's what the article is trying to tell the
ADC supporters.
His supporter that the battle is not yet over. Understand that the battle is not yet over, that they were directed to go to the High Court for the continuation of the case, and time is ticking. Understand? Time is ticking. Just 10 days to the deadline given by INEC for the submission of the case. Okay. That's of the membership form.
Okay, Doctor, with the whole situation going on as we speak, we saw, of course, yesterday the judgment of the People's Democratic Congress, on one side, and I remembered that you were the you were the first to mention on one of our a flagship program here on our Saturday's program, our Morning Boss, where you told me that day you said that PDP is like a vehicle that the engine is bad, that cannot work again. It cannot be repaired until after 2027, which I can't forget that statement. Now that particular situation happened, at the Supreme Court, where the convention was actually, cancelled. But with the situation going on with the ADC, which other party can ADC form alliance with? Because you just stated now that there's a 10 days deadline, ticking as we speak, and it looks like 1 minute ADC is celebrating. They are happy that, they've actually crossed this particular hurdle. Another minute, it is looking like the road is still blocked. So I'd like you to give me clarity.
No, one, nothing good comes easy. Understand me? And there must be a battle before victory. So what ADC is going, is a refining process. I'm very certain that ADC will be on the ballot in 2027. And they cannot do otherwise, because there will be trouble in the country. Understand me? They have. Let me tell you. The court decision was not just based on the judgment. Understand? The Supreme Court must have looked at the security implications, understand, of this judgment going otherwise. Understand? PDP is now a paperweight. Understand? PDP is now a paperweight that it can easily be sacrificed, but not ADC. Not ADC. So they have to give that judgment. And mind you, the petition that David Mark wrote to Supreme Court, they said that they should give that judgment within 3 days. And it was given on a 3rd day. So the issue, they have now gone back to the High Court, understand? And I'm very sure that with pressure, the judgment will come before that deadline.
Okay. So when we look at ADC, you'd agree with me that we saw what happened with PDP and, of course, their leaders, being, we call it in limbo, you understand? Now, for the disgruntled members, is ADC going to absorb them, bring them in? And we need to really know, is ADC going to stand on its own to say that they actually want to be, that formidable opposition, or it is about a major vehicle for every other political party? We saw the Ibadan opposition summit, where different different opposition parties came together to have that particular one. But with the way things are going, some people are also mentioning, giving speculations that the personal greed of some politicians in that particular, mix might not, allow that particular alliance to work. What do you think?
The people have their various opinions, and they are entitled to it. But I'm not really bothered by what they said. In 2014, there were 11 candidates aspiring for the presidential candidate ticket of the APC. 11 candidates. But today, we are talking about only 4 serious candidates. Understand? So the issue for the Turaki faction, I have been saying it more than a year ago that that all they need to do is to join the ADC, because they have no other alternative. Understand? They have no other alternative. So ADC is the vehicle that Nigeria is hoping to use to change the country. Understand? And that's why everybody is facing it. Okay, imagine the news I read. That's assuming that it is true, that the Attorney General of the Federation called for the registration of ADC of Accord Party. Understand?
I saw that particular news, but
so I don't know.
We don't know
how strong.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you want to register ADC, a party that produced a House of Reps member, and you did not mention other political parties like the Shawara Party, APP, that not even have a cast now.
No, but Doctor, we've actually been on that conversation. I think sometime around last year when the issue came out when they said they were to register ADC, and not only ADC. I think Zenith Party.
ZLP.
Yes.
Then so, Accord Party.
Then Accord.
Then what of the other parties that don't even have a councillor that's as a member?
But some of these people that ADC have now, most of them are they just defected, right? So they are defectors. It's not like they started with the ADC.
No, Babajide, House of Reps member from Kogi, was elected under ADC.
Aside from him, who else?
Understand? So, but the issue, parties to be deregistered are those who don't have that don't win election. Understand?
Yeah.
But the issue is this: what they are setting is a bad precedent.
Okay.
Because in the next 10, 12 years, you will see another party doing this particular thing to APC. Understand me? In the next 10, 12 years, you see another party doing exactly the same thing to APC. Now, Tinubu is complaining that they want to use the insecurity to chase him that's out of office.
Chase him out, but he said he's actually a stubborn politician that is not going anywhere.
In 2014-15, what did they use that to chase Jonathan out? Insecurity. So what goes round comes round.
But Doctor, when you talk about that of 2015, of course, I remember you also made some assertions at the time that it was Obama that removed Jonathan. You remember that statement when you mentioned as at the time? But what's
one of the main reasons? One of the keys that Obama used then was the kidnapping of the Chibok girls.
But some were actually saying it was about the LGBT whatever. That
no, you must. Jonathan refused that to sign the gay bill.
Yes.
which angered Obama. Understand? But Obama cannot tell you openly that it is because Jonathan refused that to sign the gay bill. What they did is to use the Chibok girls. Even Obama's wife, Mitchell, was one of those carrying Bring Back Our Girls. That was the main thing that they used against Jonathan.
Okay, Doctor, you said something as regards to precedents, and I want to pick it up from there. You said that in the coming years,
12 years, they will use this thing against APC. They
will use the same thing against
APC.
The question we should be asking, are you actually saying it's APC that will be in the government, till then? But that's not the case now. You would
I said in the next 10 to 12 years, another party, ruling party will now do the same thing.
The main conversation I want to ask you, you said that, since you talked about precedents, you said in 2015, this particular party did it for Jonathan. Now, if the president is actually saying that the opposition parties are actually using insecurity on him, based on the word precedent you use, and with track records, and you've actually created, you've created that particular platform to say that this is the modus operandi where opposition usually use against a ruling party. So is it safe to say that the president is actually saying the truth, that this insecurity situation is, being planted by the opposition?
The way it is happening, you know that it's not ordinary.
So are you saying it's not orchestrated from the opposition parties?
The way it is happening, you know that something is aiding it.
How do you mean? Please give us clarity.
No, the way it is happening, understand me, you know that some people are motivating this insecurity.
Okay, so from the opposition.
The way the APC motivated the same thing under Jonathan to make Jonathan administration to look weak and bad.
So it means the opposition are the ones doing this particular one, so they are also motivating, they are orchestrating this insecurity.
A lot of those that were with Tinubu in 2015 are now in the opposition, and they know what they did then. But Doctor, and they are now doing it.
Doctor, we are not certain, and there is no official facts, and there is no official, evidences to show that this ruling party.
I say the way insecurity happening, you know that it's not ordinary.
Okay, so what I'm even giving clearance on, and of course, making sure that we are clear on our conversation is that there is no official evidence in the public domain that states
in 2015
that it was the ruling party that actually did this. You understand?
In 2015, were there any official evidence?
That's what I'm saying. So since there's no official evidence to show that it is the opposition party that is causing the insecurity, so now also we don't also have that particular fact. We don't have the evidence. So I think we'll just have to
say
that particular
but
one.
We still have common sense.
Regardless. Now, Doctor, let's take it to international community. When people use the word world power are watching, or other climes, other leaders from other climes are watching, what's going on in the country. Do they really have that particular leverage? Do they really have that power to decide what happens in our country? We understand the fact that almost all the world power have interest in, so many countries, and now we are hearing, which we're not certain. So allegedly that the US might also be interested, in more control as regards to Nigerians' good. Let me just use that word, or the goodies. But presently, the Chinese are the highest, or the upper hand as we speak, because we've done so much with them, and they are quite in sync with the federal government, But we were told that this might be the only way that would make, the Americans to want to alter the election if the federal government does not, do their bidding as regards to overturning some of the things that are already in the control of the Chinese. I don't know how clear that is, but what I also wanted to add as regards to this, some people are also, mentioning that this whole Christian genocide is another window that President Donald Trump might be looking at as regards to, using it to come in as a window into our Nigerian politics. What can you make out of this particular submission?
One, is there genocide or not? That's the first question. Is genocide happen or not happening? Understand? And when we define that word, genocide, we all will agree that it is happening in Nigeria. Understand? When we define that word, genocide, we will all agree that it's happening in Nigeria. You talked about Chinese having an upper hand in Nigeria. We have never had one day that Chinese sent their soldiers to Nigeria. Understand? But American soldiers are in Nigeria. They say it's about 200, isn't it? And they are being fed with the U.S. money. Understand me? They are being fed with the U.S. money, not with the Nigerian money. So China don't have such in Nigeria. And I know that Donald Trump doesn't like wasting resources. Because in 2016, about 10 days to the election, they asked him that they have run, his campaign team told him that they have run out of money, understand? That they needed $10 million. Do you understand me? Donald Trump told them, guarantee me that if I give this $10 million, that I'm going to win this election. Understand? Because he's a businessman, and businessmen don't throw money away.
Okay. All right, Doctor, because of our time, let's come back home to the ADC's conversation. What do you think is the biggest, threats to ADC's unity between now, and 2027 as we close?
No, the biggest threat that they have is meeting INEC deadline, which is May 10.
Okay. Now, if they successfully meet INEC deadline, let's talk about the mix that we're having with the gladiators. Atiku wanted to be president, Obi wants to be president, all of them in that particular mix. What can you make out of it? Some people are, we already heard that NDC has given Obi and Kwankwaso, an invitation, giving them a 14-day ultimatum that if they are to come, let them come in now so that they can actually pick their presidential ticket. So what can you say about that?
No, the issue is this. I don't know when the ultimatum was given. But if it's given today, it means the 14th of May. Understand?
They've given, they gave before now.
So the issue is this 10th of May, to me, INEC should shift it because it's going to cause a big problem for the politicians. Understand? Because a lot of them still have cases in the court. So, but I know that they will scale. They will be on the ballot. Okay. Understand? They will be on the ballot. I am very, very sure of that.
Okay. Doctor has actually said it. That was a wonderful statement from Dr. Peter Anosike. He said he's very, very sure that ADC would be on the ballot. Let's just hope for that particular statement. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of the program today. This is how far we can actually go on the show. We're so sorry that Abu Sayo was unable to reconnect, but hopefully in the coming days we would actually have him join the program again. Coming up next is Locker Room Vlog with football. I like to stay put to enjoy that particular from my colleague. All right, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV.
Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
Majo fine girl, Majo fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to Golden Day is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football. Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the weekend edition of the Locker Room this beautiful Friday evening. Of course, you know how we do it right here on the show. For the next 50 minutes there about all the juiciest stories from the world of football, right there from the locker room before the game, onto the pitch, the press conferences, back to the end of the game, to the press conferences and back to the locker room. We're giving you all the juiciest stories right there concerning every story in the world of football. The Champions League semi-finals are first leg has come and gone, and we are looking forward to the second leg right there in Munich and of course in London, and of course the Conference League and the Europa League also went down. The semi-finals, they went down. Nottingham Forest up against Aston Villa. They hold the advantage. 1-0, courtesy of Chris Wood's penalty. And of course, Crystal Palace destroying Shakhtar Donetsk 3-1 right there in Poland. And it's going to be an interesting time on the show this evening. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and of course, Maiwa Alao will be joining virtually for us to break down all the football stories that we have for you. Going into the weekend, Manchester United up against Liverpool. This time around, top 4. Manchester United, a win in that game. And trust me, they have all but sealed their qualification to the Champions League next season. I mean, you wouldn't have seen that coming at the beginning of the season under Ruben Amorim. Trust me, there's a fresh breath of life across Old Trafford and, of course, across Manchester. The red side of Manchester, I mean, those boys are doing really well under Michael Carrick. And there has been talks that after Kobe Mainoo, pledged his allegiance to Manchester United for the long term, should they get Michael Carrick, on a permanent basis. A lot of people, a poll has actually gone up, and a lot of people are already saying, look, just keep Michael Carrick. I think he understands these boys, and they also understand him, and they want to play for him. Just like, we are telling the NFF to please keep Eric Sekushel, because there's an understanding. It's glaring, and there's an understanding between Eric Sekushel, the Franco-Malian, and of course the Super Eagles players. And let's see how that will pan out. Of course, before we go on to the stories we have for you this evening, let's tell you that you can like and follow us on all our social media handles right there. We are on YouTube at Vop TV Live, and of course Vop TV Plus. Please like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and turn on your notification buttons so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on this show, Locker Room, and of course on our sister programs right there on both platforms. Let's go ahead straight to it. Charity, they say, begins at home. And let's start with Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. And this man has been a free agent for the longest. And he is still a free agent because his anticipated transfer to Tanzanian club Simba SC has collapsed after both parties failed to reach an agreement on personal terms. And despite advanced negotiations and strong interest from the East African giants since January, the move is a stalemate during the final stages. And reports indicate that Simba SC were unwilling to meet the financial demands set by Nwabali's representatives, leading the club to officially move on and, of course, explore other options for their goalkeeping department. And this development serves as a significant setback for the 29-year-old shortstopper, who has been a free agent since leaving South African side Chippa United in February. And Nwabali rose to international prominence following a stellar performance at the 2023 African Cup of Nations, where there was a shutout, of course, with the defense under Jose Peseiro. And, of course, his composure and penalty-saving heroics helped guide Nigeria to the final. And currently is maintaining his fitness through individual training sessions with former Nigerian internationals Greg Etafia, while he awaits a suitable professional offer. I mean, Stanley Nwabali, he should be getting a club right now. I don't think he planned that exit from Chippa United very well, when he left in February. I mean, the season was still on, about 20 games, into the Betway Premiership season, and he has 12 games that he has played, and he has already conceded 20 goals at the time. I don't think he had the right profile, to get a bigger club at that time that he left. I was wishing that, because he's Nigeria's number one, he should be getting a club. Even if he's not in South Africa, I mean, outside, the continent, Europe, even if it's MLS or Saudi, he should be getting a club. But maybe they don't just see the future with him. And Simba SC, they've been with him. They've been trying to get him, on their side. But right now, before, it was due to the club, his former club, Chippa United, trying to block the move. But at the end of the day, now it's due to personal terms. They couldn't get the move done. I don't know why Stanley Nwabali is stalling on a move to a side. And even right here in Nigeria, we have clubs in the NPFL, Rivers United. They've been trying to get him. Other clubs in the NPFL too have been trying to get him, but it seems like he doesn't want to play in the NPFL. And I'm not even saying he should get a contract. Just come and play so that you won't be match rusty. And trust me, it's already affecting his international commitments, because the way Eric Chell is moving with these boys right now is looking like they are already looking beyond a certain Stanley Nwabali, because there's Maduka Okoye. Ato Okonkwo has now confirmed his nationality. He's now going to be representing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Noah Atubolu is also there. They're still trying to get him on board for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If those three goalkeepers come, trust me, Stanley Nwabali will find it so tough, so hard to get back into the Super Eagles fold, and he has to get a club. And we've already said it on this show. We're trying to set a standard with the Super Eagles going forward into the future. That look, you can't be unattached and saying you want to come and play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That is the standard we are setting right now. And I think that's the standard also Eric Shell is believing that he wants to take the Super Eagles forward with. So if you are not getting a club at this point in time, trust me, you should be not thinking about representing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And despite the breakdown in talks with Simba, Nwabali remains a high-profile target for several major clubs across the continent and beyond. And in Tanzania still, Azam FC is reportedly monitoring the situation, while South African clubs, Kaizer Chiefs, the powerhouses right there, and Orlando Pirates continue to be linked with the Nigerian international. I think a move to Kaizer Chiefs or Orlando Pirates will really, really boost his profile. And but Orlando Pirates right now, I don't see it. I don't see it being number one. That's talking about Stanley Nwabali, because their current goalkeeper, Sifo Chain, is South Africa's number 2, and is looking also to be South Africa's number 1 after William, leaves. That's talking about South Africa. And Sifo Chain is already chasing a record of clean sheets. He has 17, and he has 16. He's chasing the 17th one. And trust me, I don't think Orlando Pirates will be looking to do away with Sifo Chain and get Stanley Nwabali. If he goes on to Orlando Pirates, he might be number 2. And that will also affect him being Nigeria's number 1. Nigeria's number 1 should not be in this situation at this time, but it is what it is. And Kaizer Chiefs also, they are looking for a goalkeeper. Also, Peterson, who is also linked with Bafana as well, is also there for Kaizer Chiefs doing the business. So for Stanley Nwabali, he needs to get a club. But the question is where? And he has to also agree on personal terms. But personally, if you look at it from another angle, a goalkeeper that has been conceding so much goals, especially with Chippa United, I don't think he's going to convince a lot of big clubs for a signature. I don't think so. But let's see how that will also pan out. And interest has also crossed continental borders with clubs like Queen's Park Rangers in England, Union Saint-Gilloise in Belgium, and Al Ettifaq in Saudi Arabia, previously credited with tracking his status. And I think that was when he was Nigeria's number 1, fully. But right now that his international place is under threat, I don't think these clubs will be coming, for him, because he's unattached. I don't think any club, any serious club wants to get a goalkeeper that is unattached at this point in time. And he's already 29. He needs to get a decision made for him quickly. And his agency as well, what are they doing? Nigeria's number 1 should be getting a club at this time. Nwabali not getting a club is up to his agents. He should change his agency. I remember Jerry being here on the show saying he should change his agents. It's high time for him to do that so that he can get a club. Because at the end of the day, it will look like he's the one that is not being serious. And when you're not serious, a lot of things will fly over your head. So you need to get a club, Stanley Nwabali. And the urgency for Nwabali to secure a new club is heightened by the upcoming international window in June, where Nigeria is scheduled to face Poland and Portugal in friendly matches, as the current first choice goalkeeper for the Super Eagles. His lack of competitive club football could potentially jeopardize his standing in the national team. With the transfer market evolving, the former Ayimba man faces a pivotal decision to ensure he finds a destination that matches his financial expectations and professional ambitions. Absolutely, because Poland and Portugal friendlies are coming up in June. The Unity Cup is coming up in May. Maybe they can say, okay, the Unity Cup, they are trying to look for fresh faces. They can use other goalkeepers, the Arthur Konkos of this world. Maduka Koye might also come back. But for those friendly games against Poland and Portugal, trust me, the first team are going to be involved. And if they are going to be involved by that time, and Stanley Nwabali is still unattached, is still clubless, I don't think he's going to have a chance with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Well, let's see what you guys think. Should Stanley Nwabali still be, getting a call up to the Super Eagles, even with the fact that he's clubless, he's unattached at the moment. He is training with Greg Etafia, but he should be doing more. The season, football season is still very much on, and he's not getting a club at this time. Come on, at 29 years old. Well, I know that goalkeepers, they get better as they age, but right now, he should be getting, minutes for a particular club. Let's see what happens at the end of the football season. Let's see what happens in the summer if Stanley Nwabali is going to get a club. We'll be taking a short break right now. When we come back, we'll be giving you more, all the juiciest stories right here on The Locker Room. Don't go nowhere.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back. It's still the locker room on Voice of the People television. And of course, let's move on to the NPFL now, where El Kanemi Warriors midfielder Daddy Abdurrahman, we spoke about him yesterday, he's only 22, and he's looking to get into Eric Shell's side for the Unity Cup. But he has expressed strong confidence in his quest to secure the NPFL, that's the Nigerian Premier Football League, Golden Boots this season. With 10 goals in 33 games so far, the former Shooting Stars player currently sits just 2 goals behind the league's leading scorers. One of them also is Joseph Arumala. That's, of course, of Ikorodu City. He's 21 and is also looking to get into Eric Shell's side. And Abdurrahman aims to score between 2 to 5 additional goals in the latter stages. That's the remaining fixtures of the NPFL to clinch top spots, or at the very least finish as the runner-up, while acknowledging that his primary competitors are strikers. The midfielder believes that the unpredictable nature of the NPFL gives him a fair chance to overtake them, and he credits his impressive goal-scoring form to the strong chemistry he shares with fellow midfielders Zayad Musa and Mukhtar Ismail. And the trio has played together since their time in the Nigerian National League, that's the NNL, and providing a stable foundation that has allowed Abdurrahman to flourish in a league where high scoring can be difficult. I really agree with Daddy Abdurrahman here, 22-year-old, like I mentioned, a midfielder, a goal-scoring midfielder, and I think that's the profile that we need right here, in the Super Eagles, a goal-scoring midfielder. I mean, if you look at Nigeria's current midfield, the likes of Alex Iwobi, Wilfred Ndidi, and of course, I'm talking about the starters now. Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi, and maybe a Frank Onyeka or a Rafael Onyedika. I mean, they are players that can marshal the midfield, but can they get the goals? Alex Iwobi is like, out of the 3 of them, he's like the one that you can say, okay, a go-to for goals. but those goals don't actually come in like all the time. But for Daddy Abdulrahman, 10 goals in 33 games for a midfielder, a central midfielder, I think is very, very good, for him. Good numbers for him, and we want such a profile, in the Super Eagles. And with Eric Shell also saying that, look, he wants to go into the MPFL, he wants to visit venues, he wants to see the players. I think this is a player that he will be looking at and saying, look, with your profile as a midfielder, getting goals, competing with strikers for the top scorer award, I think you have the profile to play in my team. And it will be nice that at least a player, a young player at that, thriving in the MPFL, a league that is known to be very, very tough. And just like I said, a league where high scoring can be difficult. You have a player doing well for himself for El Kanemi Warriors. Why can't he join the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Going forward, this is what we want to see. We've always been saying that, look, pick players from the MPFL, pick players from the MPFL, pick players from our league. We want to see players, homegrown players. This is an opportunity, for Daddy Abdulrahman and also for Eric Shell himself, to get players and come into the Super Eagles. This is an opportunity for Abdulrahman to show himself. He has done it in the MPFL so far. 10 goals, battling with the likes of Arumala right there and Victor Mboma and also Uche Collins. With 10 goals, he can get into the team. Let's see if that will pan out. And as the season reaches its final stretch, Abdulrahman is fully focused on maximizing his output, starting with El Kanemi's upcoming away match against Barao FC in Kano this Sunday. And currently, his individual ambitions remain his team, that's talking about El Kanemi, they remain supportive of his individual ambitions while pushing for a strong collective finish. And let's see how that will pan out. Let's still talking about the MPFL. Let's look at how the table, looks like at this point in time after match week 35, because this weekend, match week 36, will be happening right there in the MPFL. Let's see how the table looks like, after match week 35, in the MPFL. Because trust me, the race, the title race is still very much on between Rangers and also Rivers United, and also the teams that are also battling at the bottom. There's also a race right there because they want to survive. No team wants to get into the NNL, trust me. They still want to stay afloat and remain in the MPFL. Remo Stars, well, they've been getting results, so far that are just keeping them above the relegation zone. But there are other clubs right there that, look, they have to get points fast so that they won't, get to the bottom and get relegated to the NNL. But let's see how the table looks like right there after match week 35, because match week 36 will be happening this weekend. We are going to give you the fixtures for match week 36, but we want to see how the table looks like after match week 35. So we'll tell you the teams that are at the top and also at the bottom. But still talking about Abdulrahman, he remains optimistic, stating that he will give his best in the running and is prepared to accept whatever final tally his efforts and his faith provide. I want to see the man. We spoke about him yesterday on the show. We spoke about him as one of the players, the young players that Eric Chell is looking to get. Eric Chell said, look, if I want to pick players from the MPFL, they have to be 23, and younger. And I think right now, Daddy Abdulrahman fits the profile very well. He's a midfielder. We have been craving for midfielders, in recent times. We have the likes of Akin Somiro coming up. Fisayo Dele Bashiru is in the mix. If we put an Abdulrahman there for the Unity Cup, and he comes up, he blows up just like Benjamin Frederick did, trust me, we will enjoy this kind of player, for years to come. 22 years old, I think he's going to get himself a good one if he has that opportunity to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And let's see how that will pan out under Eric Sekushel. There are also other players, like of Joseph Arumala I mentioned, 21-year-old, is a forward, and he also is looking to get, a look-in from Eric Shell. Other players like Uche Collins, well, you can see that's 25 years old, and is also looking to get, a look-in right there in the MPFL. These players are doing so well for themselves in the league, and we want to see the table. We want to see the table, and let's tell you how it looks like. But I'm talking about the players right there, the likes of Uche Collins are playing for Plateau United. There was something that happened for Katsina United. I beg your pardon. There was something that happened, during the course of the season where he went out, but he's back now, fit and firing for his club, and Uche Collins as well. If Eric Shell looks his way, he might also be battling with the strikers maybe when the Unity Cup comes around. But let's see how the table looks like in the MPFL after match week 35. Right there, let's look at the top, the middle, and of course the bottom, of the league. And as well for match week 36, there are games that will be happening this weekend and also, next week. But let's look at how the table looks like at this point in time, for the NPFL. We still have a lot of stories still talking about the NPFL, though. Let's tell you about a former player, a player that's used to cut his teeth in the NPFL, but right now he's no longer there. He has played in the NPFL. He knows all about Nigerian football. He has played at Chan, but this time around he's playing abroad, and he's talking about what he experienced, while playing right here in Nigeria. And that's talking about former Super Eagles B midfielder Ifeanyi. He has opened up about the stark differences between playing in the Nigerian Premier Football League, NPFL, and leagues in the Middle East, specifically Iraq. And now he's 30 and playing for Al Najaf. Ifeanyi admits that the primary driver for the mass exodus of Nigerian players is financial instability. And he notes that while top-tier NPFL players often struggle to earn ₦1 million, even second division clubs in Iraq pay significantly more. With more monthly salaries starting around 4 million to 5 million naira. And he believes that if Nigerian clubs offered competitive wages similar to those in South Africa, or Egypt, local stars would have far less incentive to seek opportunities in less stable regions. And beyond the financial aspects, Ifeanyi highlighted that the superior infrastructure and technology available abroad, such as grass pitches and the implementation of video assistant referee VAR. And however, he warned that playing in Arab leagues require extreme mental toughness due to mafia-like management styles, where foreign players are often first to be blamed for poor results or replaced abruptly regardless of their performance. Despite these pressures and the regional tensions in the Middle East, of course, he remains focused on helping his current team to avoid relegation, emphasizing that professional standards regarding referee protection and facilities are much higher right there than here in Nigeria. I mean, if I just put everything in summary, everything that has been talked about the NPFL and Nigerian football, what they are currently facing at this point in time is not good at all. And we hope that the NSC, NFF, and of course the league management company, the board right there, in the NPFL, they will be looking at this and saying, look, we have to raise the standards. It can go better. It can always be better. There is space for it to be better, and we are hoping that the board and also the people that are involved with Nigerian football can look at this and bring it higher. Eric Chell has said he wants to look into the NPFL. The NLL is also going on. The NLO is going on, but then these players are not getting, they're not getting encouraged to play enough for Nigerian clubs. Even the clubs themselves, the private sector, they are doing so well, to try and get these clubs up to speed. But they have what they are facing as well. They can't travel. We know how traveling can be like in Nigeria these days. By road especially, even by air, we know how expensive it can be. These players having jet lag when they land. Imagine, I remember Kun Khalifat also, complaining during the course of the season that after traveling to the north, they got back after 2 days. They had to travel again. And they said they want to leave the NPFL, even though I won't stand by that, by them saying that they want to leave. But at least what they gave, the reasons they gave were a bit credible. They were credible that, look, we can't travel to the north and come back again and travel in the next 2 days. Let's try to get the fixtures right, the fixtures list right, and all of that. And away from that, these players are not getting paid well enough, to a certain extent. And trust me, the next move they get to leave the country, they are leaving. Ikorodu City just got a player, they sold the player out, and during the course of the season. I mean, it's not looking really good right now with Nigerian football, and we hope that there will be changes soon and also fast. Reflecting on his career, the former Aqua United and MFM star expressed immense pride in his contributions to the Nigerian national teams, including winning gold at the under-20 level and silver at the Chan tournament. And he fondly recalled playing alongside legends like Rabiu Ali and Mfon Udo, as well as his participation in the NPFL All-Star Tour of Spain. While he missed out on Aqua United's subsequent title win after his departure in 2020, he remains content with his journey and the legacy he is building, hoping his success will eventually inspire and pave a smoother path for his son and, of course, his children in the world of football. And speaking of Rabiu Ali, he's about 46 years old and is still doing well in the NPFL. I mean, that man has been there for the longest. Ahmed Musa is also with him. You remember him right there. Some can call him a Super Eagles legend. Well, he can be there in the conversation. One of Nigeria's best wingers. I mean, in recent times. Let's put that man there. Scoring 4 goals at the World Cup is not an easy feat. And Ahmed Musa, well, he's back home playing for Kano Pillars. Also, acting as a director for the club. He's still there with Kano Pillars, heavily involved with Rabi Ali, and they're trying to pull the club out of relegation. I mean, it can be better for Nigerian football. I mean, Ifeanyi has been talking about having a VAR. That looks like a long shot right now for the NPFL. But is it achievable? Absolutely, yes, it is achievable. We can't get there. Talking about the NPFL, even the NNL. Why can't we see the VAR? It can be done, but it might take time. But with dedication and with encouragement, trust me, all of that will be put in place. And still talking about the VAR this time, let's go into Europe, where we saw the Europa League last night, the semi-finals first leg, especially at the City Ground. Nigerian player Olaina was involved with Nottingham Forest, and there was an incident right there that led to Aston Villa manager going berserk. He's not really a happy man at this moment. I'm talking about no other person than the Europa League legend himself, Unai Emery. Yes, he's the Aston Villa manager, and he has delivered a series of impassioned critiques following his side's 1-0 defeat to Nottingham Forest in the first leg of the Europa League semi-final. While Emery praised referee Joao Pinheiro's overall management of the match, he was incensed by the video assistant referee, that's VAR's, failure to intervene after a challenge by Forest midfielder Elliot Anderson on Oli Watkins. And Anderson caught Watkins' ankle with a high studs-up challenge. He followed through after playing the ball. An incident Emery described as a huge mistake that could have resulted in a broken ankle for his star striker. And the match was ultimately decided by a Chris Wood penalty, which was awarded via VAR after Luka Dean, that's the left back for Aston Villa, was penalized for a handball. Interestingly, Emery accepted this particular intervention. Wow. And entirely on the lack of a red card for Anderson. And he argued that while the on-field official did a 10 out of 10 job in the real time, the VAR officials neglected their professional responsibility by failing to call the referee to the monitor for an incident that appeared clear upon video review. Wow. When you look at the incident, I think Unai Emery really has a point, because the way Elliot Anderson launched into Oli Watkins, that was a clear red card challenge, a very, very dangerous challenge right there from Elliot Anderson. He didn't realize it maybe because Oli Watkins, he got up at the end of the day and he kept on playing. But then, just because of that challenge, just in the Premier League in England right there, that would have been given as a red card. It was a dangerous tackle by Elliot Anderson. He launched in for the ball, didn't get the ball. Instead, he got the leg of the Aston Villa striker. And at the end of the day, it wasn't shown the red card. It wasn't sent off at all. And that was what incensed, Aston Villa manager Unai Emery. And, Nottingham Forest, they got the win at the end of the day. There was a second leg we played at the Villa Park. An English team will be getting to the final. And I think Aston Villa, even though, aside from this red card challenge, they themselves didn't really do well on the night. And Nottingham Forest themselves, they could have gotten more goals. It looked like a cagey affair, but I don't think that's going to be the case, at the Villa Park for the second leg. And also in the other semi-final, Freiburg up against Braga in Portugal. It ended 2-1 in favor of the Portuguese club Braga, with Douglas getting a late goal right there. 2-1 is finished for Braga, and the second leg will be in Germany. Nigerian goalkeeper Noah Atubolu will also be involved heavily in that one. He saved the penalty, last night from a Braga player. That's talking about Rodrigo Zalazar, the Uruguayan. Atubolu saved his penalty, but he couldn't prevent his team from losing that game 2-1. And also in the Conference League, Crystal Palace, I said earlier that they destroyed Shakhtar Donetsk right there, 3-1, with goals from Sarr and also goals from Strand Larsen as well. A beautiful one from Crystal Palace. A beautiful one right there from Crystal Palace. And also in the other semi-final, it was Strasbourg up against Rayo Vallecano, and 1-0 is finished in favor of the Spanish club. And that's good one in the Europa League and the Conference League. It shows that it's not only the Champions League that we enjoyed during the course of the week. We still had the Europa League and also the Conference League. And this vocal criticism, still talking about Anderson and Emery, it marks a shift in tone for Unai Emery, who has historically been a staunch supporter of video technology in football. And despite his anger, he reiterated that he remains 100% in favor of VAR in principle, but insisted that it must be managed with greater fairness and accuracy. And the manager called for an official explanation from the officiating bodies, stressing that high-stakes matches require a standard of technology use that protects players from potentially career-ending injuries. Trust me, that lunge by Anderson on Watkins, it could have ended his career really, because it was really a great launch. He just went in for the tackle, and at the end of the day, Watkins, almost got injured, but thank God he didn't lose his legs. Moving on, and let's quickly go on to the games that happened in the Champions League, especially the match between Paris Saint-Germain of France and Bayern Munich. Well, someone has been coming out to talk, and that's Barcelona manager Hans Flick. Well, he has said that he has expressed absolute confidence that the squad belongs among the elite of European football, asserting that they are 100% as good as Champions League holders PSG and also their fellow semi-finalists Bayern Munich. And that the Flick made the comments, after watching the high-scoring thriller between his former club and, of course, the French champions, despite Barcelona having been eliminated in the quarterfinals by Atletico Madrid, while the Catalan Giants have not reached a Champions League final in over a decade. The German coach insists that the progress made during his two-season tenure has restored their status as a top-tier continental threat. And domestically, Barcelona's resurgence under Flick is undeniable as they sit on the verge of securing back-to-back La Liga titles with an 11-point lead over Real Madrid and only 5 matches remaining. The club could potentially be crowned champions as early as this weekend. The victory over Osasuna on Saturday, combined with a Real Madrid slip-up against Espanyol on Sunday, would mathematically seal the trophy. Well, I don't know if this will happen really this weekend, but Barcelona, with the way they are playing, they should be beating Osasuna. But as for Real Madrid, up against Espanyol, Real Madrid, on the other hand, they've not really had a good season. We have the Mbappe and Vinicius Junior conundrum. Mbappe saying, allegedly saying that, he wants another coach, for Real Madrid, the player power and all of that. Well, coupled with their game as well, most of their players have not been informed. Jude Bellingham has not been the same player. Well, you can hold that up to injuries. But of course, the defense has really also been suffering. Real Madrid have not just been hit this season. So Barcelona, even with Lamine Yamal being out, they still look like huge favorites to wrap up the La Liga. And if they beat Osasuna this Saturday and Real Madrid don't get a win against Espanyol, they will be champions. And so early, maybe not so early, but at least they still have about 4 games to go, or 3 games to go. And if they seal that one now, it just means that Real Madrid, they have a job to do for next season. And it would be funny if Barcelona's, I won't call them their arch rivals, because their arch rivals we know in La Liga, they are Real Madrid. But of course, city rivals, Espanyol, might do them a favor, if they beat Real Madrid or they get a draw up against Real Madrid. And Barcelona also do their job against Osasuna. However, if the title is not decided this weekend, Barcelona faces the tantalizing prospect of clinching the league at home against their classical rivals right there on May the 10th. And despite the excitement surrounding a potential title celebration, Flick maintained a cautious and disciplined tone during his pre-match press conference, and he refused to entertain questions about the upcoming Clásico or the various permutations that will lead to a trophy presentation, insisting that the team's only focus is Osasuna. And the manager emphasized that while they are on a positive path, the job is not yet finished, and his players must maintain their intensity to avoid late-season stumbles in the title race. The Clásico is coming up. This will be funny, really, because I remember, earlier in the season, what led to Xabi Alonso actually leaving the club was when Kylian Mbappe reportedly said, "Look, there is no guard of honor, for champions." And this time around, if Barcelona gets the league wrapped up before the El Clásico, will Mbappe come again and say there should be no guard of honor for the champions? Let's see how that will pan out. But if they don't win that title, after the Osasuna game, the Clásico will be a big one. Imagine Barcelona wrapping up the title on Real Madrid's head. That one would be so great to see. But Barcelona's bid for the title receives a significant boost this weekend with the return of Rafinha, as the Brazilian magician, and Marc Bernal to the matchday squad. And Flick highlighted Rafinha's elite mentality and work rate as vital assets for the trip to Pamplona, though the team must continue to navigate the remainder of the season without teenage star Lamine Yamal, who is sidelined with a hamstring injury. And with key players returning to the fold, Flick is looking for a decisive performance to move one step closer to confirming his second consecutive league championship. I mean, it's good to see Rafinha back. A lot of people still believe that if he was around in that game against Atletico Madrid, Barcelona will have been the ones playing the semi-final of the Champions League against Arsenal. But then you can't deny this man's influence to the Barcelona squad. What a player he's been. Even last season, a lot of people are still believing that he was Barcelona's best player last season, and they are still even criticizing the fact that he finished fifth right there in the Ballon d'Or list or the FIFA the best list. It was not so good right there for Rafinha, despite his performances last season. But this season, he's been mad with injuries, but he is back, and let's see what he is going to do for Flick's side before the end of the season and consequently to the World Cup, because Rafinha is such a graceful player, a fantastic player for Barcelona. Even without Lamine Yamal, with Rafinha in there, with the likes of Marcus Rashford and Robert Lewandowski, I still think Barcelona will wrap up this league title, and they can do that as early as the game against Osasuna. If they wrap that up with a victory and Real Madrid don't get to win against Espanyol, then Barcelona will be confirmed champions of La Liga 25-26. Let's go on another break. I will be back to give you all the juiciest stories once more on this show, Locker Room. Don't go nowhere. Stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Appeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, with the sport.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
You're welcome back. It's still the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. And of course, we'll be moving to the Premier League. But before we do, let's still look at the NPFL fixtures that will be coming your way this weekend, and also the table as it stands after match day 35. And yes, you have it on your screen right there. Rangers are top of the table as it stands right now with 59 points from 35 games. 3 games to go. Is still looking really, really tough at the top of the table. Rivers United are close behind 1 point. Also from 35 games, they have 58 points. They are 1 behind Rangers. And trust me, Rivers United, if they don't get this wrapped up, they will be having themselves to blame because they had a chance. 4 games outstanding and they didn't get to win. I think they won only 1 game out of those 4 rescheduled games, that is, and they couldn't get the job done. Now they are now behind Fidelis Ilechukwu side, the Rangers side, with 1 point. And trust me, I don't think Fidelis Ilechukwu wants to let this slip up, with Rangers. Ikorodu City are also in 3rd place, still looking to get into the the continental competitions. Ikorodu City have 55 points from 35 games as well. And wrapping up the top 4 is Abia Warriors, also with 55 points, but goals difference favoring the Oga Boys. That's talking about Ikorodu City. Shooting Stars are in 5th place, well, with a very, very consistent season as well. They are in 5th place, right? The Nasarawa United in 6th, Bedell Insurance in 7th, Katsina United 8th, Plateau United 9th, and Barao FC. Wow, Barao FC have actually shocked a lot of fans this season as well. Top 10 for them wouldn't be bad at the end of the season. And they are, as it stands, they are 10th in the MPFL with 46 points as well from 35 games. And also, let's now move on from there. Let's go to the last 4, or let me say the bottom 4. Remo Stars are hanging in 16th place right there, but from 17th, Warri Wolves, they've also not been very, very good this season for 3 points as well. But then, if you look at Warri Wolves from 17th, let's move up to Barao FC. There is still a mathematical chance that things can change. Barao FC don't even look safe at this point because it's just 3 points separating 10th place from 17th place. Wow, that's really interesting in the MPFL. Kun Khalifat 40 points from 35 games are in 18th place. Bayelsa United 19th, also with 40 points, and Wiki Tourists also with 40 points. Let's see how that will pan out. 40 points like this, you will be safe in the Premier League in England. But with 40 points, you are not safe in the MPFL. It's up to you to decide which league is the toughest or which league is tougher. Let's now look at the fixtures, for match day 36 right there in the MPFL. Let's look at games that will be going down, in match day 36 right there in the MPFL. We have Bedell Insurance. The weekend is upon us, and we have Bedell Insurance up against Katsina United. Eyimba will be taking on Remo Stars. Wow, Eyimba as well. They've not really had a good season, and against a Remo Stars side that have also not been doing so well this season. I won't call it a relegation 6-pointer because it looks like Eyimba and Remo Stars might end up being safe at the end of the season. Shooting Stars, they'll be looking for crucial 3 points against National United. That will be a very, very tough game. Niger Tornadoes up against Kwara United will also be another tough one. Barao FC up against El Kanemi Warriors. I spoke about Dadi Abdurrahman earlier, and also will be looking to get a good performance against the Barao FC in Kano. Bayelsa United up against Rangers. This is going to be also a potential banana skin for Rangers, but they will be looking to get all 3 points if they want to get the job done in terms of wrapping up the league title. Kun Khalifat will be taking on Kano Pillars FC. Kun Khalifat also, they need the crucial 3 points to see if they can still avoid the drop at the end of the season. Rivers United, and this looks like the game of the weekend for me. Rivers United up against Abia Warriors. It's second against fourth right there. Let's see how that will pan out. Rivers United, with the way their season has been, after potentially looking to bottle the league, let's see if they can get crucial 3 points up against Abia Warriors that have been playing fantastic football also this season recently. Warri Wolves also up against Plateau United. Then on Tuesday, we have Ikorodu City, the Oga Boys. They are at home. Home comfort against Wiki Tourists FC. Let's see how that also will pan out. Crucial 3 points also for Ikorodu City. Which of those 3 teams, the top 3, that's talking about Rangers, Rivers United, and Ikorodu City, which of those 3 teams do you think will drop points, during this weekend? No team will want to drop points, trust me, because they want to get all 3 points, as they look to navigate the end of the season. There is a battle for the league title and also for continental places. Let's see how that will pan out. Moving on to the Premier League now, and let's talk about Arsenal. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta has called on the Premier League to provide better scheduling support for English clubs competing in the latter stages of European competitions, and his comments follow a 1-1 draw against Atletico Madrid in the first leg of the Champions League semi-finals, with a critical return leg looming next Tuesday. Arteta noted that other European leagues such as France's Ligue 1 have recently granted requests from clubs like Paris Saint-Germain to postpone domestic fixtures to aid their continental ambitions, and suggesting that a similar approach in England would be ideal for the success of Premier League teams. And the urgency of Arteta's appeal is underscored by Arsenal's historically poor form when rotating between knockout rounds. And since re-entering the Champions League in 23-24 season, the Gunners, have managed only one victory in a matches sandwiched between European legs, and that's a last-minute win against Everton. I think I understand where Arteta is actually coming from. We've been talking about Paris Saint-Germain. When they have a crucial game in the Champions League, they tend to have like a bye, in their games in the league, because the league, rather the Ligue 1 in France, they prioritize European football really well, especially for their champions. That's talking about Paris Saint-Germain. And when they know that you are preparing for a big game in Europe, they can give you a bye in your game and say, look, we will reschedule that game. But with the way games are scheduled in England, I don't think you have the privilege to get that one done. And I know Mikel Arteta, a lot of games have been played this season for his boys. That's talking about the Gunners, Arsenal. But with the way the Premier League, have been moving recently, I don't think that will pan out. But let's see if they can still have like an opportunity in more seasons to come. Let's see if the Premier League will eventually buy into that and say, look, if you have a big game in Europe, we can't reschedule your fixture. Manchester City, they have like a game in hand for like over a month or 2 months now, because Crystal Palace are participating in Europe. So let's see if that can also happen. Like, okay, there are big games in Europe for the likes of Manchester City, Arsenal, teams that, if they do well in Europe, England has a chance of getting more and more teams to qualify for the Champions League. With Arsenal semi-final feats right now, their quarter-final feats right there, the English teams are now being increased to 5, automatically qualifying for the Champions League. So if you have teams that will be doing well, in Europe to boost your local qualification for the Champions League, why not protect them? But let's see if Arteta, I don't know. For me, I think it is making sense a little bit. He just wants, not like a protection per se, but at least let us just try to bring our clubs, let's make them a little bit more safer. When they are playing in Europe and they are still combining that with games in the Premier League, it might just be tough for them to navigate, European competitions. But is it making sense, or do you think he's just looking for an excuse for his side? I'll leave you to decide that one. Previous stumbles, including a costly defeat to Aston Villa in 2024 and a recent home loss to Bournemouth, have significantly hampered their domestic title pursuits, highlighting the physical and mental toll of a congested fixture list. And Arsenal as well, they have a game up against Fulham, sandwiched between their second leg game also against Atletico Madrid right there at the Emirates Stadium. They have a draw 1-1 against Atletico Madrid. They look like they have the advantage going into the game at the Emirates. But with games like this, up against Fulham, that might look like a potential banana skin for their Premier League title push. Arsenal season, if they don't manage it very well, it might end up crumbling. They might not end up winning the Premier League. They might not end up winning the Champions League. So I think this is what Arteta is looking at and saying, look, Premier League, why not move our game against Fulham to another date? Let us negotiate Atletico Madrid. The Champions League is also important. It will be the joy of the Premier League to have one of the clubs in the league winning the Champions League. Arsenal is the only English team left in the Champions League at this point in time. So if you are allowing us to get our games, our local games pushed out for us to be able to think well and navigate the Champions League game, it will be a welcome development. But let's see in subsequent seasons how Premier League will be able to handle that one. And still talking the Premier League, let's take this one before we go on the show today. It's going to be a big fixture this weekend in the Premier League, because it's Manchester United up against Liverpool right there at Old Trafford. Manchester United and Liverpool are set to face off at Old Trafford this Sunday in a high-stakes clash with significant Champions League qualification implications. And United currently holds third place in the Premier League, sitting just 3 points ahead of fourth place Liverpool, while Michael Carrick's side looks to solidify their position. And the slot team is under pressure from fifth place Aston Villa, who are currently level on points with the Reds and trailing only on goal difference. And United head coach Michael Carrick has described the rivalry as one of his favorites, emphasizing the deep history and emotional intensity that defines the fixture regardless of league standings. And United is seeking a rare season double over their rivals, having secured a 2-1 victory at Anfield back in October. And Carrick noted that the team's current league position is a testament to their improvement and consistency and throughout the campaign, though he is treating the upcoming match as a standalone challenge. It's going to be a big game right there at Old Trafford, and let's see how that will pan out. We hope we could talk about that more, but well, time is not on our side. But then, you fans out there should enjoy yourselves, treat yourself to a big game right there at Old Trafford. And trust me, by Monday, we'll be back to give you all the reviews from that game and other games all over the weekend. This is where I will be putting the curtain down on the show, the weekend edition of The Locker Room. Thank you so much for staying with us. And I also want to say a big thank you to the guys in the back right there for making this show a wonderful, wonderful one. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Please stay tuned. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to Vop TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur Vop TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, Vop TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching Vop TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Commentators continue to differ on the judgment of the Supreme Court, which restored the Mark-led leadership but returned the case to the High Court for further hearing. And in the APC, bickering between support groups for President Bola Tinubu's re-election threatens to tear the party apart, even as Atiku Abubakar has been invited to the U.S. Congress to state the case of the opposition. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now, let's bring in Dr. Peter Anosike, who is our guest this evening. Peter is a philosopher, journalist, author, business consultant, and political affairs analyst. He is here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. By the way, he's the author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. Good evening, Peter, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Thank
we
you
appreciate your presence.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming. Now, quickly, let's run into it. The US-based journalism professor Farouk Berogi has criticized the recent Supreme Court ruling on the leadership crisis within the African Democratic Congress, ADC, claiming it may have been orchestrated to weaken the party. The judgment set aside an earlier order and restored David Mark's leadership, while sending the substantive issues back to the Federal High Court. Well, Berogi expressed doubts about the ruling's authenticity, alleging it had been predicted in advance and suggesting it was prearranged. Now, he said that a certain journalist had told him that this is the way the judgment will go. Well, he warned that although some party supporters see the decision as a victory, it could ultimately harm Mark by exposing him to fresh legal challenges as the case returns to a lower court. The Supreme Court, however, maintained that interim orders like status quo antebellum cannot stand once a case has been concluded, and directed that unresolved matters be properly determined at the Federal High Court. The ADC's internal crisis remains unsettled, with the next phase of litigation likely to influence the party's future ahead of the 2027 general elections. Dr. Nosike, since the Supreme Court delivered this judgment in the evening of yesterday, I have not spoken with you, I have not had a word with you. So let's have your reaction, to the judgment filed by David Mark saying, well, we need you to vacate the order of the appeal court, which said we should return to status quo antebellum. What's your broad reaction to that judgment?
Well, for me, I can say that I'm not as excited as other people, because the substantial issue was not handled. Understand? The authentic leadership that's of ADC that matter was not handled by the Supreme Court. That's why it was just a part of the request that David Mark made that was addressed by the court, which is the issue of returning to status quo. But the authentic leadership that's of the party that was not handled, that was the one that said go back for the continuation that's of the hearing. And the danger is this: time is ticking very, very fast. INEC deadline for submission of membership is on 10th of May, and today is 1st. Understand? And today is 1st. And if they did not conclude the case and court give judgment before 10th, it means that ADC will not be able to submit their membership. Understand? So that is the danger I am seeing here. Understand? That's telling them that to go back, that's for the continuation that's of the case at the High Court. Understand? Would the High Court be able to conclude this case before the deadline that INEC gave, which is May 10th? And I want to use this opportunity that's to call on INEC to extend that deadline, because it is not convinced that it is not convenient for most of the political parties.
It's not convenient for the opposition?
For most of the political
but the ruling party has not complained.
We have more than one political party in the country.
Okay.
We have more than one political party in the country. So it is not convenient for them. So I want to use this opportunity to call on INEC to extend that deadline, because it is not convenient.
Well, we have, at last count, we have 21 political parties, and the only party I hear complain about the timelines, it's just the ADC. So how come the other 21 political parties are not? They are
on the periphery. They are not contenders.
They are not contenders. They are political parties.
They are just spectators.
According to you.
Yes.
All right. So basically, you share the sentiments, expressed by Professor Berogi that, well, it is not yet Uhuru. And recall that sometime yesterday, after this judgment was delivered, Atiku Abubakar spoke to the press and he said, well, it's not yet time to rejudge because the case is going back to the High Court. So you share that sentiment. You agree with that?
Yes, because the deadline is almost here.
Okay, the deadline is
So
almost
it's,
here.
as I think you Kinani put it, the struggle is not over yet.
It's not yet to hold. Now, a lot of people, some people have blamed the ADC and the Mark-led leadership, for jumping to the appeal court and subsequently to the Supreme Court, asking, why didn't you stay at the High Court and trash out this matter? Do you also share, do you think that they jumped the queue, they jumped the gun, by going to appeal?
No. High Court is court of first instance.
Okay.
Understand? If they had stayed there, that's at the High Court, the nephew Gombe could have easily moved to the appeal court.
No, but the High Court had not delivered judgment, so how will he move?
I say if they had stayed at the High Court and get judgment.
But there was no judgment.
I say if
they
had remained at the High Court and get judgment, Nafiu Gombe would have gone to the appeal.
If it didn't favor him.
If it didn't favor him.
Okay.
And time is of essence here. The INEC gave a choking timetable. INEC gave a wicked, I want to use that word, wicked timetable. And if it's not shifted, it is going to affect 2027 general election. So they should shift that deadline.
When you say that INEC gave a wicked timetable, are you in any way suggesting that the INEC had ADC in mind before putting out the timeline, the timetable, or what? If you say it is wicked, like I said, I go back to it, the ADC is probably the only party that is complaining with the deadlines,
because it is only them that will be competitive in the election. Others are mainly spectators.
Okay.
And understand me. So even if they did not participate, they have nothing to lose.
Okay, so apparently the problem that David Mark and co were trying to avoid, they simply walked back to the problem because the Supreme Court said, hey, restore, go back to where you were before, which is, and in fact, upbraided this appeal court for giving that judgment. They say you don't give a preservative judgment when the case has not been dispensed with. So now the same problem they try to walk away from, they have gone back. And by the way, do you...
Confidence was restored.
Okay.
Understand? Because if you go to INEC website now, you will see David Mark as the, understand me, and the Arabs on that. So that is a confidence on their part.
But there's a suit in court, in a high court, challenging that leadership.
We are no more asking who does INEC recognize.
Okay.
So we have gone beyond it.
Okay.
Understand me? We have gone beyond it. And again, what the Supreme Court should be doing, or they are not doing, is it's not just saying that appeal court erred. Those judges ought to have been sanctioned because they know what they did. Understand me?
Okay.
Those judges ought to have been, and when we begin to punish, not just verbally, punish judges in this country, it is then that our judiciary will begin to take shape. Because they know what they did, that they are not supposed to have interfered in a matter that does not concern them. Because appeal court has India given a judgment that's internal matters are for the party.
Okay.
Understand me? So they know what they did by wasting time that's of ADC. Understand me? So just saying that the aid is not enough, they ought to be punished for doing that.
Okay, they should be reprimanded.
Punished.
Okay, punished. You prefer that they are punished. Now, I want us to resolve the issue of whether David Mark and co simply walked back to the problem they were trying to avoid. And because like the essence, the time being of essence, they have still lost that time they were trying to avoid because apparently the Supreme Court asked them to go back to the High Court. That is one part of it. The other part is that some people, I heard some commentators say, well, the Supreme Court is part of a larger plot to stop the ADC from being on the ballot. And when I asked why, they said, because the Supreme Court also has the power to have treated the matter at the High Court level instead of having to refer it back to the High Court. And one lawyer cited one instance. The lawyer said that when the House of Assembly members in Rivers State, took their matter to the Supreme Court. One of the prayers the Supreme Court gave was that they effectively didn't defect, because going by their interpretations,
their names are not in the register.
In the register. Now, at that point, that particular suit that the Supreme Court delved into was not one of the prayers in that suit, but the Supreme Court granted it. So people are asking, why is it that the Supreme Court didn't yesterday determine whether David Mark and Rauf Aregbesola are the authentic leaders of the ADC, instead of referring it to the High Court, when they did the same thing for the Rivers legislators? So do you think that the Supreme Court is part of that plot? Do you by any way think that?
For me, I know that we have a compromised, corrupt, and complicit judiciary. I want to say it again. I know that we have a corrupt, complicit, and compromised judiciary. And Nigeria, the future of Nigeria is more important than that of any person. We should be thinking Nigeria first. Understand? So, whether they are part of it or they are not part of it is not my business. All I want is justice in the judicial system.
What's your definition of justice in this instance?
Let the right thing be done.
What is the right thing? Who determines what the right things are?
Let the right thing be done. Judgments are passed based on the weight of evidence.
Dr. Anosike, you are a philosopher. I'm asking you, what are the right things and who determines what the right things are?
I say judgment is passed based on the weight of evidence before a court.
Okay.
Understand me? Judgment is passed based on the weight of evidence before a court, not a hearsay.
Okay.
Understand me? And then when judgment is passed based on the weight of evidence before a court, then right thing has been done.
Okay. So now we have settled that. So who determines what the right thing is? The judge.
The judge.
Okay, the judge. And when a judge gives judgment, people disagree. So who is right between the judge and the people that are disagreeing based on the facts presented before the judge?
Once of the facts, the weight of evidence presented is used. Understand me? There's no way a judgment can favor everybody.
Okay.
Because there must be losers and there must be winners.
Okay.
Understand me? But the most important is let the weight of evidence be used in the passage or in delivering a judgment.
Okay, so now a winner says justice has been served. A loser says injustice has been meted out to me.
Because he didn't present enough evidence to convince the court to pass judgment in his favor.
Okay. Dr. Anosike, let's move away from this logic and talk about the future of the coalition. Now, we hear that Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kukwanso were absent at an emergency meeting of ADC stakeholders in Abuja on Wednesday. Is it some form of coincidence that an emergency meeting of stakeholders, Atiku Abubakar was there, Rotimi Amechi was there, David Mark was there, Balaji Abdullahi, Aminu Tambuwal, but Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kukwanso were absent. Is it some form of coincidence, or what do you think is happening?
This is a busy time for them.
Okay.
Understand? This is a busy time for them, and there's no explanation whether they gave a reason why they would not be there.
The report didn't say that they gave reasons.
The person that wrote all the story was he part of the of the meeting.
Apparently, the person who have been there to know those that attended and those that didn't attend.
He could be that at the door and watch them enter.
Okay, you don't think it could be an insider information, someone that leaked to a journalist?
So for me, we don't know the reason why or they are not there, and speculation is not really my strong point.
Okay, speculation is not a strong point. But have you heard, either from sources, authentic, or rumors that Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kukwanso are planning to move over to the NDC? Have you heard that?
I have not, but I heard that NDC promised to give them tickets, but they should come within 14 days.
Within 14 days?
Yes, but they should, and that 14 days is before the 10th of May deadline. But they have not said, I have not, to the best of my knowledge, I have not heard P2B or any of its spokesperson react to it.
Okay.
Understand? And the same thing with Kwankwaso.
Okay. So in all of this, do you think it's possible that they might just move over to, you don't like speculation, but as an analyst, what do you expect, in the coming days in case this ADC problem is not resolved?
Well, these adults, one, they have senior advocates working with them, guiding them on the legal aspect of it. So they should know what are the one that will be best for them.
Okay, they should know the one that is best for them. Now, a lot is happening in the polity, The words of the ADC seems to compound every other day. Sometime in February this year, late January, early February, in between those 2 months. Now, a group of people, former legislators, National Association of Former Legislators, went to court, seeking, asking the court to compel INEC to deregister ADC as a political party because apparently, according to them, they didn't meet the thresholds to remain a political party. The threshold. You must have won a certain number of votes, a certain number of seats at the last presidential election, general election. And now, how do you react to that?
We know who is, common sense will tell you who is behind it.
Well, not everybody understands or has common sense. So from you that knows common sense,
will
who do you think is behind it?
Common sense will tell you that they are working for the APC. Understand? Because there are so many, at least ADC has a House of Reps member from Kogi State. Understand me?
Okay.
I am Abajide or whatever.
Yes, Leke
Abajide, sure. Then what of an instant Showore's party that don't have even a councillor?
I think he's named. There are about 5 political parties.
But we have 21.
Okay.
We have
21.
21.
And the single are just 5.
So why focus on ADC?
No, I'm just telling you, a court party was mentioned too.
Oh, okay.
ZLP, Zenith Labour Party.
Okay.
Now, by the way, if you go to Abia State, all the 17 local government chairmen belong to the Zenith Labour Party. So why include Zenith Labour Party?
So
is it because they defected from the Labour Party to ZLP
but
or what?
They are now carrying members
of the ZLP.
So this shows you the confusion in the system. And what is disturbing is for the AGF.
Yes, I was coming to that. That's the General of the Federation, Latin Fabric.
To also join in that statement. And like I told somebody about 2 hours ago, in the next 8 to 10 years, another political party will be doing the same thing to APC. In the next 8 to 12 years, another political party will be doing the same thing that APC is doing to ADC now to APC. Because what goes round comes round. Understand me? What goes round comes round. So they shouldn't think that they are going to be in power for the next 100 years.
PDP said they will be in power for 60 years.
But they were there for 16 years.
Okay, they just removed 0 and put 1 before it, and it turned to 16 years.
In the next 8 to 10 years, people will be crying then, see what the other party is doing. Understand? And I hope we'll be telling them that is the same thing that you did to the party in opposition.
Okay.
Understand me? That is the same thing that you did to the party in the opposition. Just like Tinubu now is crying that they are using insecurity to remove him. And that was the same thing that APC did to Goodluck Jonathan in 2015.
Okay. You're a philosopher. Do you see karma here?
Bible says, what you measured will be measured unto you.
Okay.
Understand me? So that is exactly what is happening. Understand?
All right. Well, that is exactly what is happening now. Dr. Anosike, a lot is happening within the polity, in the lead up to 2027 general election. Yesterday, before the Supreme Court delivered judgment on the ADC suit, filed by David Mark, it had before then delivered judgment on the PDP, similar case that said, well, the Ibadan Convention was a nullity. It was null and void because, according to the Supreme Court judges, as a matter of fact, they also upgraded the PDP, and said, why did you have to disobey court orders? Now, there were subsistent court orders that said that convention should not hold, and you went ahead to hold that same convention. And now they said, well, that convention is null and void. Let's consider that it never held. And now said, well, the authentic leadership of the PDP is that of the NWC led by Muhammad Abdul Rahman, which is, by the way, backed by Nyesom Wike. How do you react to this development?
Well, for me, the best thing to do in a civilized society when a judgment is passed is to vacate that judgment. And the only way to vacate that judgment is not to go to the court of the same standard, but to go to a higher court. And I said that then because what order we are doing, Makinde in Ibadan was using the court that he is in control.
In Ibadan.
That he is paying.
And the people in Abuja
are using and both of them are court of the same
coordinate jurisdiction.
They asked that they should have gone to court of appeal to vacate it. Because some people were saying it's because INEC did not observe
the Ibadan
I said, INEC go to the Electoral Act. What INEC wants is a notification. Understand?
Okay.
We are going to hold our convention. We are going to hold a congress on so and so day. Understand? Once they okay it, you are good to go. Understand?
Okay, so but they are not required by law to observe necessarily.
One, if you see that is the form for convention, understand? There are spaces where INEC observer should feel.
Okay.
Understand? Where the security official, because police are also supposed to be
to
there.
Observe, yes.
Where they are to feel. And the observer group to feel. But I'm telling you, what is required from the political party is to notify INEC.
Isn't that some form of contradiction? If the electoral law says that, well, you only need to notify INEC, before you conduct your convention or congresses. And now the form designed by INEC or whoever or the Electoral Act makes provision for INEC to sign off.
That in case they choose to come.
What if they don't come and that position is vacant? What's the implication of that?
Well, once they are duly notified and they acknowledge the notification, understand me? Because in most cases, what they do, what INEC do, is they wait for the party to come and carry them from their office.
Okay.
And in that process, money always changes hand. Understand? Protocol. Understand me? Coming there, carrying them to the venue and taking them back.
Okay. Why will money change? And it's not a competition. It's just
No, it's a party. You are going to the office to carry them.
Okay.
Understand me? You know what happens that's
no, what I mean is, why do you need to give them money? They are just coming to observe.
But I've been a state publicity secretary of a party.
Okay.
And I've gone through those processes.
So why did you give them money? Why did
you always give them money?
That what will happen? So that they will influence the convention?
No, it's a convention.
Okay.
So it's a party thing. It's not a competition.
Okay, it's not a competition. That's why I'm wondering why you need to give them money for them to simply.
They will tell you that they are busy.
Okay.
Understand me? That they are busy. Oh, I have things to this thing do. Understand me? they will give you reasons. So you have to appease them before they will follow you and come there.
Okay.
So the main thing was that there was a suit that was not vacated before the convention. And INEC chose to obey that court order because it came from Abuja.
Okay. Okay, so apparently INEC took sides. Now, yesterday, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Wike, said something. He said that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Senate President David Mark, both of the ADC, are no longer welcome back into the PDP, describing them as political liabilities. Were they planning to return to PDP? Do you have an idea?
Well, it depends on what you're talking. Understand me?
No, I don't understand.
It depends on what you're talking.
Wike, I'm saying it's Wike that said.
And I say it depends on what he's talking.
On what he is talking, or what?
It depends on what he's talking.
No, I need for you to explain that.
Whether it is a wine that is talking or a human being that is talking.
Dr. Nasik, we are talking about the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I say it depends on what he's talking.
Minister of the FCT?
It depends on what he's talking.
Okay, let's assume it's a human being that is talking. Do you have an idea whether Atiku Abubakar and David Mark are planning to return to the PDP? I'm just wondering why Wike will come out and blot out, well, you guys are not welcome to the PDP.
That is why I say what I said, because nothing will ever make Atiku to go back to PDP. Understand me? Nothing will ever make Atiku that to go back to PDP. Nothing will make David Mark to go back to PDP. Understand?
Dr. Nosike, you said you were formerly secretary in a political party.
Public secretary.
Public secretary. And you are thumping your chest on national TV saying that nothing, capital nothing, will make Atiku Abubakar and or David Mark to go back to the PDP. Atiku left the PDP, went to ACN. From the ACN, he went back to PDP. From the PDP, he went back to APC. From the APC, he went to SDP. From the SDP, he went to ADC. And you are saying...
How many years does Atiku have to play politics?
It doesn't matter. He said, this is my last shot at the presidency.
Atiku will resign from active politics 2027.
Okay.
Understand me?
So what has age got to do with it?
Eh?
What has age got to do with it?
What else? He is going to resign from active politics in next year.
Okay.
Understand me? So
if he wins or if he doesn't win?
If he wins, if he contests for the presidency
and become
president 2031, he will step down.
Why?
Understand me?
Why will he step down?
Age
he has
is not
2
on
terms.
his side. Age is not
when you talk about age not being on his side, at what age did Mugabe die? How old is Paul Biya?
No,
how old is Trump? Donald Trump? How old is Donald Trump?
Donald Trump is 79.
Atiku's age mate.
But Donald Trump is stopping 2028.
Okay, because there is a term limitation against him. And recall, he said he was going to amend the constitution.
That's a joke.
Okay, that's a joke. Okay, that's a joke.
That's a joke.
Well, a lot of people don't take Trump seriously whenever he says something.
So the issue is, Atiku, politics did not make Atiku. Okay. Understand me? Politics did not make Atiku. Understand? So going to PDP will not give him a leverage.
And you say that nothing will make him. What if PDP becomes strong again?
Which year?
I mean, between now and 30th of May. Because
with next on weekend, needing the campaign of Tinubu, and PDP will become strong.
Now, some people have said that Atiku might just be working for Tinubu. Do you agree with that?
To gain what?
Well, to repay him for what he did for him when he gave him the presidential ticket of ACN way back in 2007.
I don't believe that.
Okay, you don't believe that. And so you think that nothing ever will make Atiku Abubakar go back
Atiku can never go back to PDP. It's a closed chapter as far as Atiku is concerned.
What of David Mark? What of David Mark?
The same thing with David Mark.
Peter Obi.
How old is David? These guys have become all they want.
Okay.
Understand me?
They have become all they want, but they are still looking for power.
The only thing that Atiku wants is to be president of this country.
I know, he doesn't want to be president, he wants to have power.
What Atiku, he already have that power.
He has power?
He already have
power
that
to
power.
change things in Nigeria?
He already
Executive
have that power.
Power of the state?
He already has that power. Understand me? What he wants is to be president of Nigeria, and if he fails to get it in 2027, he will resign from active politics.
Dr. Anosike, I'm not sure that Atiku Abubakar has the kind of power you're talking about. What of P2B? Do you think that P2B might walk back to either the PDP or Labour Party? What do you think?
As long as Nyesom Wike
is there,
they will not go back.
They will not go back. All right, let's move on. A northern grassroots group, let's talk about APC now. A northern grassroots group supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, known as One North Movement, reportedly ranked first in an online poll assessing pro-government campaign networks ahead of the 2027 elections. The results highlight the growing influence of digital mobilization and informal political groups in shaping voter outreach, though the credibility of such online polls remain debated. The group's leader described the ranking as an endorsement of their efforts to promote the administration's policies, particularly in northern Nigeria, where voter mobilization is crucial. The development also reflects shifting dynamics within the APC as informal alliances and emerging campaign blocs play an increasing role in political strategy ahead of the elections. Now, of interest is the fact that this One North movement is claiming that in the online poll, we even did better than the City Boys movement. We are mobilizing better than the City Boys movement because they reference the fact that, well, City Boys went to Owerri and there was more like a stampede, and they went to Edo State and they were ignored. Now, One North movement is saying we are topping, the support group for the president. What do you say?
Where is the mobilization going on?
In parts of the north.
Online or
no, the poll was conducted online, but they are mobilizing.
Where are they mobilizing?
They are mobilizing the north. The first lady was in Kano the other day. You told me. We discussed it.
And what happened?
And
they were embarrassed.
They gave palliatives to people.
That's on this.
No, that is the mobilization that they are talking about in the north.
On this. So for me, North APC is becoming a very bad news in the north. APC is becoming a very bad news in the north. Understand? And again, the north don't vote like the south.
How do they vote?
In the south, now I control my vote.
Okay.
I can vote for whoever I want to. In the north, it is not so. Religious leaders in the north determine who the people are to vote for. Understand me?
Okay.
Religious leaders in the north determine who the people are to vote for. Understand me? So, saying that you can mobilize in the southwest, southeast, south, north central, you cannot mobilize in the north.
But we hear that the president has sent back ministers from the north to go back, to their home states and start mobilization ahead of 2027. They just leave Abuja, go do the mobilization and come back. And you don't think that their religious leaders will tell them to vote for the president, by the way, who is Muslim like themselves, and the vice president, who is also Muslim. What do you think?
I say voting in the north and in the south, that is not the same thing.
Okay.
And right now, APC is becoming a very bad news in the north.
I was coming to ask you, what is the bigger question here is what these groups, what are they showcasing as the achievements of their principal? Do you see anything?
Hunger and starvation.
No, that's not an achievement. I mean, in concrete terms, what the administration...
When somebody tells you that he is going to increase the tax net and reduce the purchasing power, this is a campaign, a promise somebody made during a campaign, and he has achieved it.
He also promised to give power. Has he achieved that? You don't talk about that.
So
why are you talking about the one that causes distress to Nigerians?
So for me, there's nothing that that they have that to campaign with. Understand? They have nothing they have nothing to campaign with.
When you say they have nothing to campaign with, have you forgotten Nel Fund? Because anytime you ask people in the APC what this administration has done, they are quick to mention Nel Fund.
Nel Fund. That's how many students have come out that tell you that well, for me, APC is a colossal failure.
A colossal failure. They are building a federal a highway, Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, running across 9 states of the federation. You don't see that at some point?
Do you know that over 800 businesses that were destroyed on that coastal highway? Do you know how many people it put into poverty? Do you know how many people that destruction put into poverty? So that is not how a government that has concern for the people do. Again, can you imagine the death rate over there? Can you imagine how many people are being killed on a daily basis in the north?
Exactly the point. So I'm asking, or I asked earlier, these people, what are they mobilizing for? Are they mobilizing so that the killings could continue, or what? And recall that last week, was it last week? Yes, the president said, well, I succeeded myself because I'm a continuation of the Buhari administration. And people are being killed in the north. At last count, under Buhari, about 66,000 Nigerians were slaughtered in cold blood. They didn't die because they were sick. They didn't die because there were no drugs in clinics and hospitals. They didn't die, because the state condemned them, because they died because they were slaughtered, by terrorists. And in the life of this administration, 2.5 years, as at that time, more than 22,000 Nigerians have been killed. And so these people, what are they campaigning with? When they go to meet people, what do they tell them?
So Ukraine, that was invaded by Putin, have they recorded such a number of deaths? Or the answer is no. Understand me? Or the answer is no. And there's section 14, subsection 2, said that security and welfare should be the primary purpose of the president. Understand me? Section 14, subsection 2 of Nigeria Constitution said that security and the welfare should be the primary purpose. Understand? The number one responsibility of the government. Understand? So once a president fails on his primary purpose, what else are you campaigning? Understand me?
Yes.
What else are you campaigning? So that's why you say that it is an online thing. They cannot do it offline.
Oh, all right. Now, Katsina Governor Umaru Diko has warned members of the APC, not to be complacent ahead of the 2027 election, stressing that victory will require hard work despite internal unity. Well, what is this? He's an APC governor. He's saying, well, you people should not rest on your oath. You should not relax because hard work will be required, to win the elections. I thought they had 32 governors in their kitty. Why are they?
33 governors with one who is in a different party, now sending his deputy to APC governors meeting.
Who is that?
I don't want to mention him.
Okay, you don't want to mention. Okay.
So if you add him, it becomes 34.
Okay.
Understand?
And if you add Soludo, who has said, well, we endorse the president, what happens?
Okay. So the issue is this. Like I said I said that APC is becoming a bad news in the north. And if all is well, the Katsina state governor would not have made this statement.
Okay, so you think all is not well within the APC?
All is not well within the APC in the north.
Okay.
Their space is shrinking on a daily basis. Even to mention APC in the north has become a problem. Understand? To mention APC in the north has become a problem, and it will get worse.
It will get worse. Now, talking about the problems within the APC, senators and House of Reps members who defected to the APC have been shoved aside, for tickets, and they are complaining, threatening commotion. What do you see coming?
Well, it's expected. I predicted this over a year ago when this defection that's become a norm. In a senatorial zone, you can just have one senator. Understand me? You can just have one senator. So when everybody joins the APC, there's in a state, only one person will get the governorship ticket of the party. The others, what will they do? They have that to go begin to seek for other political parties that they can get their ambition realized. That's one thing I said that I told you that there will never be a one-party state.
Okay.
Understand? Because those who, just like what is happening in Delta State now, between Ifeanyi Okowa and Ned Nwoko, understand? It was said that one of the conditions that Ifeanyi Okowa negotiated was a ticket to the Senate. Understand me? Why the governor, why the PDP governor negotiated for automatic tickets?
Okay.
But now Ned Nwoko say no, I'm going for another term.
Okay.
So
what problem?
So what will they do?
It's already a clash.
Understand me? So
now talking about politics, let's start with 2027. Former Nigerian Vice President Atiku Abubakar is reportedly invited to the United States Congress after a high-level phone conversation with a senior American lawmaker. The invitation, described as a result of a productive exchange, was shared by a legal firm on social media. Well, Atiku accepted the invitation in principle, but stated that he will prioritize his current responsibilities in Nigeria before making the trip. The development highlights Atiku's continued international engagement ahead of the 2027 general elections, with observers noting it could influence his global political standing. The report also mentioned growing political activity within Nigeria, including Atiku's recent closed-door meeting with Rotimi Amechi, seen as part of broader efforts to build alliances for the upcoming elections. Now, recall that the UK government group led by Ambassador Montgomery within the week officially visited INEC chairman Professor George Omopitan and key opposition figures like Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, and expressed their interest in the 2027 general elections. Dr. Anosike, what happens when other countries begin to show what looks like an undue interest in another country's elections, as we see now? I mean, we see the United States of America and UK get interested in 2027 elections. What do you see coming?
Well, if it's possible for the whole of the American Congress to be in Nigeria, that's on January 16, I would appreciate that.
Is it about you appreciating it? Okay, so why will you appreciate that?
To make sure that the election is free and fair.
Okay, so we need
because American president manipulated our election in 2015. And that's why we are suffering now. Understand? American president meddled in our election in 2015.
That meddlesomeness, when they meddled, did it make the election credible, free, and fair?
I said, let me use the right word.
Okay.
Obama rigged our election in favor of APC.
Okay, rigged. Apparently.
Rigged.
Apparently it wasn't credible. It was not free.
Yes.
So what gives you the impression that if Trump comes, it's going to be free, fair, and credible?
No, he will make sure that now I'm not I don't believe in truth for that.
Okay.
Understand? I want let the right thing be done. If America is here and the nation go very well and the votes count, whoever wins is okay by me.
According to you, Obama was here. Did he do the right things? Obama was here, according to you. Did he do the right things?
I said he rigged.
If he rigged the election. And now my question is, what gives you the impression that Trump, if he comes, will not do the same thing in favor of another?
I say I'm not in support of doing the wrong thing.
Okay, so you expect them to come and do the right thing.
That to make sure that the right thing is done.
Okay. Now, does this speak to the fact that you see our presidential candidates run to Chatham House, at every election cycle, to defend policies of government and all of that? You recall what happened in 2022? 2022, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu went to Chatham House, and when he was being asked questions, he said, well, you, Nasiru, you answer this question. Now, you, Femi, answer this question. Now, you, John, answer this question. What is that? Why is it that any time? You recall that on top of my head, I can't recall anybody that became president without having to run to UK. I wish you tied, to the apron strings of United Kingdom after 65 years of independence.
But you are still a member of the Commonwealth.
Okay, so how often does the UK government and others go to South Africa to conduct elections to tell them, well, this is the way we want it to go? Why are we singled out here?
Or you are still a member of the Commonwealth.
What has the Commonwealth done for us?
The issue is that shows you that we are not yet politically free.
Okay.
That shows you that we are not yet politically free.
Are we free economically?
No country is free economically because United States is in debt. Understand? Okay. That is the richest country in the world. So I'm talking of politics.
Okay, political freedom.
Economic is an agreement, a trade between one country and the other.
Okay.
As Africa, as a third world nation, we are having unfavorable balance of
trade.
Okay,
with the West.
Yes. So, but politically, when other countries are making decisions for you, understand? So we are not politically free, and for us to be politically free, we'll stop going there to go and defend our manifesto.
Our manifesto,
because they don't come here to defend their own.
Well, if we went there to defend the manifestos and at the end of the day we implement what is in the manifesto, Nigerians wouldn't have problem. The problem is that even after going there to defend the manifestos, we still don't implement, the letters of the manifesto. Now, Dr. Anosike, 30 seconds to give us your concluding thoughts.
Well, for me, like Atiku Abubakar said, it is not yet over. That is struggle, understand? Until the ADC is able to finish with all their court cases and meet the deadline of May 10. I am also calling on INEC to shift this deadline because it is very, very inconvenient, understand me, for the other political parties. It only favored the APC.
Okay.
And if we have only APC on the ballot, there will be no election in most parts of this country.
Okay. All right, then. This is where we have to end the conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. I appreciate your presence on Political Lens. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemdiuto. For me, I'll see you Monday morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Amplification, Mapex acoustic drum set, Tech electronic drums and accessories, Evans drumheads, Ashdown engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
A very good evening to you, and of course, happy new month. It's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Atiku and Obi knocking Tinubu's policies as workers lament poverty and insecurity, So Ekpaolo insisting Tinubu will be re-elected in 2027. Also, IGP orders dismissal and prosecution over Delta shooting. Finally, Dangote raises petrol price to 1,275 naira. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Nigeria's economic direction has come under fresh criticism as prominent opposition figures react to Workers' Day. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi have both criticized the economic policies of President Bola Tinubu, saying they have worsened hardship for Nigerian workers. The leaders argue that inflation, rising living costs, and declining purchasing power continue to affect millions of Nigerians and have significantly eroded the value of wages. Also, the president of the Trade Union Congress, TUC, Festus Osifo, says there is a need for the federal government to ensure that the naira is properly valued. Osifo stated that even a minimum wage of 1 million naira would have little real impact if the value of the naira is not stabilized. Labor Day this year has once again brought the issue of economic reform, currency stability, and workers' welfare to the forefront of national discourse. Meanwhile, the Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress has called on the state government to increase the minimum wage for workers from 85,000 naira to 225,000 naira. The chairperson of the council, Fumi Sesi, said proposed increase had become necessary due to rising inflation and the high cost of living in the state. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one guest here in the studio. We have Mr. Elvis Elimihele. He is a senior journalist and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nena.
Good evening,
Happy
sir.
Workers' Day.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, yes, happy Workers' Day to everyone, every of our viewers as well.
Dear.
Yeah, that's true. Happy Workers' Day. Okay, let me start this way. It's Workers' Day. And do you really think that the workers have anything to celebrate? Shall we you put it on the backdrop of what Atiku Abubakar rather, and Peter Obi are saying, they're lamenting workers' hardship and all?
Well, the only thing they have to celebrate is that they are not part of the humongous Nigerians that don't have any job at all. There's so many Nigerians, millions of Nigerians that are roaming the streets without a job at all. That's the only thing they have to celebrate. But if you want to juxtapose their take home with the current economic trend, there's nothing to celebrate. But when you now look at it, that there are just some people floating. They wake up in the morning, they don't even have where to go. They don't know where the next meal will come from. They don't even know who is going to be their rescue. Then you just say, okay, at least I still have where I wake up to go. Even though sometimes I have to borrow money to even pay transport. And when the salary comes at the end of the month, pay up my debts. Then I continue the trend of borrowing again, you know. You just have to also just say, well, it's still better than just being at home doing nothing. So that's just the only difference, Nina.
Okay, let's look at it. You know, like I said earlier, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, they're lamenting, and that's actually, you know, when you pick the brains of almost every workers, I think it's even the NLC actually also said it. At the forefront of discuss of issues, it's the hardship that Nigerians are being faced with. And we hear our government talk about economic reform and all of that. Do you think that there's any tangible relief for workers as a result of economic reforms that the president has actually put, has said to, that he's saying, or the administration has told us over times Are there economic reforms?
Are there really economic reforms? Well, APC can actually argue that they have economic reform, but Nigerians will tell you that there are no economic reform because it's like you gave out a gift with your right hand and collected it back with your left hand. That's what we are saying. Since the removal of fuel subsidy, Nigerian workers have never known peace. Even Nigerians themselves have never known peace. It has always been that the economy has been biting so hard. Imagine today, I mean, by yesterday, we just started seeing another adjustment in pump price. And that is also, is still part of your salary that you are going to use to cushion it. Because 70,000 naira is the minimum wage in Nigeria, Nena. Then a liter of fuel now sells for 1,450, 460, depending on where you are. Then if I know a 70,000 worker cannot buy a car, it's not possible. So because he managed to enter the bus, and the bus he enters has to check out the fare because he's buying his phone price at 1,450, 1,460. So where do you now place the Nigeria worker? Nigeria worker has never known peace since this administration came into power, because what we were expecting was that there would have been rolled out buses that can be subsidized by government to assist the workers, at least. Okay, there was a time in this nation when we had labor buses, NSC buses, at least in 1996, 97, 98, even till 2000, we have labor buses on the streets. But where are they today? So NLC itself also have to actually, as telling the government about poor wages and salaries, they should also begin to think of how they will also help, talk with the government to assist the workers apart from increment in salary. Because as soon as the salary is being increased, the market woman is waiting, the landlord is waiting. So it demystifies whatever the government puts there. And what is the government even putting? From 35,000 naira to 70,000 naira, they tell you they doubled it. Has it actually the kind of the present situation we have in Nigeria now? What is 70,000 naira for a family to survive on? So Nigeria workers have not found it. They have not found it easy in any form since APC government actually came to power. It has been very difficult.
So you mentioned you talked about having to provide buses, which could help alleviate or ameliorate how the suffering of Nigerian workers. And it's actually because many persons who have some companies who have buses, as in that said that they put or they that take their workers, their staff members to work. When you look at it, no matter how, I don't want to say inconsequential that is, but the staff members are happy about it.
Definitely.
Because when you remove the amount of fare that people actually spend on, the amount of money people spend on fare, it's so much. And then when you now look at how expensive the fare is now, and then you talked about the amount of money rather than being increased. It's better you just look at other measures that can. But when you look at Osifo is actually saying, because one of the things that the NLC keeps saying is increase our salary. And then Osifo is saying, even Osifo, of course, one of the labor leaders, is saying even if 1 million minimum wage is put forward, it will be meaningless without currency stability. Can any wage really increase? Can any wage increase matter if inflation continues to erode purchasing power?
It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter, Nena, because that's why I said you collect with your right hand and the left hand takes it off. You see, a country like Nigeria that does not really have so much exports, apart from the oil that everybody is looking onto. That's why you see the Naira is struggling to survive. Because depending on only oil, for a country of 200 and something million people, it's not enough. When we're talking about open up export opportunity for Nigerians to, other small things that you and I can package 1 or 2 things and still be able to send it abroad and make some. It's also helped to, put so much strain on the Naira. So that even when it is coming from different angle, the naira at least will have a little bit of leverage. Instead of saying, 1 million naira salary, and at the end of the day, 90% of what you are going to spend using Nigeria are now imported. Once they are imported, it demystifies that salary you are earning locally with your local currency, because by the time all the taxes are built on it, on that imported goods, and is brought into the country, you can't afford it. Get to the supermarket, you will be seeing different prices. The price for this week will be different from the price you'll hear next week. So it is not really the increment in salary that's the issue. There should be facilities that can actually help to manage whatever you are earning and be able to survive with it. For instance, this present administration talked about CNG buses when they came into power after the removal of fuel subsidy. One would have been expecting that, would have expected that by now there would have been more CNG buses on Nigerian roads than petroleum buses. Unfortunately, we are not seeing that. In fact, nobody is even mentioning it any longer. So we saw the jamboree they did, brought some CNG buses to one of the Labor Day celebration, and it was from NNPC. NNPC brought some, another company brought some that day, and they unveiled it. By now, those buses will have even be getting old, because you need to continue to replenish the fleet so that it can now begin to go round. It's not a situation where you just come and now just dangle some, then you now retrieve until those ones that you brought into circulation are now completely out of circulation. Then before you now begin to talk of replenishing it. That's why I was talking about labor transport. Labor transport, if it was effectively managed, but this is even the time the workers need such transport system to be able to commute to work and back home. Then look at the few companies that have staff buses for their staff. It's part of, they don't know how much they pay for it because it's probably deducted from their salary, but the convenient. You close your office, you don't have to go and start struggling buses on the road. Then it drops you off. In the morning, you have a transport fare that can take you conveniently to your office. The convenience is so much because the way we rush buses in Lagos, we look for, it kills your head. And then, God forbid that before we leave this studio now reinforce, the transport fare is a different ball game. But if you have staff buses, you don't need to worry about such things. These are some of the things that labor is supposed to be talking with employers of labor as well. So make your workers to be convenient to some extent. Because if they are comfortable to some extent, their inputs, their value to your office will be much more enhanced. Because somebody that is coming and he knows too well that, I'm not going to struggle to get to, I don't have to start sweating before I get to the office. Even if he does not have money in his pocket, he knows that the staff bus is somewhere he can join, to and fro. It gives you that mindset of belonging. And that, will increase your capacity, in the office, efficiency in the office. So these are some of the things. It's not all about increment in salary. When you know that the increment in salary, before it is increased, the market women are waiting, the landlords are waiting, every other person, within the chain is waiting. There are some other things that the Nigerian Labour Congress, should be fighting underneath that can give the workers much more succor and comfortability than increasing salary. Yes.
Okay, let's look at the labor union. In time past, the labor union used to be very, very strong. When you look at the labor union that we have today, do you think that they are losing their influence, or do you think they're still as strong as they used to be?
Well, it depends. Now, the labor activists, the labor union leaders, I don't call them labor union leaders any longer, because even those of them that pretend to be, we are active, they are doing it for a reason. They want to use it to show all their political life, so that immediately they leave the office, they go back to their respective states and start contesting for offices. I know it's their right, but you see, as a labor leader, you are supposed to be somebody of an impeccable character. Somebody say, we can vouch for this person that is actually doing our bidding because we elected him, or we know how he got to the office. But today, we see that most of the labor leaders now dine with the politicians. They may deny this, but we know too well what is going on in Nigeria. It was not like this before now. We saw labor leaders during the military era, especially the era of late Franco Kori and others who know, Peng and Pengasi, president and all. We saw how they were able to hold the government accountable then that said, no, if June 12 does not stay, we're going to ground the system. They were picked up by the junta, Abacha's government then, because they lived up to their expectation. But the Labour president then, late Pascal Bafia, never told the same lie. It was like betrayed his comrades. At the end of the day, those other ones were picked up, but NLC did not join the strike, and that was how everything got messed up. Those are the kind of leaders we see today. They will come to the television and radio and newspaper and preach the gospel of being an activist, but they go behind and do otherwise. And at the end of the day, you just hear that the man that left one position as a labor leader is now vying for either Senate or governorship of his state or whatever. That's to tell you that there are more now of politicians. That's the reason why you see when Labour sneeze those days, you see everybody will be on the street. Oh, protest is coming up. Labour says this and all that. It has transcended down now. Even National Association of Nigeria Students, NANS, when we were in school, NANS, in collaboration with Labour and civil society organization, ground this nation, in 1993, 1994, when we were talking about June 12 must stay. But today, do you hear of National Association of Nigeria Students now? Everybody, the last time I was reading that even NANS president now also have aides. They're just like the politicians. So that's what you now see. Everybody is looking at, oh, this is now an opportunity for me to quickly grab from the national cake before it slips off my hands. That's why you see unionism has completely died in this nation. Forget about it. Forget about, coming to the television to speak big English. There's no more unionism. You have to go back to Michael Limondu. This is a labor leader who was able to fight the British that we need an independence. I never had a home. It was the administration of Shomole, that built a house for him in his village. He never had, he just lived and served the nation as expected. He's from my state. So when you see some activists who are actually activists to the core, they don't talk about themselves. They talk about how we, what I'm preaching transcend to everybody in the society. But today, activists are not talking about themselves more than the people they pretend to represent.
Still talking about the welfare of workers. Before we move to our next story, NLC Lagos is proposing an increment of, from 85,000 naira, which the Lagos state government is paying their workers, to 225,000 naira. And when I saw this, I smiled. And I want to pose that question that came to my mind to you, that how realistic is this amount, jumping from 85,000 naira, 225,000 naira. In the present day economy, in what we see Lagos as, do you think that is feasible?
It is not that Lagos cannot pay it.
Okay.
Lagos can conveniently pay that. Lagos is rich, stupendously rich. Let's not deceive ourselves. But the issue is that even if it is paid, Nena, can he actually hold the economy of Lagos? It's not. So it's good at the end where, good package is very good. I'm not disputing it. But there are so many other things that they should also ask the government to do, even adjustment in salary. The government can give them packages that will make them to even have a good accommodation, even at retirement. You can give them a housing loan scheme that even when they are still in service, they are accommodated and they'll be paying instrumentally since they are in service, so that before they even retire, they have a home. That's a good one. You understand? As they are there in service, be deducting some part. That's why we are talking about mortgage, because this nation does not have a functional mortgage system. Because every worker that has a good job ought to tie his accommodation to mortgage. I'm paying for this, and this is what leaves my salary every month. And I know too well that by the time I pay this for the next 20 years or 25 years, I'm going to leave this place, have a roof over my head. Go and look at the way Nigerian pensioners are suffering. Because at the end of the day, when they are retired, the minimum pension pay can no longer pay their accommodation. Some of them retire even without, they've not finished sponsoring their children in school. They can no longer pay their children fee. And you see them, landlord now throwing their things out. So some of these are the things that I would have expected that the labor union should be talking about the government. Come up with a mortgage system that can assist us to get a home, even while in service, so that before we end our service, would have gotten a home over our head. Then open up some kind of scheme for us that by the time, so many of these workers retire, they don't even know what to do next after retirement. Give them an entrepreneurial skill that, you are going to retire in the next 5 years. There is a training like this, there is a training like this, and there is a soft loan that when you come out of this academy in preparation for your retirement, Nena, you have a loan that you use to start up something so that you will not just be waiting for that your mega pension at the end of the day. Because sometimes gratuity does not come even after 1 year or 2 years. You see them completely grounded. But if they have this kind of entrepreneurial skill that within that they got a soft loan to start up something, that pension, mega pension at the end of the month will just be like, an added to. It's no longer what the whole family is depending on. All these are some of the things that I was expecting that the labor union should be talking with the government. We are entering another era now. A new government is going to come in. Maybe by this time next year, we are preparing to have another government, So the labor union now should begin to set good proposals to the incoming governor, the incoming president, that these are areas that we see. Because what you are saying here is that the person that retired 5 years ago, who was your boss, and you are now in that seat, that same retirement is waiting for you. You just discover how has it been faring since he left 5 years ago. You discover some of them are suddenly fall sick, no good health care. What health care system is being put in place that by even when I retire, I can still access it easily and be able to take care of myself. By the time you join that job, we were very vibrant. You're not retiring at maybe 60 or 65. You're no longer as vibrant as you were. We need good health packages that at least when I leave office, I should still be able to access it. These are some of the things you'll be talking about, not just the increment in salary. Because at the end of the day, no matter how fat the salary is, if you don't have a good healthcare system, you don't have a good transport system, you don't have a good accommodation system, all these ones are still waiting to erode it. Just take it off. So if you have a good mortgage, you know too well that, okay, I have 25 or 30 years to be in this job. And in another 25 years' time, another 30 years' time, I would have been able to complete this mortgage and have a roof over my head. Your stress will be relieved. You will not have this issue of high blood pressure that they say almost every Nigerian manage now, because Nigerian manage them because of what is heaped on us. Everything is heaped on us. When your salary, you begin to talk of health care from it, you begin to talk of accommodation, talk of school fees, talk of transport to the office, because you must go to that work for the work to remain with you too. It's just too much. So these are policies. Policies should be more than good policies sold to the government, and working with the government to make sure that they accept some of these your policies. It's better than talking about 250,000 naira salary in a month, knowing fully well that the next person at the bus stop is waiting to take it from you when they hear that the government have adjusted salary. They also hear the news. They hear news. So those are some of the things the workers should be fighting for while in service and after service. There's still life after service. It's so important.
Life.
Yes.
There's still life after service.
Yeah.
But let's move on to a conversation that you a little bit touched while we were speaking, and that's the increment in pump price of as in by Dangote from what it is to be to 1,275 naira per liter, and of course every different fuel stations will sell at different prices, and different states as well will sell at different states. And this also brings to the fore this recent statement by former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who said that the refineries that are owned by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited may never work again. And Obasanjo he has long criticized repeated rehabilitation spending on state-owned refineries, arguing that structural inefficiency, mismanagement, and outdated systems have undermined productivity. His remarks revive a long-standing national debate over whether government should continue to fund refinery repairs or fully embrace privatization and private sector refining. Where are we, and where do you think we should be when it comes to this refinery thing? Because it's obvious, sharing you here, when you see how much has been spent on it. I think it was last year that said the Port Harcourt refinery, either last year, 2 years ago, it was up and running. All of a sudden, we didn't hear anything again. And now we see the former president coming to say that this is not, this can't work again, or may never work again. Let me use the right words. So what do you think? And can Nigerians really handle this increment, because it doesn't look like the Middle East crisis is ending anytime
No,
soon.
it's not ending.
It's not ending anytime soon. So there'll still be increment, and our government seems not to want to do anything. They already said they would not even bring back subsidy, even if it's temporary. And nothing is being,
Being considered.
not exactly. Nothing is being considered for Nigerians, for the workers, for all citizens of the country.
It's a tough one now because, President Obasanjo has never reneged in telling the truth about Nigeria refineries. But it's just that when you speak the truth, sometimes so many Nigerians will be angry. Some people will not be telling you what did he do when he was there. Forget about it. When he was there, at least it's no longer what we're talking about. Now, we're supposed to see improvement in, after his government in 2007. Remember, at the end of at the last tenure of his government, he sold out these refineries because he knew too well that these refineries were no longer anything Nigeria government could be investing money in. He sold them out. But when late President Yaradua came, people who are benefiting from it, the cabal in the oil industry, who are benefiting from this, turnaround maintenance, sold the dummy to Yaradua that is a lie, it's a national asset. How can you be selling that national asset? National asset that has now become a drain pipe to the nation should be eased out. That's what that means. You should privatize it. Let the private sector handle it. The Dangote we are mentioning today was one of the buyers of that refinery then, before it was now revoked and taken from him, before he now conceived the idea of setting up his own. Today, Dangote refinery is the only one that we made mention of in Nigeria now, with a population of over 200 million people, talking of just one person's refinery, when the government has two in Port Harcourt, one in Warri, one in Kaduna. None of them is working. So you cannot imagine that in 2024 December, November, December, even into 2025 January, we were so determined that Port Harcourt refinery is coming on stream, or the mechanical whatever has been completed. Then before we knew, around February or March 2020, around January ending to February 2025, they said it's producing now, it's refining. Today, by March, April, we started hearing a different story about Port Harcourt refinery. But these refineries have functional staff today that earn salaries. This refinery has MDs and director generals who know they even still go on conferences for a dead business. They earn salaries, they go on conferences, and the dead business that is not yielding a kobo is servicing their own lifestyle. How do you do that? I mean, why don't we even think that this is supposed to be a nation that is not meant to be like we are? Almost all of us are foolish in this nation. If you conceive a business and the business is not yielding, do you continue? Do you reinforce failure? So when former President Obasanjo says it's not working and it will not work, even APC government, some of them, their spokesperson were abusing him last time. Why will he speak in that manner? But go and look at the level of embezzlement from the past group CEOs of NNPC. Most of them are always tied to all these turnaround maintenance that never work. And these are done in dollars. These things are done in dollars. So every NNPC group CEO that comes in, the first thing he looks at is, the next company abroad I'm going to bring to come and start deceiving Nigerians that Nigeria refineries will work. But we have seen that it's not working. Why are we reinforcing it? Something that is not going to work. Why are we not telling ourselves the truth? The truth is that everybody that comes in is so the dummy. It must work. Then staff are there. Then for those cabal who now benefit from it, to say, why will you now begin to sack Nigerians because the refinery did not work? If you are an entrepreneur, you shut down your company. Your company is not working. So you still retain the staff. Okay, we don't want to sack this staff. Those of them that are actually very useful to the oil industries, there are still some other areas you can say, okay, let's post you to this area. Let's post you some of them to this area. Those of them who are now hanging around, you weed them off. They can always look for something else to be doing. But unfortunately, the cabal in the oil industry in Nigeria, Nena, is too strong. Even Dangote is still fighting it today. Still fighting it. So all this rise in price, pump price, Dangote is not a charitable organization. that the money that was used to build that refinery was borrowed, and he has to pay back. And not just pay back, he has to get interest. He didn't set it up because he want to come and start selling it to Nigerians free of charge or now looking at our faces. The one's supposed to look at our faces is the government. Since the government failed, the private sector now came up. Private sector is to make gain. Our own, why have we not made it work? If it was easy, let our own work. Out of the four, at least even let one or two work. We have not been able to do that because the people who are draining Nigerians are the ones that are telling you that it will work. At this state, as we speak, I don't even know the state of any of the Nigeria refinery any longer. Because there at the time it was always in the news. They told us, oh, Port Harcourt is working. Oh, Warri has also started working. And then we are now, very soon, Kaduna will pick up. Did you hear any of those ones? So the president, who is the minister for petroleum, sitting president, who have told Nigerians that he worked in one of the biggest oil companies in the world. He worked there. Who supposed to know the workings of an oil company? What is he talking about? So is he also still supporting that we should be doing turnaround maintenance? This is where the issue lies. If the refinery has worked, the war in the Middle East today, because America has issues with Iran, it's not the big problem that we are facing here in Nigeria. A kg of gas now is about 1,500. That we are only talking about petrol. Mm-hmm. Do you know that even when you still manage to get the food stuff in the house you want to cook, you need the gas? So there is no home that will not need that. So it's all a big problem because, one, we are not sincere to ourselves. We are not telling ourselves the truth because of what we are gaining from it. You now appoint all the paraphernalia in all these parastatals. Oh, NAPC Group Managing Director. The one, there's one he just sacked yesterday or the other part. NNDPR, they have so many names now. Why do you have 2 or 3 that are working in Nigeria? Even if Dangote raises his own. Another one may say, okay, I'm not going to raise for now. I can still hang on with my own. So nobody at this moment, I don't blame Dangote, Nena. It is the Federal Republic of Nigeria that failed in their responsibility towards the citizens of this nation that now made us to now be waiting for the next price adjustment that is going to come from Dangote Refinery. It's not a charitable organization.
Wow, that's huge. But let's move on to the next conversation. Olo has defended the ruling party, arguing that opposition figures like Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, and Atiku Abubakar had opportunities in the past but failed to deliver lasting solutions. Speaking during a televised interview, he expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu will secure re-election in 2027. The governor also claimed that rising insecurity in the country is being fueled by political opponents seeking to discredit the administration ahead of the election. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, says despite the long legal battle ahead in its ongoing court cases, they are committed and determined to emerge stronger. Party spokesman Bolaji Abdullahi acknowledged that the crisis may be prolonged, but insisted the party is prepared for a sustained legal and when you hear how confident Okpeolo is even your governor, that's true. He's the governor of your state.
Yeah, it's my governor.
Yes.
It's my governor.
Your wonderful governor.
Yeah, it's a brother.
Okay, that's very good. So the governor of your state, he's so confident that the president will be re-elected. And he says he had promised the president, I think 2.5 million but Atiku, Amechi, and Peter Obi, calling them failure, that they failed Nigeria in the past. What do you think that there's any truth in that?
Well, individually, Nena, if you want to start profiling those names you mentioned, we are human beings. We also know how they manage the affairs of this nation where they had the opportunity. One will tell you too well that, some of them did not actually fare well. That's true. But if you want to compare them to the system we have now, you will now discover that they actually did better than what we are now. So my Governor Okpeolo, talking about those leaders that did not do well as expected, well, he is also in the race, he is also in need now. In another 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be, some other persons will also be judging his antecedent. How did he manage the resources that came into his coffers when he was governor of Edo State. So giving President Tinubu 2.5 million naira, 2.5 million vote that he has always been saying, I don't know. I think I watched that clip, and there was even one of his aides, that we had a show with this week, and he was asked how many registered voters are in Edo State. I remember he couldn't actually give us the number. They don't have the number, but all they just know is that they just put mention that figure
by hook or
by crook. Yes, because they know how they got here. But that's not the issue. As it is now, if we are not deceiving ourselves, APC has not fared well in this nation. If we are not deceiving ourselves, if all works as expected, credible umpire, it would have been very difficult for APC to talk of winning this election. But the issue is, have we gotten an umpire that is actually ready to give Nigerians the desired result as expected? If you and I vote, will APC actually also create that atmosphere for Nigerians to actually go out and exercise their civic responsibility as expected? Remember what happened in 2023, where the voters were being intimidated in the respective polling units. And I see more of that in 2027. That's where Nigerians should be looking at, because ordinary convention of an opposition party, that the ADC in Abuja on the 14th of last month. You see what happened? Hotels were denied allowing them to have access to hotel to book. Even event centers, public recreation centers like Eagle Square and the MK Abiola Stadium, they were denied of it. So all those are already hostile, environment for opposition to thrive. If you want an election to be free and fair, let everybody that is involved in that electoral system have the same opportunity you have as the ruling party. You were once in opposition. If PDP did it this way, will you get to where you are today? So if my governor is talking about, it will be very easy in 2027, let it be that this one that they are preaching is actually what Nigerians actually see as credible. Allow opposition to have a say. In that same state, remember when even just a former governorship candidate of that state was decamping. The former NBA chairman, Olumide Akpata, was decamping to ADC in that state. You remember what happened? The former governor's house Oyegun's house was attacked by thugs. He is there as the sitting governor. Today, nobody has heard anything about that matter. So if you are preaching that you want to give the president 2.5 million votes, also think of how to also allow other opposition to have a say in the same system. Because it's not the APC that is going to be in the ballot. If you want to give the president humongous vote, every other person that also in the ballot that belongs to other political party also want to give vote to their respective candidates. That's what made democracy sweet. That's why we call democracy give you opportunity to have choice, to say, okay, this is my preferred candidate. We should not be denied that right, that opportunity. So what I'm expecting the governor to actually be talking about, let him create the atmosphere. As he is looking for 2.5 million votes, others are also looking for votes for their own candidates in the other political party. He should create that atmosphere for everybody to thrive and have a sense of belonging as far as the 2027 general election is concerned.
What I hear you say is that there's a need for everyone to live and let live.
Live and let live, yeah, kind of.
It looks like that is what is lacking when you look at democracy of today.
Yes.
Because many people are not, like you said, even when the instances you brought forward, the instance of Akpata's, when he was decamping. And then even recently, the same Edo State, looks like Edo State is like the bane of the matter. The same Edo State, one of his aides, was caught on camera.
And he was talking
about
threatening Obi.
Exactly.
And the commissioner of police was laughing over it. But I've said something about this commissioner of police, Moja Gbonika, over the time. I say he has overstayed his welcome in Edo State. I was expecting that the IG by now should be talking of deploying that man. Anyway, let's see what, because if we still have to have such commissioner of police for
In
the
that kind of
2027
way, that
general
means-
election, don't forget about it. He has overstayed his welcome because that video was everywhere and somebody was threatening, a political party member of APC was threatening another aspirant. Then the police commissioner was sitting there and was laughing.
It's surprising that the IGP has not really done
No.
anything.
He should bring his
to
searchlight
that.
into the policing system in Edo State. It's very faulty. We saw what happened in Delta now.
It's actually going to be one of our
Yes, it's not different. Edo State is not different from it. I still saw a video yesterday from Edo State. Even when we are still talking about Delta, police in Edo State also, brutalizing my state people. Who does that? So if the IG wants to have a good image, especially with Nigerians, he should look inward and begin to change some of his commissioners that have overstayed their welcome in their respective states.
Okay, since you've taken us to the story on the IGP, let's just move on to that story. The Nigerian police force has taken disciplinary action over a controversial killing in Delta State. The Inspector General of Police has approved the dismissal and prosecution of an officer allegedly involved in the shooting. The move follows widespread public outrage and calls for accountability in the case where an officer was caught on video killing a suspect in broad daylight. The Nigerian Bar Association has also weighed in, condemning the incident and stating that law enforcement officers must not act as prosecutor, judge, and executioner. Legal experts say the case could serve as a test of institutional commitment to justice, transparency, and police reform. Let me even hear your view, right? You talked a little bit about it, but, a policeman killing a suspect in cold blood. We saw how the young man was literally begging and saying that he would take him, he will talk, he will confess, he'll take him to the place, and then you shot the person. And some people have actually said that, it could be that even the police officer has something to hide. Because if you don't have something to hide, why would you be, killing a suspect who would lead you to other suspects or other sources of other accomplices? Yes. So what do you make of it before we even begin to delve into how extrajudicial killing has really been very rampant in the country?
The issue with that Delta State killing, it's not just the the dismissal and the prosecution of that police officer. There is an adage in my place that the gun a child shoots is an air that loaded that gun for that child. The child only came to pull the trigger, and at that point the child pulled the trigger. That's not where the crime began. The man who killed that ASP that killed that young man is not the only culprit in this crime. Somebody is involved in that killing that they are trying to shield. That's why they hastily killed that young man. Because if you listen to that video, he was saying, I'm ready to talk. I'm ready to talk. And please, he was begging. That's the best thing a police officer would have wanted to hear. Yes, okay. This parcel was sent by somebody. You were going to pick it. And you were supposed to take it somewhere else. Is it not? That means there are already 3 persons that are involved in this chain. The sender, the receiver, and the one that, the courier that is going to pick it, which he was himself, and the one that is going to be handed over to. All these 3, the one at the middle was quickly silenced so that the one that sent it will not be known, and the one that is going to receive it will not be known. That's where the police should be looking into, if the police want to be sincere in this matter. The hasty in killing that young man is to cover up some issues. And that's why I'm looking at how the IG is going to come out, come clean in this. Then the police office station that man came from, that the DPO by now, the area commander of that zone by now, these are people that should have been picked, not just those other ones alone. These ones, I suppose, by now should be in Abuja and be facing interrogation because somebody is involved that led to the killing of this young man so that this matter will not be exposed. This extrajudicial killing, this was what happened that led to where we are today in Boko Haram when Mohammed Yusuf was killed, when he was arrested in Borno State. They said, bring him to Abuja. Before you know, Nigeria police killed him. That's what now led to this Boko Haram we're talking about today. If Mohammed Yusuf was alive, he would have been able to still tell Nigerians what led to the formation of Boko Haram, who is involved, who are his financiers, how is he recruiting, where is his base of recruitment and all that. But they hastily killed him, and they thought by killing him, everything about Boko Haram will die. But look at where we are today. Boko Haram has even started giving birth to others. ISWAP and all others are breaking out from Boko Haram. So the way Nigeria police, try to kill suspects to cover up some issues is what Nigeria should be talking about, that investigation that should be done. Because that man that pulled the trigger, the man did not die at that spot. He got to the police station. They said he now still got to the police station. Where are his superiors in that police station that ought to have cautioned him that you have already made mistake right there in the park by even shooting this man? That's already an offense. Then he got to the police station. Then he now finished up his job. Where is the DP of that police station? Or where is the area commander where they took that young man to? So parading these men that did the crime at the police station, at the motor park, is not just enough. Nigerians must. I thank God Nigeria Bar Association has waded into this matter. Everybody that is involved in this chain must be brought to book. Whether the area commander, the DPO, or that, even the commissioner of police in Delta states. Then that brings us to, what is the kind of training you give Nigeria police? We saw this SARS, say they disbanded the SARS, and we're told that this man came from SARS. He was a member of the SARS before now, which means that killing in his blood, in fact, that blood has not been drained out of him. He has not been rehabilitated. And remember that when SARS was disbanded, part of the thing the federal government told us under late President Buhari and Osibajo was that they were going to retrain these people that were in SARS, who were so dangerous to Nigerian youth and Nigerians, before they will now bring them to the mainstream. But look at what just happened now. What happened in Delta? Pulling a AK-47 daylight. You cannot imagine what happens sometimes at night in the cover to Nigerians, innocent Nigerians. So I'm not looking at the man or that ASP Nuhu acted on an order. Because we were told that Nuhu was called. He was even called, according to the revelation we are hearing. He was called. You saw he was not even in police uniform. And even for somebody carrying an AK-47, dressing like a civilian, it's not a police uniform. What kind of a country do we have? That you just carry an AK-47, then you are on the street. Is that not a robber? You are, then, with civilian clothes, then the next thing you did was to go and put the trigger on a suspect. The law says that no matter the offense of the person, until he's proven guilty, he's still an innocent person. So we want to see that everybody that is involved in this chain, the Delta State Police Commissioner must be able to bring out everybody that is involved in this, because the DPO of that police station where he comes from, or the area command he comes from, all his senior officers, the police station he was taken to where they finally silenced him to death, everybody that is involved in it should be in Abuja by now.
Okay, well, we'll see how that unfolds, and hopefully the IGP would yield or hear the word.
No. Nigerians are talking, and Nigerians will
hear Nigerian voices and every other person.
If he wants to come out clean, if he wants to have integrity as an IG, this is a litmus test for him.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Limihele. We can go on and on and on and on, but of course, we have to draw the curtains at this point. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for being a part of it, and thank you, sir, as well for being a part of it. And don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdieto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Let's go away.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
I don't know what you did to me.
Don Jazzy is a name synonymous with music, talent discovery, and production in Nigerian music industry. Born Michael Collins Ajere on November 26, 1982, Don Jazzy grew up in Ajegule in Lagos State, where he honed his skills in music, playing drums for churches. Co-founding Mo Hits Records in 2005.
Stop the door, talk to my baby.
Don Jazzy's production skills and collaborations with artists like D'banj catapulted him to fame. His unique blend of Afrobeat, hip-hop, and pop created timeless hits like Dorobuchi and Chop My Money. A recipient of numerous awards, including several BET Award nominations, Don Jazzy's impact on Nigerian music is undeniable, having impacted on the careers of Tiwa Savage, Ricardo Banks, Crayon, Korede Bello, and others. Today, Don Jazzy's Marvin Records empire is solidifying his position as a music mogul. Don Jazzy also focuses on giving back, supporting education and music initiatives. Don Jazzy is a true maestro who is shaping Nigerian music landscape with his unique sound and vision.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things. And it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome. The show is hashtag on VOP TV. I am Vivian Oguchi, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Now, if this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us because it's a whole team working together to ensure that it is a flawless production. That said, we begin with hashtag INEC. This is like the follow-up to the very big hashtag that dropped yesterday, which is hashtag Supreme Court. So just yesterday, the Apex Court asked INEC to recognize David Mack, former Senate President David Mack, as well as former Osun State Governor Rauf Aregbesola as the leaders of the ADC, the Mega Coalition Party. Right about, should I say, some hours after that, INEC did as the Supreme Court asked it to do. So currently, ADC members are over the moon, and they're celebrating the fact that ADC is now officially recognized by Nigeria's electoral umpire. You know, it is our tradition to follow a story to the logical conclusion is what we're doing. Right from the get-go, the moment INEC decided not to recognize the ADC leadership, ADC became leaderless. We actually broke, we're one of the publications that broke the news, and we continued until this very moment when INEC has recognized and restored the David Mack-led ADC leadership. So It is the very first hashtag for today. We have a screenshot of it on INEC's updated portal. That's it. Thank you. That's it. That's the portal of INEC. There you go. African Democratic Congress, ADC. That's the party logo. The party, ADC, African Democratic Congress, the national chairman, Senator David Mark, the national secretary, Ogbeni Raouf Aregbesola, the national treasurer, Dr. Mani Ibrahim Ahmed, and the national financial secretary, that will be Akibu Dalhatu. So the ADC is officially a recognized party in Nigeria. Of course, netizens are responding. Let's take a look at their responses now. It is hashtag INEC. So Sam Siko says, congratulations, 2027 is ours. PO is coming. PO will be short for Peter Obi. Edu says, could it still be a Greek gift? Some people still can't believe it. And this is Rubicon who says, the war continues. Victory is certainly possible. This is Eben Globe. Oh, Eben Globe. Eben Globe says the INEC chairman needs to resign. Of course, that has been, another story that's been on the front burner. Lots of youths, especially from the ADC youth wing, demanding the resignation of the INEC chairman, Professor Amukweto. Well, finally, Abel Onuche Andrew says it's about time. On that note, we move on swiftly to breaking news now, and it is related to hashtag INEC. This time around, it is hashtag Leke Abejide. That name rings a bell, right? When you hear Nafiu Bala, the next name you hear is Leke Abejide. These are both, they belong to the factional ADC group. I'm not sure we can even call them that anymore because there's just one recognized ADC, and it is the David Mark-led ADC. That is until the case in the Federal High Court is heard, because that's what the Supreme Court did, send them back to the High Court. So, hey, like some will say, it is not Uhuru yet, but let's seize the moment some netizens are saying and celebrate. So this is it. Leke Abejide resigns from ADC over leadership clash. Who is he? Well, Leke, representing Yagba Federal Constituency in Kogi State, after investing years nurturing his structure. Abejide hinted at joining another party soon, possibly the ruling All Progressives Congress, while vowing to keep serving his constituents amid Nigeria's shifting political landscape. But there is another spin to this gist with a definite tone of defection. Let's take a look at the Lex publication. It is still Leke Abejide. So Nigerian Affairs Journal has a spin on it. House of Representatives member Abejide resigns from ADC, saying his lawyer advised him to leave the party because no one will be able to sign his nomination form due to the party being leaderless following the recent Federal High Court ruling. But hey, what are we talking about? It has a leader now based on the Supreme Court ruling. But then again, Nigerian Affairs Journal goes on to say Abejide is expected to announce his defection to the APC in the coming days, as the ruling party is set to offer him an automatic ticket back to the House of Representatives. Leke Abejide, by the way, is the only member of the ADC, or was the only member of the ADC at the national legislative level. So I just thought that's a news mention. So there's a video. Credit goes to the TVC for that. Take a listen to Leke himself.
I have willingly and voluntarily exited and had since extinguished my membership of ADC by constitutional means, methods permitted under the ADC Constitution. My political structure has put machinery in place for actualization of my political ambition and further provision of dividends of democracy through a platform that can accommodate that vision. Before I conclude this short address, in this press release, let me put on record that I was not in ADC to scatter the party, that I labored more abundantly to build, contrary to the video going viral, where Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff to the President, advised me to stay in ADC, contest my re-election and fight for my right and scatter the political marauders from the party. Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila statement was made in a jovial manner, not meaning to destroy any political party, and it was quoted out of context. He was even begging me not to leave my party and wish me good luck in court. He spoke in our usual way of joking among ourselves, even on our National Assembly platform, where all of us chat and joke together. For anyone to now say it is a judicial intervention or try to bring down our democracy, it is the height of absurdity. Clearly, there cannot be a bigger Democrat than Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. He is still to date #1 opposition that I have ever seen for National Assembly who believe in democracy, as has testified to by many. Rather, the party hijackers are the ones who came to scatter all the people they met on ground by spelling this person or that person without recourse to the constitution of the party, which they came to attest to, and giving credence to my fear as expressed by the recent Federal High Court.
Now, is it me, or did you notice that this was more of a defense of Femi Gbajabiamila or something? Hey, but that's not the crux of the matter, right? He mentioned the video. This video has been highly criticized by politicians like PDP chieftain, Chief Body Judge, as well as so many public affairs analysts and opposition party members, including ADC chieftains. In case you missed it, I've got that video where Femi Gbajabiamila was caught on cameras.
Hold on to your party, APC. Do not allow them. We like what you're doing. Continue. Don't mind the former governor said that you should come and join APC. No. For a man to, I keep saying people to people when I talk about him, that for a man to contest an election in a place like Kogi State, where elections are fierce, and to contest under a platform of a relatively unknown party, ADC, and to win back to back to back, it tells you who that man is. Not when he won the first time, he came on a sole ADC carried to the House. 4 years later, he went back to Kogi. I know you to be a committed party man. I know you to be a fighter. I know you to be someone who does not like to be cheated. So please, my charge to you is to stay in that same ADC. Fight them. Scatter them. Hold on to your party, APC. Do not allow them. We like what you're doing. Continue. Don't mind the former governor said that you should come and join APC. No. Stay in ADC. Win your re-election in ADC as you will. Bring Gombe, what's his name again? The Nala Gombe, bring him. We will support him. Bring him. Do the right thing. You are a fighter. Do the right thing. No, but
Did you hear what he said? Bring Nafiu Bala. He didn't even know his name. Those in the audience are saying, yes, they supplied the name. Bring him. We will support you. Now, Honorable Abejide said that was said in a light-hearted manner, that it was just a jovial banter. Just between you and me, does that look like a jovial banter? Really? I mean, you can read this thing, yeah? But then again, netizens are responding to Abejide's resignation from the ADC and his impending defection to the APC. Let's take a look at their responses now. This is King of Iraq. Wow, that's interesting. Well, King of Iraq says, who is he going to submit his resignation letter to? Nafiu Gombe? Question mark. Dr. Alin Idaso Hart says, you saw an escape route, you didn't blink. Aquam Fon said, Automatic ticket not because of competence, but for a job well done. Toby Adeyemi says, I don't see this Nollywood film. Progressive promotion way end for APC automatic ticket. There are more responses. We continue to take a look at them. This is Hatams, who says he is not an ADC member. Look at his cap. Mayor of Owerri says you are wearing Tinubu's cap and shouting ADC, and that is only in Nigeria that you'll be seeing this kind of thing. In a reasonable country, according to Mayor of Owerri, you should be facing some questions. One more, as ADC Vanguard reacts to this breaking news, because it is actually breaking. If you take a look at the Teddy Baba, who says, weeks ago, Baja encouraged him to stay and fight for his party. Yesterday, Supreme Court affirmed David as the authentic chairman of the ADC, 24 hours after he is resigning to join APC. Say bye-bye to your political relevance, because you won't win that election. The task given to you was not to quit. Messery Abraham says, but you were told clearly by the man to remain in ADC and scatter them. Are you disobeying him? Let's take a look at that one now that ADC Vanguard put up. There you go. Says, this is ADC Vanguard saying, Honorable Leke Abejide, a two-term member of the House of Representatives, has finally ended his long-running battle within the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and formally defected to the All Progressives Congress, APC. For the ADC, this marks the end of a distracting chapter and the beginning of a stronger, cleaner, and more united movement. Every serious political platform must at some point separate genuine builders from those who thrive on internal crisis. Abejide's exit gives the ADC the breathing space to focus fully on organization, expansion, grassroots mobilization, and the bigger national assignment ahead. The message is clear. The ADC is not collapsing. The ADC is consolidating. The party is growing beyond individuals, beyond temporary noise, and beyond sponsored distractions. Across Nigeria, citizens, stakeholders, and political structures are increasingly embracing the ADC as a credible alternative for 2027. There's a concluding part of this post. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the concluding part. There you go. So this is ADC Vanguard saying, one defection cannot stop a movement whose time has come. ADC is here to stay. The mission continues. So there you go. That's a picture of Abejide in the middle, David Mark, and then Aregbesola. There you go. Now, minus the man in the middle, both gentlemen, otherwise, and now the affirmed leader of the ADC. You do remember that early this month? No, I thought this was still April. This is May. Happy May Day. Happy Workers' Day to every single worker across the globe, by the way, so I don't forget. Last month, early last month, Leke Ajibade had come out to tell Nigerians publicly that if the courts affirmed David Mark as the leader of the ADC, he was going to resign. So people are saying, hey, this is promise kept. Promise kept. We keep our fingers crossed to see if Nafiu Gombe is going to be reacting to the resignation of his very, very close ally anytime from now. On that note, we move on to another story that's trending massively. We just told you that Leke Abejide has defected from the ADC and is planning to announce his defection to the APC recently. But here now is an APC member who is lamenting. He says that he spent about 30 million naira to ensure that the APC became the ruling party in Nigeria, but that the party hasn't benefited him in any way. This particular story, by the way, this is hashtag APC supporter. This particular story has garnered so many views online and is trending massively. Let's take a look at the very first post. The Cable has it. Other publications like Sahara Reporters and all whatnot, they have it. But let's see what the Cable is saying about this particular one. It is hashtag APC supporter. So APC supporter protests at Secretariat demanding reward or death. On Friday, an unidentified protester stormed the All Progressives Congress and National Secretariat in Abuja's Wuse Zone 7, claiming he sold his house, spent over 30 million naira, lost his wife, and became homeless while supporting the party's 2023 campaigns. He left his children with the party's chief security officer, unable to afford their care, and shouted accusations at security while bystanders watched. The APC has not responded, and his claims remain unverified amid online discussions of political loyalties, heavy toll during Nigeria's economic struggles. Let's take a look at the next post. There's a video, guys. I'm going to be showing that to you in a short while. But this is the cable saying, quote, "Reward me or kill me. I can no longer take care of my children," end of quote. Man who claimed to have spent money on supporting the APC cries out. Credit goes to the cable for the video. Take a look.
My house. I sell my house because of that thing I say at home, because of the work I work for APC. This is the work I did for APC, and at the end of it, no reward. Rather than the CSA said to shoot me and nothing will happen. Since yesterday, my children, I don't know where they are. I dropped my children with the CSO. I dropped my children with the CSO and APC because I could no longer take care of them again. I cannot pay school fees anymore. I sell my house.
I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. If you listen to him, he was saying that he doesn't know where his children are again. I mean, also, we had the ambience, you know, cars, movement, motorcycle, tricycle, and all of that. Yeah, I had it. But then we had some people saying, who sent you, and all of that. Who do you think those people were? But let's take a listen to what the netizens are saying in response to this particular video. This is one of the most talked about stories on X right now. Seen as on hashtag, we tell you what's trending on X particularly. This is Funola who says, there's a certain level of pain that can make a man go to this extent. May God have mercy on us. Amen. Leon says, who sent you? And then Gabuzi says, how this one come take concern us? No be him go support APC. Well, what about empathy, Gabuzi? Well, Breeze says they've seen nothing yet. It's playing or panning out online at the moment. There is a total lack of empathy for this man at the moment. But I'm hoping that the issue he raised about his children missing, him not knowing where they are, I'm hoping that that is investigated and that he's reunited to his children. This is not the first time a citizen would support a political party or an individual. I remember during the time the late President Muhammadu Buhari was running for presidency, lots of Nigerians rallied around him. He gave out his account number because in the north they figured he was poor. That was what Senator Shehu Sani was saying the other time. And you will see the masses, you know, send monies to President Buhari to help boost his campaign chances and all. But there was a particular man that trekked from one particular state all the way to Abuja just as a show of solidarity. So you have this kind of thing where you have Nigerians support who they think they want to become their leader. Now, if this is really true, the cable is a legit publication. So I can say this is true. If it's true, then I'm thinking the APC should really investigate, call the man, and maybe have a round table discussion. It will do them some huge good, because this is really negative publicity for the APC. I can tell you that as this story makes the round online. All right. On that note, we'll take a short break. When we come back, more juicy stories for you. In fact, the very next hashtag you're going to be seeing is hashtag Chief Cubana Chief Priest. Okay, hashtag Cubana Chief Priest. He wants to become a House of Representatives member. I'm not joking, it's true. You're going to see that shortly, but that will be after this short break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag on Vop TV. I am Vivian Oguche, and again, I can't say this enough. It's a pleasure to have you hang out with us. That said, I promised I was going to bring it to you. Well, here we go. Promise made, promise kept. Hashtag Cubana Chief Priest. You don't know him, right? He is a businessman, a very popular one at that, and of course from the southeastern extraction of Nigeria. He is also one of the poster boys of the City Boy movement. The City Boy movement, well, Seyi Tinubu is the grand patron of the pro-Tinubu movement. It is called City Boy movement. And like I said, Cubana Chief Priest is one of the poster boys when it comes to the City Boy movement. So he wants to now throw his heart into the ring. He wants to become a politician. So what's the City Boy movement, the foundation for this? Has he nursed this ambition all the while? Or is this a vision that was birthed after he became part of the City Boys? Well, so many questions online. But first, let's take a look at the post, that's bringing this gist to us, the very first publication, and then we'll take a look at the reactions. Hashtag Cubana Chief Priest. So Nigeria Story says, breaking, Cubana Chief Priest has bought the APC House of Reps nomination forms to run for the Osu-Oluoru East Federal Constituency in Imo State. So there you go. This story actually dropped yesterday. The response is now massive. This particular post is nearing about over 500,000 views, close to like 1 million. We'll take a look at the responses now. Big Trigger says, in this country, visibility is now mistaken for competence. The louder you are, the easier the path to power. While people with actual ideas stay sidelined, we keep recycling the wrong metrics for leadership, then act surprised when nothing changes. Breaking news says, from spraying Naira to spending it on nomination forms, is this public service or just the latest VIP table at the House of Reps? Olu deserves a legislator, not a lifestyle in a nightclub. Hashtag Cubana Chief Priest, hashtag APC, hashtag Imo State, hashtag Nigeria Politics 2027. Now, let's talk about that thing that breaking news said about Nigeria isn't a nightclub. Maybe because Cubana Chief Priest owns a very popular bar. So some people call him the bartender. But is it strange for people like that to dabble into politics? I mean, we've seen cases like, take for example, the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. He used to be a producer, a comedian, an actor, and then he became the president. He's now the president of the embattled Ukraine. I say embattled because Ukraine right now is in for somebody like Cubana chief priest to say, okay, I want to spread my tentacles. I want to become a politician. This is just me asking, right? Tell me what you think. Just drop your comments, comment section when you go to Vop TV Plus, YouTube. I'd love to hear from you. But there are more responses. Let's continue to take a look at them now. Hashtag Cubana chief priest. This is Bobby. Aha. Reminds me of Bobby Wine, right? A Ugandan politician who also used to be an actor and wanted to become the president, but that didn't work for him. Well, Bobby says, to be fair, Cubana priests can't possibly be worse than some of those already there. His resume now reads nightclub owner, celebrity barman, champagne sprayer, and now honorable member. Well, we can't say he's an honorable member yet until he wins the election. Now, this is Obig Naj, who says, that thing VDM talk don't happen. Sheyi is building up these men from all states in Nigeria. Interesting times ahead. Interesting indeed. So that is how that particular hashtag is panning out at the moment. Now, talking about people from other, can I say, career paths wanting to double into politics, this is someone talking about Desmond Elliot, who used to be an actor, very popular one. He totally took off his acting garb and became a politician. He's been at it for years now, and he's trying to make a comeback after a number of times, even though he's faced opposition, the biggest opposition he's faced so far. Some members of his constituency some time ago, not too long ago, came out to say, we don't want again, we want someone else. But today, Desmond Elliot made it known to his constituents that he's coming back again, and that's he has actually picked his form, right? So we're doing hashtag Desmond Elliot, actor turned politician. Let me take you to X now so you see the very first post. So Desmond Elliot seeks 4th term in Lagos Assembly. There you go. The actor turned politician formally launched his bid Wednesday for a 4th term, representing Surulere Constituency 1 ahead of the 2027 elections. Elliot highlighted achievements like rehabilitating 32 roads, desilting drains, boosting power supply, and funding eye surgeries, while crediting work with Femi Gbajabiamila. Supporters praised his accessibility, but critics from the Surulere Accountability Forum called his performance dismal, citing infrastructure woes and unemployment. Online, his self-proclaimed legislative guru status drew mockery. Let's talk about that last line for a bit. He talked about himself being a legislative guru, and like this post says, that has drawn mockery online. I think netizens are actually latching onto that particular statement that he made. Let's take a look at the next post, and then I have a video of the Senate, of the, oh my gosh, of the House of Reps, State House of Assembly member, Desmond Elliot. Lagos Junction says, quote, experience over experiment. I've read up to doctorate level in legislative studies. I am a guru when it comes to legislation, end of quote. Honorable Desmond Elliot, member representing Surulere Constituency 1, Lagos State House of Assembly, during his declaration of intention to seek re-election for a 4th term in the Assembly ahead of the 2027 general elections. Credit goes to Lagos Junction for this video. Take a listen.
My experience, Surulere has blessed me. I have learned up to doctorate level in legislative studies. It means I am a guru when it comes to legislation. And not only that, I have been able to try my best in delivering the dividends of democracy to our people. Experience. When you are going to start again, it takes you years to build. So why is this? I'm telling you the experience Sorry. To start with, Surulere used to have a lot of problems
when it comes to flooding. Last year, you did not see flooding. You did not reflect flooding in Surulere because I ensured there was consistent and constant facility of our drainages and our canals. Besides, I made sure more than 32 roads. It's all there, and we said by the potential more than 32 roads have been fixed in Surulere just to complement the great work of my leader, Abdulhakeem Jagbiamila. I am here to document his.
There you go. That was a very noisy session, but energetic as well. Some netizens were asking that, what have you done? Why do you want to come back for a fourth time? But you heard him say that he's embarked upon desilting and there is no flooding in Surulere anymore. Because, you know, in Lagos, if you are in Lagos, surrounded by water, you would know flooding is a big deal. But according to Desmond, he ensured that his constituents didn't suffer that plight. He also talked about fixing 32 roads. And so he wants to make a comeback to continue the work he's been doing. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying. This is a Dr. Rukewe, who says having a doctorate in legislative studies and positively transforming the lives of your constituents are two different things. In Nigeria, there is so much emphasis on degrees more than results. Of what use is being a guru in legislation when your constituents don't improve? And Femi Abiodun says, this man was handsome and looked young when he was an actor. Now he looks older than his age. Is it politics or what? And what's his achievement? And what is his achievement in Surulere constituency that he is going for the fourth time or fourth term? Let's leave that a little bit. Let's leave that on the screen and talk about what Femi Abiodun raised. The first one being that Desmond looks older. I mean, someone said it, right? I think it was a former governor for Lagos State, Fashola, who was asked once upon a time why he looked older after a number of time in office. And he was saying it is the budding, the work. It isn't easy. A former president of the US as well, Barack Obama, was asked the same question and said, look, it is not easy to be a leader. So, hey, maybe that's what's up here. But let's talk about the achievement. Femi is asking, what have you achieved? Well, according to Desmond Elliott, he has fixed 32 roads and also embarked on desilting to ensure that there is no flooding in Surulere. Let's take a look at a couple more reactions and then we'll wrap up that particular hashtag. It is hashtag Desmond Elliott. Now, this is I'm trying to wrap my head around this name. I'll just settle for Genie World. Genie World says he's not serious. When he contested first for the position, what experience did he have? Besides, which dividend of democracy did he deliver? So basically, netizens are just latching onto what he said about him being a legislative guru. I think Nigerians don't like it when you toot your own horn. So I guess that's why he's facing such a backlash. Because if you check out that thread, it's just backlash left, right, center, with just a couple of people saying, well done, Honorable, you may come back. But let's see how that one pans out. We wish him all the luck in the world. And of course, if he makes it, we'll be right here to keep you posted. We move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Jandor. We're still staying with Lagos, right? Jandor rings the bell. Media mogul, serial gubernatorial aspirant. He's been wanting to be governor of Lagos State for so long. The last time it was himself and Funke Akindele that ran on the platform of the PDP. This time he decamped to the APC, picked up a form. The very next day, the deputy governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, was anointed by the governor of Lagos State, by the GAC, talking about the Governance Council in Lagos State, by the First Lady of the country, Remi Tinubu, and then just yesterday by the president himself. So what was left for him to do but to withdraw his candidacy? And that was what he did today. And what has caught the attention of a lot of netizens is the fact that when he announced his withdrawal from the race, a particular woman was caught on camera sobbing. She wasn't just crying, she was sobbing And people were saying, this is strange. What's going on? Well, let me take you to X so you see the very first. There are a couple of posts I'll show you before the video because I got a video, and then we'll take a look at the reactions. John Doe steps down from Lagos APC governorship race for Hamzat. Dr. Abdul Aziz Oladiran, known as John Doe, withdrew from the APC's 2027 Lagos governorship race on April 30, 2026, to back Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat after endorsements from President Bola Tinubu and party leaders. The decision emphasizes party unity and consensus to avoid primaries fighting, with John Doe highlighting his loyalty to the APC and Tinubu. Reactions ranged from praise for his discipline to sympathy for crushed supporter hopes and criticism over limited competition in Lagos politics. Did I even say to you that the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, also endorsed John Doe? So it looks like this whole thing is signed, sealed, and delivered. There's another post I'd like for you to take a look at, and then that's going to launch us to the video. This is Instablog Niger. Instablog Niger says, woman breaks down in tears as John Doe withdraws from Lagos governorship race and throws support behind Hamzat. Credit goes to Instablog Niger for the video. Take a look.
Everybody to tell everybody that we didn't just say it, we meant it. Now, this is our decision. Mr. President has endorsed the candidacy of Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, as you have seen in the news. And we are so supporting his choice. And we are going to work for the party and see to the success of the party and all the candidates of the party in the 2027 election. Thank you very much. So we excuse the press now so that we can have our own meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please, can we just retain our seats? Gentlemen.
Okay, let's sit down. We can excuse the press now so that I can have our own meeting. Gbenga.
So, as he heard, the press was excused while he had his meeting with his supporters and, of course, other party leaders. There you go. How are netizens responding? I'm not going to keep you waiting. Let's jump right into it. Hashtag John Doe. So, this is us WTWTS. I'm just going to settle for that. And us says, even John Doe, shock. Naim organized her envelope before the announcement, but even him shocked. So this person actually is thinking maybe the lady that was crying and sobbing was paid to cry and sob. How likely is that? But then again, you might want to ask, how not likely is that? Well, Igbo Chronicle says crying over politicians switching camps like it's football is exactly how they keep people distracted. Abdulaziz Adeniro didn't sacrifice anything. He read the political numbers and made a strategic move. That's politics, not tragedy. The real issue is Lagosians still battling high living costs, poor infrastructure, and zero accountability. Alignments won't fix that. So the question is simple. How does backing Kadri Obafemi Hamzat suddenly improve the lives of ordinary people? T. Josh says it's obvious that even John Doe himself is not happy with the decision. Felt betrayed. Mr. President, quote, Mr. President has endorsed, end of quote, governor. So T. Josh seems to think that John Doe was arm-twisted into withdrawing his candidacy. He seemed to be like a body language expert or so. I don't know if you saw any sign of betrayal or shock or bitterness. But hey, it just might be. Who knows? On that note, now let's talk about Jando's erstwhile running mate. You know, I told you that in the last election cycle, it was Jando and the very popular actress Funke Akindele. She's trending like mad. She's trending for some reason totally different from politics. Yeah. So there is hashtag Epis and hashtag Funke Akindele. So those two are talking about the same gist. So we settled for hashtag Funke Akindele. So she was going to travel alongside some other Nigerians from London to Nigeria, and they boarded the airpace. But something happened. There was a bed strike, according to airpace, and so the flight couldn't take off. The plane couldn't take off. The flight was delayed. But this is Funke Akindele's grouse, right? That the flight was delayed for hours. There was absolutely no communication, nada. That people were restless, hungry, frustrated, and nobody responded to them. She even said she tried, talking to some of the airpiece staff, and they were very rude to her. That made her decide to put up a video online that is trending like mad. It's making the rounds, I can tell you that. So I take you to X, so you see the tweet that Funke Akindele put up before she decided to put up a video. Funke Akindele says, airpiece, this is unacceptable. Passengers, including elderly people, have been stranded since 6:30 a.m. at London Gatwick Airport with no proper communication. After hours of delay, we were told there was a bed strike and promised a hotel. Hours later, people are still sitting at baggage claim, hungry, exhausted, and without their bags. Elderly passengers are struggling. Families are tired. No clear updates. No support. Release passengers' luggage immediately and provide the hotel you promised. Do something now. And then she put up this video. Let's watch.
Mommy here, daddy here, they are tired. They're not eating, they are hungry. Can you just turn this thing on and give us our bags? Take them to the hotel, take us to the hotel and let people rest. Thank you. We are tired. Stop it. Yes. Since 6 a.m. We've been at the airport. Yes. Nobody's communicating. It took them hours before telling us there was a bed strike. Okay, fine. For safety, you're not flying. Okay, fine. Can you give us our bags? Put them in the hotel. Let us go. You keep telling us you will give us bags. We've been sitting here for hours. Yes. Nobody is talking to us. Yes. We go to meet you. You are shouting. You are nagging. Yes. I don't feel like we. Yes, elderly ones. Our mothers are here. They are here. Oh. There are so many grandmas and grandpas. I don't want to do this, but you are pushing me to do this. Epic, please, please. Mo de ma lo record bobo yen mi very record oju ete ma lo record.
True to character, she had to code switch. That's vintage Funke Akindele for you. But hey, Airpiece decided to respond. But netizens are not even happy with them for responding to the actress. And they're like, oh, so because she's a celebrity, you're responding. And then so many people started bringing up issues with Airpiece and how they try to get the airline to address their issues. And there was no response at all. But let's listen to what Airpiece has to say, right? They also put up a post apologizing on X and saying that they were going to do stuff. Epi says, Dear Funke Akindele, we sincerely empathize with you over this experience and all inconveniences this has caused to your travel plans. Such actions are never intentional as we prioritize safety and operational efficiency. And while we strive for on-time departures, certain factors beyond our control can sometimes cause delays. Rest assured, our team are working at the moment to provide all affected passengers with the adequate assistance. Please bear with us during this time. So other netizens are responding now. They're saying, okay, make we talk. Let's take a look at the next response. So this is Uche. Uche is a girl, says, so you can reply her because it is Funke, but you cannot reply us. Kelvin Ken Agada says, how does this reply address the issue raised? Use AI reasonably. No empathy, no reasonable explanation. Shana, we won't patronize our own. So use AI. I think Kelvin is thinking this is a generative AI response. well, that AI was used to generate it. But then there's one more I'd like for you to take a look at before we wrap up this hashtag and, of course, the show for today. This next response is saying, okay, so you've apologized, nice one. Can you now tell us what exactly you've done? Let's take a look at that. Polonium says, nice response. Go ahead and show proof of the adequate assistance you are providing. It will go a long way to ameliorate the bad publicity. True talk. Funke Akindele has not come to give netizens any update yet, whether she herself and her fellow passengers have been resettled into a hotel or if they are going to be flying immediately or just any kind of update. But hey, as these stories unfold, we will keep you posted. On that note, we wrap it up today. Thanks to everyone who has contributed to making hashtag a success all the way from Monday to this day. Thank you so much. But the bigger thanks actually goes to you guys for watching. So if you liked it, keep a date again with us for another edition of hashtag next week. Right? Same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. And hey, enjoy your weekend. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Vop TV and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. All the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them and the general of us. Integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Original musical accessories with over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week. We deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson guitars, Marshall amplification, Mapex acoustic drum set, Toe Tech electronic drums and accessories, Evans drumheads, Ashdown engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please
Channels on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche, and happy Workers' Day to you.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Nigerian workers mark Workers' Day.
Tinubu declares insecurity and poverty national emergencies.
Governors commend workers and promise better welfare.
ADC, Atiku and Obi criticize federal government economic policies.
Tinubu departs Abuja for France and Kenya and Rwanda.
Abejide quits ADC.
On the foreign scene, Turkish police arrest over 500 at May Day rallies.
Well, in business news, NGX transacts 4.842 billion shares worth 287.8 billion naira.
In sport, Rafael Onyedika rejects new club Brugge deal.
Well, in the world of entertainment, Ashake faces backlash over alleged pro-Tinubu lyrics.
Now the news and details. Nigerian workers have joined others around the world to mark this year's International Workers' Day with an event held nationwide. In Abuja at Eagle Square, leaders of the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress said current realities fall far short of the promise of decent work, as many households continue to face rising living costs, job insecurity, and weakening purchasing power. They warned that without urgent government action to address insecurity, stabilize the economy, and strengthen the currency, living standards could worsen and inequality could deepen. NLC President Joe Ajaero said workers are being squeezed by insecurity, poverty, inflation, and currency devaluation, noting that the situation is undermining job creation and widening inequality. He also said about 90% of jobs remain in the informal sector, where workers lack social protection, pensions, and stable incomes. TUC President Festus Osifo described insecurity and the weakening naira as key drivers of hardship, warning that no economic reform can succeed without safety. He called for increased security funding, better technology, and improved intelligence gathering to curb rising insecurity. Osifo added that insecurity is disrupting agriculture, trade, and productivity, fueling food inflation and worsening workers' welfare. On the naira, he noted it has improved from around 1,700 naira to about 1,350 naira to the dollar, but said further strengthening is needed, arguing it could fall below 1,000 naira with the right measures. Also speaking, the National Union of Electricity Employees raised concerns over poor working conditions in the power sector, including sackings, stagnant wages, casualization, unsafe workplaces, and rising attacks on workers and infrastructure. In Lagos, the state government approved a 50,000 naira relief package for workers for May to cushion the impact of economic hardship.
Began with a colorful march past by workers drawn from different sectors across the state. Labor unions, government agencies, and organization groups participated in the parade, showcasing solidarity and unity in commemoration of the Workers' Day. The march also reflected growing concerns among workers over economic hardship and calls for improved welfare. The Lagos State government says the 50,000 naira relief for workers is a part of efforts to cushion the impact of economic hardship and support productivity across the state. Speaking at the event, Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat said the initiative reflects government's continued commitment to workers across all sectors. He said the workers remain central to the administration's development agenda, adding that their welfare remains a priority. Hamzat identified high cost of living, long continuing hours, and delay in pensions payments as key challenges, noting that reforms are ongoing to address them. He also assured that ongoing projects will be completed and all obligations to workers will be fulfilled within the remaining time of the administration.
Because we know that prices of fuel are rising, we know
We did not cause the war in Iran, but we are failing it. So this government has made the decision that for this May, there will be additional 50,000 naira for every worker in Lagos State.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Labour Congress in Lagos has called for a major upward review of state minimum wage, citing worsening economic conditions. NLC Chairman Fumi Sesi.
Across the globe, the inflation has beaten the 85,000 naira.
Also, the Trade Union Congress in Lagos State described workers as the backbone of national development, stressing the need to protect their rights. TUC Chairman Comrade Aledeton Abiodun condemned what he described as the increase in hostility from private employers towards union activities. The 2026 May Day celebration in Lagos once again highlighted the balance between government relief efforts and growing labor demands for better wages and improved living conditions. From Onikon Stadium, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Rally was low, with workers citing the cost of transportation and economic hardship. Correspondent Ndu Okbaleze has a detailed report.
Celebration is a day workers from across the globe look forward to with great expectations and sense of belonging. No wonder they usually troop out en masse to the venue of such participation, where the low turnout became a source of worry to even the guest of honor and governor of the state, Professor Charles Soludo. Most of those who spoke on the issue blamed it on hard times and near hopelessness that followed the annual speeches of those in power at such occasions.
The current economic challenges that is currently being experienced in the country is a keg in the wheel of progress in the discharge of our duties as civil servants. And we are calling on government, both federal and state government, to do something with a view to alleviate the sufferings of the masses, not only civil servants, because it affects virtually everybody.
The Nigerian workers are not paid well. So if the salary will improve, the workers will be good to go.
Okay, and that's justice for you, ma.
That is justice as far as I'm concerned. An average Nigerian worker wants a good pay, a good salary at the end of the month. And when the salary is not coming, they will not even have the zeal to put in their belt.
The state chairman of Nigerian Labour Congress, Humphrey Nwafo, while acknowledging bold attempts of the state government to ameliorate the bad situation, also called attention to poor welfare packages for the workforce and their retired colleagues.
We also respectfully plead with Mr. Governor to continue to consider the payment of outstanding and relevant allowances, despite the acknowledgement.
While the second tranche of the emoluments owed workers of the State Water Corporation for over 17 years will also be addressed.
I would wish that our labor unions will move a step higher, what I call protest unionism, to development-oriented unionism. If you don't care about how the egg will be, how the wealth will be created, and all you're asking is give me, then people begin to look. By the time we meet next year, several of the things that you guys, if a long address, Humphrey, his long address next year, or they shorter by 2 pages.
Highlight of the May Day celebration was the march past by various trade unions and staff from ministries, departments, and agencies in the state. Ndu Okbaleze, Vop TV News.
You can see there is a crowd gathering here, and of course anywhere there is a crowd pool, it is a very good source for public health advocacy. We at Ansaka is a public health championed organization. Okay, so that's one. Then two is I'm the executive director of Ansaka, and we have our goals and visions. And one of them is working towards zero new cases of HIV in the state, prevention and, of course, control of HIV.
And now to Edo State, labor unions and the Ministry of Labor marked Workers' Day in Benin City, calling for urgent action on insecurity and poverty affecting workers' welfare. The event, held at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium, brought together government officials and labor leaders to highlight workers' contributions and pressing challenges. Correspondent Rhoda Journey reports.
Edo State Labour and Productivity, in conjunction with the Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress Edo State Council, commemorated Workers' Day 2026 at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City.
I am delighted to join the hardworking men and women of Edo State on this special occasion of Workers' Day 2026. Today, we celebrate the men and women whose daily effort keeps our state moving forward. From teachers to health workers, civil servants, artisans, traders, and security personnel. You are the backbone of Edo progress. I thank you all.
The celebration, themed Insecurity and Poverty, the ban of decent work, highlighted the resilience and contributions of workers to the development of the state. Governor Monday Okpebholo, represented by his deputy, Dennis Idausa, commended workers for their dedication, describing them as the backbone of the state, while the Nigerian Labour Congress State Chairman and the Commissioner for Labour also addressed workers on the significance of the day.
The composing skipper scheme is okay, but what we are saying is that because most of these persons don't have longer time, some persons have started work 17 years ago or 20-something years ago, and they want to retire now, and they've not saved much, and that is what they will pay with.
Speaking with journalists, Labour leaders outlined challenges facing workers and urged government intervention. As the event featured a colorful march past led by the Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress in honor of the government.
Yes, my message is a message of hope. A message of hope information to our workers. The workers have been going through a lot. They've been going through a lot, going through pains. They are bleeding. They are bleeding, and that is why today, in celebrating the lady, for making today, we are making some requests.
The worker days
part of the request
from the late 19th century.
A reform in our tax policy.
Rhoda Journey, Vop TV News.
Roger, thank you, as well as all of the correspondents that jumped on that big story. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has declared insecurity and poverty in national emergencies, warning that both pose serious threats to jobs, productivity, and national stability as Nigeria marked the 2026 Workers' Day. Speaking through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, at the Eagle Square celebration in Abuja, the President said his administration is tackling both challenges with urgency and targeted policies. Aligning with the International Labour Organization's Decent Work Agenda, Tinubu said insecurity and poverty remain major obstacles to building a peaceful Nigeria where citizens can sleep with their eyes closed. On security, he highlighted the Community Protection Guards Initiative, which he said has recruited 45,000 young Nigerians to strengthen community policing while creating jobs. He also commended security forces and honored personnel who died in the line of duty. On the economy, the President pointed to interventions under the Renewed Hope Agenda, including expanded cash transfers to 15 million vulnerable households, which he said have helped lift about 7.5 million Nigerians out of poverty. He added that major infrastructure projects, including the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline, have created over 600,000 jobs. Tinubu also cited the implementation of a new national minimum wage, clearance of pension arrears, and the reintroduction of gratuity payments from January 2026.
In the meantime, state governors have commended Nigerian workers for their contributions to the nation's economy as the country marked the 2026 Workers' Day. In Rivers State, Governor Siminalayi Fubara praised the Nigerian Labour Congress, Trade Union Congress, and their affiliates for resolving disputes through dialogue rather than confrontation. He said this has strengthened industrial harmony in the state and urged unions to sustain peaceful engagement. In Katsina State, Governor Diko Rada reaffirmed his administration's commitment to workers' welfare despite prevailing economic challenges, saying deliberate measures are being taken to prioritize employees' well-being. In Benue State, Governor Hyacinth Alia also commended workers, describing them as central to efforts to transform the state and improve citizens' lives. In Cross River State, Governor Basi Ocho reiterated his administration's commitment to workers' welfare and protection of their rights under his People First agenda. He was represented at the Calabar event by his deputy, Peter O'Day. And in Delta State, Governor Sharif Oborovoweri urged workers to remain committed to excellence, unity, and productivity, describing them as key drivers of government achievement and development.
In the meantime, the African Democratic Congress has raised concerns over Nigeria's rising cost of living, saying it is putting increasing pressure on workers and eroding real incomes. In a Workers' Day statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi, the party said many Nigerians are facing growing economic strain as the prices of essential goods and services continue to rise. It linked the situation to broader economic and security challenges, noting that inflation, limited job opportunities, and disruptions to business activities are worsening pressure on households. The party called for policies that support job creation, improve security, and stabilize prices to protect workers' purchasing power. It also urged an economic framework that promotes productivity, encourages enterprise, and ensures workers are adequately rewarded. The ADC said workers' welfare must remain a priority, calling for sustained measures to ease the burden of rising living costs.
In a related development, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi have used the 2026 Workers' Day to highlight the challenges facing Nigerian workers while criticizing the economic policies of the Tinubu administration. In a message shared on his X account, Peter Obi described workers as the backbone of society, noting their roles across key sectors, including education, healthcare, agriculture, transport, security, and manufacturing. He said many workers are struggling due to rising inflation, higher food costs, and increased transport fares, which have significantly eroded wages. Obi also argued that the current minimum wage no longer guarantees a decent standard of living, stressing that the workers' welfare must remain central to national development. In a separate message, Atiku Abubakar accused the administration of worsening economic hardship under its renewed hope agenda, saying many Nigerians experiencing deeper suffering despite campaign promises.